FNB partners Raman Bindra, Rangla, Punjab. Toss sponsors Rock. Jersey sponsors Sumit Budani, Shagul Textiles. Last but not least, strategic partner Sunny Gogia. Thank you all the sponsors. Thank you all the team owners, and more than everything else, thank you all the players for filling up these forms in hardly 280 forms of filled in just 15 minutes. Thank you so much. फिर से मैं एक बार बता दूं, जो भी प्लेयर है, I know it's very difficult. If your father is a team owner and if the kid has filled the form, you can be the part of the workshop. They will be being that center. You have to be sitting behind the barricading which is being done. It's a request. Thank you so much. The fun is about to begin in next 15 minutes. Thank you. Music please.
सोना जो रुपयो
भला रे भला,
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला,
एक सोना जो रुपयो
भला रे भला,
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला,
भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला, भला रे भला। भला
इहा घोट मां हुंदड़ी,
भलाड़े भला
इहा गुरई थी खाजा,
भलाड़े भला।
इहा गुरई थी खाजा।
अगर देखिए सिंधी नहीं तो बोले कब तक जोरदार तालियों का ध्यान देंगे। Proud to be Sindhi और तो जोरदार तालियों। And special thanks to Vijay, Aswani and team for putting up such a great show. This is just the beginning. शुरुआत अगर ऐसी है तो I'm definitely sure यार जो इसका अंत कैसे होगा. So well, the fun is about to begin. The agenda would be हम लोग we're going to begin with the revealing of the trophies. Thanking all the team owners and then the main part जिसके लिए आज हम सब यहाँ पे आए हुए हैं, the auction. मैं just एक थोड़ी सी नज़र डाल देता हूँ auction का जो होगा किस हिसाब से होगा. हर एक ऑक्शनर, हर एक प्लेयर जो है, सभी का ध्यान यहाँ पे रहे, ये आपके लिए ही बेटर है. हर एक प्लेयर जो है, हर एक का बेस वैल्यू जो है वो है 1 लाख रुपीस. बेस वैल्यू जो है वो है 1 लाख रुपया. द इंक्रीजिंग अमाउंट विल बी 20,000 रुपीज, 20,000 रुपया. 1,20,000, 1,40,000, इस तरह इट विल गो अप टू 5 lakh rupees. After 5 lakhs, the 20,000 amount will get into 50,000. After 5, it will be 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7. और द हैमर, द ऑक्शनर की जो पहचान है, प्लीज डोंट वेट कि ठीक है जब 1,10,000, 1, 2, 3 जब आएगा तब के लिए वेट मत करना. बिकॉज इवन आई एम अ ह्यूमन बीइंग, मैं भी इंसान हो सकता हूँ. राइट लेफ्ट की नज़र में किसी का अगर नहीं देखा एंड मैं 3 नंबर पे अगर ऑक्शन सेल हो जाता है प्लेयर, वी कैन नॉट गेट हिम बैक. दिस इज वन. काफी सारे प्लेयर्स है, 283, 14 टीम्स. हर एक टीम में 11 मेंबर्स लिए जाएंगे, 11 प्लेयर्स ईच टीम। इन केस 283 प्लेयर्स खत्म होने से पहले अगर हर एक टीम में 11 पोजीशंस, 11 प्लेयर्स की पोजीशंस अगर फिल हो जाती है, द ऑक्शन विल बी स्टॉप्ड देयर एंड देन। द ऑक्शन विल बी स्टॉप्ड जैसे ही एक टीम में 11 प्लेयर पूरे हो जाते हैं, द ऑक्शन विल बी स्टॉप्ड देयर एंड देन। In case of any queries, before we begin the auction, you can raise your hand and your query will be cleared. Okay, so there is a query. Raju bhai, can I have somebody from your team, zara ek mic, if we can give it to Super Kings. एक माइक जो है प्लीज आप सुपर किंग्स के पास लेके जाओगे तो इजी हो जाएगा, जस्ट टू क्या क्वेरीज है, वी कैन क्लियर दैट क्वेरीज। टू 283 प्लेयर्स की जो लिस्ट है, मेक इट श्योर हर एक टीम ओनर्स के टेबल पे है।
Hey.
Yes, Bipin, your query please.
You mean all teams 11 प्लेयर होने के बाद ना?
Yes, of course.
You said अगर कोई भी टीम
नहीं एक का कैसे होगा यार, दूसरे लोग मारेंगे पकड़ के। The other thing, the most important thing, ये सिंधियों का त्योहार देख के काफी सारे स्पॉन्सर्स का हमको ये बोला गया कि यार इवन वी हैव टू बी द पार्ट ऑफ द टीम। यस यू कैन, बाय डिफॉल्ट आपका जो ऑक्शन है वो ऑक्शन में नहीं आएगा, बट एज योर वैल्यू वुड बी 3 लाख रुपीज। इफ एनी टीम ओनर, मैं बता दूं टीम ओनर हम उसी को कह रहे हैं बिकॉज आई नो मैनी ऑफ द, एक टीम ऐसी भी है जहां पे 2 लोग हैं, एक टीम ऐसी भी है जहां पे 7 लोग हैं। सो द टीम ओनर्स जो है, आई थिंक सब पीछे देख रहे हैं, एक ही टेबल खाली है अभी तक शायद। सो एनी जो भी टीम ओनर्स है, सिर्फ एक ओनर, एनी वन ओनर कैन सेल हिम ऑफ एट 3 लाख रुपीज। Thank you. Any queries, please let us know. We're going to clear it before the revealing of the trophies. If anybody has any query. Thank you. Music, please.
एक सोना जो रुपयो,
भला रे भला,
एक चांदी जो रुपयो,
भला रे भला,
एक सोना जो रुपयो,
Warriors, thank you DJ. Thank you. If anybody, यार देखो जब हम एवरीथिंग इज फेयर इन वॉर एंड क्रिकेट, तो अगर किसी की दोस्ती है वॉरियर्स वालों से तो बुला लीजिए। अगर अगले 5 मिनटों में वो नहीं आए, ट्रस्ट मी देयर आर 32 स्पॉन्सर्स, द टीम ओनर्स इन द लाइन की भैया हमको टीम दो। अगर आपकी किसी की दोस्ती है तो एक बार उनको कॉल करके बोल दीजिए। अदरवाइज एज वी रिवील द ट्रॉफीज, दैट वॉरियर्स वालों की जो टेबल है उस पर काफ़ी सारे लोगों की नज़र है। And I can see, good to see that families are being participated in this. अगर कोई टेबल पे your families are sitting outside, आप उनको अंदर बुला सकते हो. We can arrange another table as well. अगर if anybody wants to get their families to the round table, please आपकी फैमिली को पीछे मत बिठाइए. All the team owners, you can get your families. We can arrange one more table besides your table. Thank you so much. Once again, वॉरियर्स के साथ जिसकी भी दोस्ती हो एक बार कॉल कर दो यार. रेस्ट, थैंक यू सो मच. आ गए? ओके, अभी ओके. थैंक यू सो मच. द फन इज अबाउट टू बिगिन इन नेक्स्ट 15 मिनट्स. असां सिंधी आहियूं, ख़बर कीअं पए, सभु टाइम ते सभु न आया आहिनि त सभु अची बि आहिनि, उनखां पोइ शुरू कंदासीं. थैंक यू. म्यूज़िक प्लीज़.
कान करैती कोट करैती हीरो या हीरो जी जोए तई
भला रे भला,
या हीरो जी जोए तई
भला रे भला,
एक सोना जो रुपयो,
भला रे भला,
एक चांदी जो रुपयो,
भला रे भला।
भला
सोन जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला या कोट मम्मी हुंदड़ी
भला रे भला
या कोट मम्मी हुंदड़ी
भला रे भला
रही थी थम्बो
भला रे भला
रही थी थम्बो
भला रे भला
या तंबो वंबो कान गुरई थी कोट गुरई थी लंबो या लंबे जी जोए थई
भला रे भला
या लंबे जी जोए थई
भला रे भला
एक सोन जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला इहा घोट मासी होंदड़ी
भलाड़े भला
इहा घोट मासी होंदड़ी
भलाड़े भला
इहा घुरई थी माओ
भलाड़े भला
इहा घुरई थी माओ
भलाड़े भला
इहा माओ कान घुरई थी घोट घुरई थी माओ इहा बाई जी जोई थी
भलाड़े भला
इहा बाई
Check 1, 2, 3, check.
सोन जो रुपयो
Check 1, 2, 3, check. Once again, we are waiting for the couple of chief guests to be coming in. So please bear with us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
एक सोन जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
एक सोन जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भला रे भला
भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला भला रे भला
इहा घोट मा होंदड़ी
भलाड़े भला
इहा घोट मा होंदड़ी
भलाड़े भला
इहा घुरई थी खाजा
भलाड़े भला
इहा घुरई थी खाजा
भलाड़े भला
इहा खाजा वाजा कान घुरई थी घोट घुरई थी राजा इहा राजा जी जोई थई
भलाड़े भला
महाराजा जी जोई थई
भलाड़े भला
एक सोन जो रुपयो
भलाड़े भला
एक चांदी जो रुपयो
भलाड़े भला
Check. Well, I would request all the mentors inside the barricading. There are some chairs for you, so I request you to please be seated out there. All the mentors are requested inside the barricading. Barricading जहाँ पे की हुई है उसके अंदर white color की chairs है. I would request all the mentors to be seated out there. Thank you.
दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़ ओ लाल मेरी पत रखियो बला झूले लालड़ सिंघणी दा सेवण दास की शाबाश कलंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दम दम दे अंदर दमादम मस्त कलंदर अली दा पहला नंबर हो लाल मेरी हो लाल मेरी
रब ने किन्ने शान बनाए दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त एको विरद है दम दम अली अली एको विरद है दम दम अली अली सखी लाल कलंदर मस्त मस्त जुरे लाल कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त रब ने किन्ने शान बनाए बेकर्मा ते कर्म कमाए रब ने किन्ने शान बनाए बेकर्मा ते कर्म कमाए जेड़ा भी तेरे दर ते आए उन कदी भी खाली जाए एको विरद है दम दम अली अली एको विरद है दम दम अली अली सखी लाल कलंदर मस्त मस्त झूले लाल कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त दम मस्त कलंदर मस्त मस्त सिंधी आहे आन मुझी सिंधी आहे शान सिंधी बोली मिठड़ी जग में महान सिंधन वधाई जग जी शान सिंधन कहो आहे कम महान सिंधन कृपा सा माला माल थिया वडन असीस सा निहाल थिया सिंधी बोली आहे मुहिंजी जान रॉक स्टार नील आहे मुहिंजो नाम कया तो माता सपनी के सलाम
Check one. Once again, good evening and a very warm welcome. All the respected team owners, all the official sponsors, all the associate sponsors, last but not the least, all the players. Thank you so much. We are about to begin the first season of Aswani Cricket Cup. To begin this beautiful evening, let's begin it with the national anthem. Proud to be Indian. I would request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem. जनगण
हे तव जय मन अधिनायक जय मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा जय 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 हे
चल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जल जनगण मन अधिनायक शयना भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
भारत माता की. Thank you so much, all the team owners, all the sponsors, all the associate sponsors. Thank you so much. As it's been bugle now, we are about to begin the auction for ACC Season 1. Before that, I would request our chief guest of the evening, I would request them to please to come up for opening up this beautiful event. So we're going to begin with, I would request Mr. Rajuji Aswani to please come up on the stage, sir. Mr. Hareshji Aswani to please come up on the stage, sir. Mr. Amar Mulchandani ji to please come up on the stage, sir. Mr. Lakhwani ji to please come up on the stage. Mr. Haresh Budani ji to please come up on the stage. Mr. Kamlesh Bhojwani ji to please come up on the stage. Mr. Kukreja to please come up on the stage. हिननि सभिनि सिंधियत जी शाननि जे लाइ हिकु दफ़ो ज़ोरदार ताड़ियूं ठहनि थियूं. I would also request Mr. Hero Motwani ji and Mr. Ashok Lulla ji to please join us on the stage. I would also request Madhuri Mulchandani ma'am to please come up on the stage. And along with Madhuri ma'am, I would request Swati Pamnani ma'am to please join us on the stage. I would also request Geeta Tilwani ma'am to please join us on the stage. I would, along with them, I would request Mr. Hari Jeswani to please join us on the stage. I would request Mr. Siri Aswani to facilitate all our guests, those who are here. I would also request Siri Aswani ji and the one with the entire planning, I would request Vijay to please come up on the stage. Vijay Aswani, the new gun. Vijay, I would also request you to please join us on the stage to give away the token of love कि वो लोग अपना कीमती समय निकाल के यहाँ पे आए. Thank you so much. I would request Raju Seth to please facilitate Haresh Aswani ji. Thank you so much, Haresh Seth, for sparing a time and coming here to inaugurate this beautiful ACC Cup Season 1. Thank you so much. Thank you, Harish, sir. I would request now Harish Aswani ji to please facilitate Mr. Harish Budani ji. Guys, it deserves a huge round of applause, guys. Come on. I would request Harish Budani ji to please facilitate Mr. Lakhwani, please. असां सिंधी माण्हू में वधीक टाइम ज़ायो न कंदासीं. I would request Mr. Lakhwani to please facilitate Mr. Amar Mulchandani. I would request Mr. Amar Mulchandani to facilitate Mr. Ashok Lulla. Thank you, sir. I would request Mr. Ashok Lulla to please facilitate Mr. Hari Jeswani. Thank you, sir. I would request Hari Jeswani ji to please facilitate Mr. Hero Motwani ji. I would request Mr. Hero Motwani ji to please facilitate Mr. Kamlesh Bhojwani. I would request Kamlesh now to facilitate Mr. Kukreja. Thank you so much. And now I would request again Mr. Harish Aswani ji to please facilitate very own Madhuri ma'am. I would request Raju Seth to please facilitate Pamnani ma'am. Thank you. I would request Mr. Harish Budani ji to please facilitate Geeta ma'am. Thank you. I would request all our guests to please. I would request two more guests of the evening to please come up on the stage. I would request Mr. Boogie Mangtani ji to please come up on the stage. I would also request Mr. Vashuji Varyani to please come up on the stage. I would request Kamlesh Bhojwani ji to please facilitate Mr. Boogie Mangtani ji and Mr. Varyani ji. After this, I would request all our guests to move down at the trophy area. I request all our chief guests to please move towards revealing the trophies, the beautiful trophies for ACC Cup. And we are very sorry in case agar kisi ko bhool gaya to please bear with us. This is the first season, so we all are one in the family, so please bear with us. I would request all our chief guests to come for revealing the trophies of ACC. And I would request all our chief guests to come forward for revealing the trophies. I would request ACC team to please assist them to reveal the trophy. ACC team. गाना रेडी रख, गाना सिंधी गाना रेडी रख. So these are the beautiful and the stunning trophies which will be revealed now for the ACC Season 1. So here the trophy get revealed, the beautiful trophies, and I'm sure all the players will really die to get one. But before that, they have to go under the hammer within the next 15-20 minutes. On a count of 3, 2, 1, music please, and it's time to reveal the trophies of Aswani Cricket Cup.
सजी दुनिया जे सिंधिन जे नाव सजी दुनिया जे सिंधिन जे नाव सजी दुनिया जे सिंधिन जे नाव
Thank you so much, all the chief guests of the evening. Thank you so much. आप अपना कीमती समय निकाल के यहाँ पे आए. Thank you so much.
जमालो आ सिंध सा ये सिंधड़ी सुन लाल जी जे मेरो जो लाल लतीफ जो असां के सिंध ते ॾाढो नाज़ आ
Check. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. And once again, thank you all the chief guests. Thank you so much, sir, for coming here and gracing this beautiful location. The first season of Aswani Cricket Cup. So, well, we're going to take a couple of minutes. By the time trophies को दिक्कत नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, क्योंकि हर एक player जो है इसी चीज के लिए मरता है, because you always need this bigger and bigger trophy always. Can we have the music जब तक ये clear हो रहा है? Please, music, please. Music.
ओ मुझो जमालो जतन सा मुझो जमालो आ सिंध सा ये सिंधड़ी सुन लाल जी जे मेरो जो लाल लतीफ जो
Check. Okay, it's a small request to the F&B partner. If I can get a couple of water bottles at the stage, please. Thank you. Music, please.
प्रेम भाव एक सारे दा जग में
मेहनत जो भाव भरल जिन जे रग रग में
प्रेम भाव एक सारे दा जग में
मेहनत जो भाव भरल जिन जे रग रग में
सबनी सा प्रेम वधाईंदा कुछ ॾींदा ऐं कुछ पाईंदा
सभिनी सा प्रेम वधाईंदा कुछ ॾींदा ऐं कुछ पाईंदा
संसार में प्रेम वधाइण वारा सिंधी
ऐं खाक के सोन बणाइण वारा सिंधी
Check.
आंधीअ में जोत
हे जेको गानो हली रहियो आहे हिन में हर हिकु ॻाल्हि बराबरि आहे, हर हिकु शइ में असां अॻियां आहियूं. हीअ ACC कप रखण जो कारण इहो ई आहे कि हर जंहिं धंधे में हर हिकु शइ में सिंधी अॻियां आहिनि. हर हिक में हुनजो नालो आहे, पर हिकु स्पोर्ट्स आहे जंहिंमें नालो सोचणो पवंदो आहे, उन खां पोइ ध्यान में ईंदो आहे. इहा सोच रखी करे विजय आसवानी एंड टीम इहो सोचो कि हिकु सिंधी टूर्नामेंट त हली रही हुई, हिन खां पहिरियों अञा कीअं हिनखे प्रोत्साहन ॾिजे सभिनि सिंधी प्लेयरनि खे. हिन जे करे अञा हिकु टूर्नामेंट द बैकबोन ऑफ दिस ACC सभिनि खे ख़बर आहे, हिनखे नंढी शइ सम्झ में न ईंदी आहे. ही ऑलवेज हैव टू डू समथिंग बिग, एज एवरीबडी नो. द बैकबोन ऑफ ACC, मिस्टर श्री आसवानी. दिस इज़ अ विजन व्हाट ही हैड. इहो हिकु सपनो हो हिननि जो कि यार हर हिकु फील्ड में अगरि सिंधी अॻियां आहिनि त स्पोर्ट्स में ही पोयां छो. सो वेल, टू बिगिन विथ, I would request, by the time we get the arrangements on the stage, still auction शुरू होने में और 15-20 मिनट है, so you have to bear with us. But ये सब होने से पहले, once again, thank you so much to all the team owners. Apart from that, the title sponsor, Aswani Promoters and Builders. Media sponsors, Arun Sharma, PCMC Cables. F&B partners, Raman Bindra, Rangla Punjab. Toss sponsors, Rocky Sevani, City Cars. Jersey sponsors, Sumit Bodani, Shagun Textiles. Strategic partner Sunny Gogia Group. Associate sponsor Mr. Ravi Ochani. Now I would request okay, so now I would request once again takleef dena chahunga the faces of Pimpri Sindhis मैं विनती करता हूं श्री Raju Aswani ji and Shri Harish Aswani ji to please come up on the stage to give away a token of love, a hamper, the jersey and the auction pad to be given away. So I request both of you, Sarji, please zara manch pe aa jaएं. And guys, every team owners we call off, I request all of you to be loud enough क्योंकि आपका प्रोत्साहन होगा. That's going to be more fun because अभी कितनी भी दोस्ती यारी कर लो यार, बट जब ऑक्शन चालू होगा ना तब असली मजा आएगा. सो वेल आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट द फर्स्ट टीम ओनर हु हिमसेल्फ इज सो एनर्जेटिक, नॉट हिमसेल्फ बट हिज ब्रदर इज सो एनर्जेटिक, जो काफी सारे टूर्नामेंट्स ऑलरेडी खेल चुका है. द फर्स्ट टीम ओनर ऑफ एसीसी कप सीजन 1, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट यू टू प्लीज कम अप. जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत करें. आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट मिस्टर Vishal Tejwani, Vishal Promoters, the Pimpri Indians, make some noise! Guys, जोरदार तालियां बनती है यार.
जलवा ऐसा दिखा देंगे हम, लोहा गला देंगे, पानी जला देंगे.
Guys, तालियां बनती है यार. Come on, all of you.
हम दुनिया हिला दे, हम दुनिया हिला देंगे, हम दुनिया हिला दे. हम आला रे दम लगाएंगे, जान लगाएंगे, जलवा ऐसा दिखा देंगे हम.
Make some huge noise for the title.
लोहा गला देंगे,
The team owner of Pimpri Indians, Mr. Vishal Tejwani.
दुनिया हिला देंगे हम, दुनिया हिला दे. हम दुनिया हिला देंगे, हम दुनिया हिला दे. हम आला रे
Congratulations, Vishal.
जान लगाएंगे, जलवा ऐसा दिखा देंगे हम, लोहा गला देंगे, पानी जला देंगे, दुनिया हिला देंगे. हम दुनिया हिला देंगे, हम दुनिया हिला दे. हम दुनिया हिला देंगे, हम दुनिया हिला दे. हम
Thank you, DJ.
आला रे
Thank you. Congratulations, Vishal. May the best team win. The next team coming up, please make some noise for Mr. Prakash Ratnani, Rose Group, Night Riders.
too cool, I'm in Kolkata.
Guys, जोरदार तालियां बनती है. Guys, come on, make some noise for Night Riders. The proud owner, Mr. Prakash Ratnani.
सारा जहां पीछे, हम तो चले आगे, दुश्मन जो देखे हमको तुम दबा के भागे रे भागे. सारा जहां पीछे, हम तो चले आगे, दुश्मन जो देखे हमको तुम दबा के भागे रे भागे. We're too hot, we're too cool.
Check. Thank you, DJ.
I'm in Kolkata.
Thank you. Okay, the next coming up, please make some noise for the next team. Titans, Mr. Boogie Mankani, Komal Associates. Make some noise for the Titans, guys. Pimpri Titans, make some noise for them. Music, please. For the proud owner, Mr. Boogie Mankani, Team Titans.
Stand to say
Congratulations, Mr. Boogie Mantani. Congratulations. Well, the next person, check. Thank you, DJ. अगला मैं जिसको बुलाना चाहता हूँ यार, ये बंदे को मैं यहाँ पे जितने भी स्पॉन्सरशिप, जहाँ जितनी भी टूर्नामेंट्स हुई है, इसकी स्पॉन्सरशिप सबसे पहले हर बार रहती है यार. So I would request the next sponsor, the proud sponsor, please make some noise for Mr. Mayur Tilwani, the Deccan Chargers.
बॉल डालोगे हम चार डालेंगे, खेल खेलोगे हम चार पे खेलेंगे. No ifs, no buts, no more agar magar. No ifs, no buts, no more agar magar. Go Chargers, go Chargers, go, 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 go.
Guys, तालियां बनती है यार. Come on all of you. आपकी भी टीम ऊपर आने वाली है. Huge round of applause for them. Come on. Okay, so we need to rush a bit. So the next team, please be ready. अगली टीम जो आ रही है, they are the Pune Warriors, owned by the Friend Circle Forever Group. Please make some noise for Mr. Amit Wadhwani, guys. Thank you, DJ. Thank you so much and congratulations, Pune Warriors, Amit Wadhwani, Friends Forever Group. The next I would request to please come up, the die-hard fan of Virat Kohli, I think. Please make some noise for the next team coming up, Mr. Varun Varyani, Royal Challengers. Guys, you deserve a huge round of applause. तालियां बजती है for all the team owners, guys. Come on.
Go Challengers, go play ball.
Check. Thank you so much and congratulations, Varun Varyani. The next I would request to please come up on the stage. Who is ready to Bhangra? Please make some noise for the proud owner of Kings 11, Mr. Deepak Keswani.
यारां ने खाइयां कसमां हुण चक देण फट्टे वीरां दी टोली आई दंद कर देण खट्टे आगे बढ़ते बढ़ते जाना है अंबर छू के आना है ये टीम है शहजादों की कर देण बल्ले बल्ले पंजाबी पंजाबी धूम पंजाबी मचा दे धूम पंजाबी पंजाबी तो पंजाबी
Check. Well guys, जोरदार तालियां बनती है. No matter they are competitors, but उसके पहले दोस्ती है यार. Come on. Okay, as we proceed further, the next team, the proud owner. Please make some noise for Mr. Pawan Wadhwani, the proud owner of Sunrisers.
Go, 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 go. Here we go. We're the Orange Army. Go, 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 go. Here we go. We're the Orange Army. यहाँ वहाँ सारा जहाँ सबसे अलग अपनी हवा खुली चैलेंज देते हैं हम देखे तेरा दम भी जरा हे ऐसा के झूले आसमां अपनी ऑरेंज आर्मी में जोश भरा जाके चक्कों की होगी बरसा देखो सनराइजर्स के अपने
Thank you. Okay, the next coming up. Well guys, अगला जो टीम ओनर आ रहा है मैं सभी को एक बात बता दूं, इनसे बच के रहिए, इनके खानदान में ही क्रिकेट है. So please make some noise for the next team, Mr. Hero Motwani, the proud owner of Rising Royal. मेरे ख्याल से ये पहली फैमिली है जिसमें सब लोग खेलते हैं क्या? आई हैवंट सीन द लेडीज बट आई एम डेफिनेटली श्योर वो लोगों ने भी प्रैक्टिस की रहेगी. ओके, सो द नेक्स्ट आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट टू प्लीज कम अप ऑन द स्टेज द मैन हिमसेल्फ हु ऑलवेज वांटेड टू कम फॉरवर्ड. द टू फैमिलीज हैव मेड वन सिंगल टीम. So please make some noise for Ladkhani and Lakhwani family, the proud owner of Lions. Music please.
आज जरा डाल दे तू सॉन्ग ये रिपीट पे तालियां और सीटी मारो खड़े होके सीट पे हौसलों की बीट पे तू इधर उधर मूव कर दुनिया को नचा दे आज डांडिया की ग्रूव पर. शेर गुजरात के हार नहीं मानते कोई भी आ जाए अपनी बुराई आई है दिल वाले माइक पे कर दो अनाउंस ये हवे 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 अपनी बारी है.
Guys, तालियां बनती है. Guys, come on.
मारी छे हमें अपनी बारी छे मारी छे मारी गेम मारी छे हमें अपनी बारी छे.
Thank you so much, and once again, congratulations, Ladkhani and Lakhwani family. Well, the next coming up is S Square. Please make some noise for Shera Ahuja and Suresh Sukhwani, the proud owners of Tuskers. Music, please, for Tuskers.
छुटा हौसला बदल फैसला बढ़ा ले तू बिंदास काफिला खेल जमा ले कसम उठा ले बजा के चुटकी धूल चटा दे. घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के खिलाड़ी मारे मारे घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के घुमा के खिलाड़ी मारे मारे.
Congratulations, Tuskers. Congratulations. Well, now, check. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Well, the next team, I'm definitely sure अगर यहाँ पे 100 लोग हैं तो 100 में से 60 लोग वो टीम के पीछे हमेशा मरते हैं यार. And I'm definitely sure इस टूर्नामेंट में भी इस बंदे के पीछे सब जन पागल होने ही वाले हैं. और कोई तुमको बताया नहीं बताया यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है उसका स्नैपचैट देख लो, सब पता चल जाएगा. The next coming up, please make some noise for Mr. Manjeet Singh Walecha, the proud owner of Super Kings. Time to whistle.
பெரிய விசில் அடிங்க.
चेन्नई सुपर किंग्स का ओड़
Well, it's time, the big time for Manjeet to whistle polo. In short, CT vajan la tayar thi Manjeet. Thank you so much. We're coming up the second last team. Please make some noise for the next team coming up. Mr. Vijay Ramchandani, the proud owner of Super Giants.
है आजा हम पिच पे खड़े जीतेंगे हम बस एक जिद पे अड़े बेटे आके तू देख आजमा के तू देख टीम ऐसी उतारी है अब अपनी बारी है सुपर जायंट्स अब अपनी बारी है सुपर जायंट्स है आजा हम पिच पे खड़े हाँ जीतेंगे हम
Super Giants. Thank you, DJ.
बेटे आके
Thank you, DJ. Thank you.
आके तू देख टीम ऐसी उतारी
Thank you, DJ. Well, finally, the last but not the least team of ACC Aswani Cricket Cup. Please make some noise for Mr. Surichan Aswani, the proud owner of Daredevils.
एक जोश छा जाए तूफान सा आ जाए ऐ मुंडे
Check. Sorry, I would request the real owners, all the ladies, to please come up from the Aswani family to take away your. Well, Harish bhai says, यार owner को बुलाया था ये तो पूरी टीम ही आ गई ऊपर यार. Music please, here we go. The proud owner of Daredevils, Mr. Surichan Aswani.
एक जोश छा जाए तूफान सा आ जाए ऐ मुंडे दिल्ली के अकेले फ्रंट फुट पे है चाहे जो भी हो एक कसम है अब तुमको यूं बल्ला घुमा के खेल होश उड़ा दे सबको फेल मुंडे दिल्ली के अकेले फ्रंट फुट पे ऐ मुंडे दिल्ली के अकेले फ्रंट फुट
Check. The maximum supporters if any team had today. Team Daredevils. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. Once again, all the team owners, thank you so much. Before we proceed for the auction, I would request a team. क्योंकि ये जो टूर्नामेंट है ना बिना टीम के नहीं होती है यार. But I would request to the people to come up on the stage जिन्होंने बोला कि यार टूर्नामेंट्स तो बहुत हुई है बट हम अगली जो टूर्नामेंट रखेंगे ना सिर्फ सिंधियों के लिए रखेंगे. So I would request the team of SPL, if you guys are here, I would request Mr. Hitesh Jadlani, Mr. Karan Aswani, Mr. Kaval Khiani, if you guys are here, I would request you to please come up on the stage. I would request Mr. Harish Budani ji to please come up on the stage to give away token of love that these guys, यही वो लोग हैं यार जिन्होंने सिंधी प्रीमियर लीग स्टार्ट की थी. Guys, they really deserve a huge round of applause. सिंधी आए होते हैं सिंधी प्रीमियर लीग जो रखी उन्होंने लेके तो जोरदार तालियां उठान दियो. अंकुश,
सारा सिंधी आंधी में जोत जगाण वारा सिंधी आंधी में जोत जगाण वारा सिंधी ऐ खाक की सोन बनाए
हमारा सिंधी.
Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. And now as we begin the real game, जिसके लिए यहाँ पे हम लोग आज आए हुए हैं. There are some rules. Let me be very clear. आप सभी से विनती है कि प्लीज वो रूल्स में जरूर ध्यान दें. Please, all the team owners, the kitty, हर एक के पास वर्चुअल मनी. मैं फिर से बता दूं, काफी सारे लोग हैं जो घर पे भी देख रहे हैं. बिफोर आई अनाउंस द अमाउंट, दिस इज द वर्चुअल मनी. ये पैसा सिर्फ दिमाग में है, हाथों में नहीं आने वाला है. क्योंकि मैं बता दूं, ये हमारे जो स्पॉन्सर है मिस्टर अरुण शर्मा जी, जो हमारे मीडिया स्पॉन्सर है, उन्होंने ये लाइव रखा है पीसीएमसी चैनल पे. 103rd नंबर चैनल पे ये आ रहा है. तो भैया हम लोग ये जो किटी दे रहे हैं ये वर्चुअल मनी है, कैश प्राइज नहीं है. तो हर एक टीम के पास 1 CR 1 करोड़ रुपए का वर्चुअल मनी है. 1 करोड़ रुपए का वर्चुअल मनी हर एक टीम ओनर्स के पास है. यू हैव टू स्पेंड इट वाइजली. बहुत ध्यान से खर्चा करना है. जैसे मैंने पहले बताया, बेस प्राइस जो था, बेस प्राइस हर एक प्लेयर का होगा 1 लाख रुपीज. 1 लाख रुपए से शुरुआत होगी. द राइजिंग प्राइस राइज कैसे होगा? इट्स गोना स्टार्ट, द फर्स्ट पर्सन जो बिड करेगा, दैट बिडिंग वुड बी ऑन 1 लाख रुपीज. द सेकेंड पर्सन हु डज इट, इट्स गोना बी ऑन 1,20,000. 5 लाख रुपए तलक, 5 लाख रुपीज तलक, 20,000 इंक्रीमेंट ऑन एवरी रेज. After that player goes above 5 lakhs, that 20,000 will convert into 50,000. 5 के बाद जो बिडिंग होगी वो होगी 5 लाख, 5.5 लाख, 6 लाख. 5 लाख तलक ये जो बिडिंग है ये सिर्फ 20,000 रुपए से बढ़ेगी, नॉट मोर देन दैट. ये जेकी बिडिंग है, शुरुआत थींदी 1 लख रुपए सां. हर एक जेको भी टीम ओनर है, जेॾी महिल वो पंहिंजी बिड वधाईंदो, मूंखे इशारो कंदो जेको हुनखे बिड पैनल ॾिनो वियो आहे. हर हिक बिड ते 20,000 वधंदा 5 लखे ताईं. 5 लखे खां पोइ उहो बिड जेकी आहे थी वेंदी 5.5 लख, पोइ 6 लख एंड सो ऑन. पर मां वरी बि चवां, ये बिड मां तेस ताईं बिडिंग तेस ताईं ऑक्शन चालू न थींदी जेस ताईं मां ॾिसां थो काफ़ी सारा प्लेयर्स जेके फॉर्म भरियो आहे किथे न किथे कहिड़ी न कहिड़ी कुंड में वेठा आहिनि. जेस ताईं तव्हां सभु इन बैरिकेटिंग जे ॿाहिरि न वेंदो, मां ऑक्शन शुरू न करे सघंदुसि. मां काफ़ी सारा माण्हू नज़र अचनि था हिते जेके एज अ प्लेयर आहिनि, बट स्टिल मां उन्हनि खे अञा ताईं टीम ओनर सां गॾु वेठल ॾिसां थो. तव्हांखे विनती आहे, जेसि ताईं तव्हां ॿाहिरि न वेंदा, ॿाहिरि आई मीन टू से हिन बैरिकेटिंग जे ॿाहिरि न वेंदा, तेसि ताईं असां इहो ऑक्शन शुरू न करे सघंदासीं. थैंक यू. काफ़ी सारनि जो इहो हूंदो कि यार हर हिकु टीम ओनर जेको अमाउंट ॾिनो आहे एज अ टीम कॉस्ट, दैट इज 3 लाख रुपीज ईच टीम हैज बीन गिवन. हर हिकु 3 लख रुपया हिकु टीम जे लाइ ॾिना अथऊं. पर यार 3 लख ॾिना अथऊं, उन्हनि खे वापसि छा मिलंदो? वेल, विनिंग प्राइज जेकी आहे ACC सीज़न 1, इन जी जेकी विनिंग प्राइज आहे उहा आहे 5,55,555. Guys, you have a huge round of applause for this. ये अमाउंट जेको आहे इहो मिलंदो सॼे टीम खे जेकी टीम विन कंदी. द ओनर, हाँ तू खटने मंजी त ईअं न कर, तू खटने ख़बर आहे. द ओनर is very clear. The owner is going to take away 3 lakh rupees from that. The owners are going to get their money back. तो इसके लिए मस्ती नहीं करना है, कोई एक प्लेयर के पीछे ज्यादा पैसे गला दोगे. This is for the winner. The runners up. Runners up मेहनत करेगा यार, आगे तक आएगा, बट जीत नहीं पाएगा. उसको भी नाराजगी नहीं होनी चाहिए यार. उनके भी नाराज थियण जी काई गर्ज काने. The runner-up prize is 3,33,333. हुनमा 3 लाख रुपीस जेकी स्पॉन्सरशिप आयला, हुनमा 50% 3 लाख जो जेको 50% आ वो टीम ओनर के मिलंदो. द रिमेनिंग अमाउंट will be with the team. तव्हां हुन सां पार्टी कयो, कुछ भी कयो, it's up to you guys. So this was the only things. And is there something I'm missing, the Vijuan team? मैंने बोला था ना, ये इंसान को छोटी चीजें समझ में ही नहीं आती है यार. द न्यू रिवील जो मेरे को अब तक पता नहीं था, अब पता चला है. एवरी मैच का जो मैन ऑफ द मैच होगा उसको मिलेगी एक चमचमाती ट्रॉफी प्लस द कैश प्राइज ऑफ 10,000 रुपीज. श्री भाई और कुछ है अभी के लिए? सो जैसे मैंने बताया, ये ऑक्शन पे ये हाल है. आई एम श्योर हर छक्के पे, हर चौके पे, हर विकेट पे कुछ ना कुछ आएगा यार. सो फाइनली वी गोना टेक 2 minutes break and we will be back with the auction of Aswani Cricket Cup Season 1. Thank you so much. Please bear with us. आराम से चेयर वेल ठीक कर लीजिए. If anybody want to get fresh हो जाइए, क्योंकि अभी 3 घंटे का 3 से 4 घंटे का धमाकेदार ऑक्शन होने वाला है. We gonna be back in next 2 minutes. Thank you. Please bear with us.
एक नए अंदाज में.
मानु सिंध वारा आइन सब का प्यारा. मानु सिंध वारा आइन सब का प्यारा. ओ जियो सिंधी, ओ जियो सिंधी, अरे जियो सिंधी.
Thank you DJ. मैंने बोला ना, ये इंसान कम से होता ही नहीं है यार. Every 6 anybody hits it. श्री भाई के कोई फ्रेंड है फ्रॉम गाना, साउथ अफ्रीका, मिस्टर किशोर आहूजा. Every 6 will get the cash prize of 1,000 rupees. हर एक छक्के पे 1,000 रुपए फॉर जो भी प्लेयर मार ले यार. So yes, 2 minutes and we'll be back with the auction. Thank you.
Rockstar Neil presents Geo Sindhi. अचो तो ॿुधायूं कि सिंधी छा आहे, सिंधी केरु आहिनि, हिक नए अंदाज़ में.
ओ मानु सिंध वारा सब का प्यारा. मानु सिंध.
Check. It's a request to all the team owners. सभिनि team owners के एक विनती आहे, अगर तव्हांखे जेकी टीम जी जर्सी मिली आहे, अगर तव्हां पाए वेहंदो त जाम मज़ो ईंदो. सभिनि सां विनती आहे, स्पेशली टीम ओनर्स, अगर तव्हां इहा जर्सी पाईंदा त ॾाढो सुठो लॻंदो. थैंक यू. म्यूजिक प्लीज.
Rockstar Neil presents Geo Sindhi. अचो तो ॿुधायूं कि सिंधी छा आहे, सिंधी केरु आहिनि, हिक नए अंदाज़ में.
ओ मानु सिंध वारा आइन सब का प्यारा. मानु सिंध वारा आइन सब का प्यारा. ओ जियो सिंधी, ओ जियो सिंधी, अरे जियो सिंधी, ओ जियो सिंधी. मानु धंधे वारा, मानु बरकत वारा, मानु सीधा साधा, मानु सब का प्यारा. ओ जियो सिंधी, ओ जियो सिंधी, अड़ जियो सिंधी ओ जियो सिंधी जियो सिंधी
Thank you, DJ. Thank you. I would request Raju, Laldeep and team zara stage clear करवा दें, please. And can we get the chits on the stage, please? Check one. Okay, so there are some rules for the owners before we start the bidding. If owner wants to play and retain himself, मैं बता दूं, this we are talking about any one owner. काफी सारे टीम्स में 2, किसी में 3, किसी में काफी सारे हैं. I would request when I talk, अगर किसी एक ओनर को खेलने का मन हो रहा है और if you want to be the part of the team, if owner want to play and retain, he can retain himself for his own team for 3 lakh rupees, 3 lakh virtual rupees. 3 lakh रुपए में owner खुद can be a part of the team. अगर ओनर खुद को रिटेन करता है तो उसके किटी में 1 करोड़ से 3 लाख कम हो गए. इट गोना बी 97 लाख रुपीस. एसपीएल सिंधी प्रीमियर लीग के बेस पे टॉप 50 प्लेयर्स जो थे कैन नॉट बी रिटेन्ड एज ओनर. मेंटर्स, कोई भी जो टीम है, जो भी ओनर्स है, अपने टीम में 2 से ज्यादा मेंटर्स चूज नहीं कर सकते हैं. 2 से ज्यादा मेंटर्स आप अपने टीम में नहीं ले सकते हो. After any team has bought 2 mentors, they cannot bet for the another mentor. If a team is not able to buy any mentor, if अगर किसी को चाहिए कि यार मेरे को मेंटर की जरूरत ही नहीं है, मैं खुद ही मेंटर हूं, तो आपको अपने टीम में से ही किसी को एज ए मेंटर बताना पड़ेगा before you give your list of 11 players. If the mentor is unsold, काफी सारे mentors है, अगर mentors को कोई नहीं लेता है, that mentors would be coming for the auction under the hammer as a player. All players will be auctioned once. सभी प्लेयर की एक बार ही ऑक्शन होगी. जैसे मैंने बताया, हर एक टीम में 11 लोग होंगे. अगर हर एक टीम के 11 प्लेयर सिलेक्ट हो चुके हैं, हर एक इंडिविजुअल टीम के अगर 11 प्लेयर सिलेक्ट हो चुके हैं, द ऑक्शन विल बी स्टॉप देयर एंड देन. चेक. द ऑक्शन विल बी स्टॉप देयर एंड देन. अगर हर एक टीम में 11 प्लेयर अगर हो जाते हैं तो, अगर कोई प्लेयर अनसोल्ड जाता है, अगर केड़ो प्लेयर अनसोल्ड बने तो द रिस्पेक्टेड टीम्स के उन प्लेयर के वरी ऑक्शन करण जे लाइ मिलियो वेंदो. सो फाइनली आई एम गोना बिगिन फर्स्ट विथ द मेंटर्स. So before we start, I just want to know one thing. आपके टीम में से अगर कोई ओनर इज गोना बी प्लेइंग, अगर केड़ो ओनर खेलण चाहे तो, पांजी टीम में रिटेन थे तो प्लीज रेज योर बार. If owner is ready to play, okay. So we have Kings 11. We have gone. Mr. Deepak is going to be the player for his team. Okay.
check.
I have Super Giants as well. Okay. So I would request the team to please take. We're going to start. सबसे पहले Royal Challengers. The owner is going to be a part of the team. He's selling himself in 3 lakh rupees. As उनके kitty में होंगे 97 lakh rupees. Please make some noise. The first player for his own team, the owner, Mr. Varun Varyani. Going further, the second team for Kings 11, Mr. Deepak Aswani, guys. Okay, so anybody, Super Kings, Banjit, would you like to be a... No, okay. Knight Riders? No, okay. So the next coming up is from the Super Giants. We get the third player, guys. Make some noise for them.
Aniket Ramchandani.
Going further back, Warriors. Pimpri Warriors, he himself is going to be a part of it. Amit, you're going to be a part of it. Yes, guys, जोरदार तालियां बनती है. Okay, so the owner is Vikas, and yes, Vikas is...
Vishal Tejwani.
Vishal is going to be the player. A huge round of applause for Pimpri Indians, guys. Moving on my right, asking for the Tuskers. Would the owner be a player? No. Sunrisers would be the owner player? No. Deccan Chargers, yes, Deccan Chargers are going to be the player, Mayur himself. Going further, Titans, 100% इसमें होगा एक player. Titans में कोई player, are you going to play? क्या बात है यार? Okay, no bar, I'll move in for... Yes, okay. So who, okay, Pankaj himself is going to be... क्या बात है यार? No worries, Pankaj is going to be sold for 3 lakh rupees in his team. Moving further, Rising Royals, okay, even Rising Royals. ये interesting होगा. Mr. Hero Motwani ji, you would be the player for the team. Yes, a huge round of applause for Rising Royals as well, guys. Moving further, Daredevils. Okay, so Siribai, you going to be the player for your team? Yes, a huge round of applause for Daredevils as well. And same as for the Lions. You would be the team, Jitesh. Jitesh would be the player. इनके लिए जोरदार तालियां बनती है, guys. A huge round of applause. So congratulations. Thank you, Jitesh. Okay, we're going to hold on because Jitesh is an MVP. So we not a hold on for this. Can we have the track जब तक लोगों को गाने सुनने दो यार? We just going to take a call. Give you 2 minutes. Check. I get a clarity. Jitesh is not gonna be a player. His name, please? Chris Latkani would be playing for that. We are fine with that. Now we are clear. Guys, a huge round of applause for all the team owners, those who are going to be a player as well. So now, finally, we begin the auction. First, for the mentors. So for the mentors, जेके टीम के राह ॾेखारींदा सभिनि खां पहिरियों हुननि जूं चिठियूं निकिरंदियूं वेंदियूं. हर हिकु प्लेयर, हर हिकु टीम इन मेंटर जे लाइ कीअं बिड थो करे, कहिड़ो नालो थो निकिरे, तव्हांजे अॻियां हिकु लिस्ट ॾिनी वई आहे. हिन जे अलावा स्क्रीन ते बि तव्हांखे सॼो नज़र ईंदो. सो शैल वी बिगिन गाइस? यस और नो? ये ऐसे मजा नहीं आएगा, हम पिंपरी वाले हैं. सो लेट मी बिगिन विद दिस. कम ऑन, लेट मी एवरीबॉडी से गणपति बाप्पा लाल के. So here we go. The first person to go under the hammer is number 73. Number 73 is Mr. Kunal Gudela. Mr. Kunal Gudela. Mr. Kunal Gudela. I can see. Okay, so I have bet is going to begin with the Deccan Chargers. 1 lakh Sunrisers, 1,20,000. 1,20,000 Deccan Chargers. 1,20,000 Deccan Chargers. Anybody? 1,40,000 Pimpri Indians. 1,60,000 Super Giants. 1,80,000 Super Kings. 2 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 220 Lions, 240 Rising. Rising 240, 260 Royal RC. Daredevils 280. Super Giants 3 lakhs. Deccan Chargers 320. Pimpri Lions 340. Deccan again 360. RCB 380. Deccan Chargers 4 lakh rupees. Super Giants 4 lakh 20,000. Pimpri Indians 440. Knight Riders 460. Super Kings 480. Royal Challengers 5 lakh. Deccan Chargers 5 lakh 50,000. 5 lakh 50,000. 6 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 6 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers again. 7 lakh Super Giants. Super Giants 7 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 7 lakh rupees with Super Giants. 7 lakh 50,000. Welcome again, Deccan Chargers. 7 lakh 50,000. Tuskers coming back again with 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers. 8 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers. Any more tits? 8 lakh 50,000. 8 lakh 50,000. Okay, 9 lakh rupees to Royal Challengers. 9 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers. 9 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers. Anybody else coming in? 10 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 10 lakh 50,000 Deccan Chargers again. What a bid, man. 10 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers. Kunal Gudela, amazing player, an all-rounder. 10 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers. Anybody else? 10 lakh. RCB coming up back again. 10 lakh 50,000. 11 lakh rupees for the Deccan Chargers again. 11 lakh. 11 lakh Deccan Chargers. Can anybody move in again? 11 lakh Deccan Chargers. Deccan Chargers 11 lakh rupees. 11 lakh 50,000 Royal Challengers. 12 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers. What a fight it had been. 12 lakh the players with the Deccan Chargers. 12 lakh 50,000 to be RCB again, and it's going to be moving. Yes, it's 13 lakhs. It's 13 lakh 50,000. The bet is going to be going more. 13 lakh 50,000. The player is 14 lakh rupees. 14 lakh 50,000 RCB again. 15 lakh rupees. 15 lakh rupees is with Deccan Chargers. The player is with Deccan Chargers. 15 lakh rupees. 15 lakh 50,000 for RCB again. 16 lakh for Deccan Chargers. Deccan Chargers 16 lakh rupees. 16.5. 16.5 lakh रुपए. 16.5 lakh रुपए. 17 lakh 17 lakh रुपए. It goes to the Deccan Chargers. 17 lakhs. 17 lakhs to the Deccan Chargers. 17 lakh to the Deccan Chargers. 17 lakh 1. 17 lakh 2. 17.50 get back to Royal Challengers. 18 lakh rupees back to Deccan Chargers. 18 lakh rupees. 18 lakh back to Deccan Chargers, the all-rounder. 18 lakh 1. 18 lakh 2. 18 lakh 3 and the sold. The first player has been sold for 18 lakh rupees. The 31-year-old all-rounder. A huge round of applause for Kunal Gudela, guys. शुरुआत ऐसी है, मैंने पहले ही कहा था guys, तो अंजाम कैसे होगा जरा सोच लीजिए. Guys, this mentor really deserves a huge round of applause. A huge round of applause. The first player under the hammer had sold at 18 lakhs to the Deccan Chargers, Mr. Kunal Gudela, the all-rounder. As we're moving further, my goodness, the next coming up is number 155, 155. All-rounder, my goodness. A 38-year-old Mr. Chawla. Mr. Chawlani. Mr. Chawlani, who's going to bid for that? Mr. Chawlani. The base price is 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Super Kings, 1 lakh 20,000 Knight Riders. 1 lakh 20, 1 lakh 20, 1 lakh 60,000 Indians. 1 lakh 60, 1 lakh 80 Sunrisers. 2,000 Super Giants. 220 Super Kings. 240 Indians. 260. 260 Knight Riders, then 280. 3 lakh rupees Lions, 3,20,000 Super Kings. Sunrisers, 3,20,000. Again Knight Riders, 340. 360 Super Kings. 380 Rising Royals, 4 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 420 Pimpri Indians, 420 Pimpri Indians. 440 Super Giants, 460 Super Kings. 5 lakh rupees Sunrisers. Pimpri Indians, 550. Knight Riders, 550. Super Kings, 6. 6.5 Rising Royals, 7 lakh Lions. 7.5 Pimpri Indians. Knight Riders, 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees, 8,50,000 Super Kings. Sunrisers, 9 lakh rupees. 9.5, 9.5 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 10 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 10.5 Super Kings. 11 lakh Super Giants. 11.5 Pimpri Indians. 11.5, 11.5 lakh Pimpri Indians. Super Giants, 12 lakh rupees. 12.5 Pimpri Indians again. 13 lakh for the Super Kings. 13.5 Pimpri Indians. 14 lakh for the Knight Riders. Sorry, Super Giants, 14 lakh. 14.5 Pimpri Indians. Knight Riders again, 15, 15.5. Super Kings, 16 for Pimpri Indians. 16.5 Sunrisers. 17 to Tuskers. 17 Tuskers, 17.5 Pimpri Indians. 18 lakhs for Knight Riders. 18 lakh Knight Riders. Anybody? 18 lakh Knight Riders. 18 lakh. 18.5 Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians, 18.5. 18.5 Pimpri Indians. 18.5. 19,000 coming up the first bid. Welcome, Kings 11. 19.5. 19.5 Kings 11. Kings 11, 90. 20 lakh Knight Riders. 20 lakh Knight Riders. 20 lakh Knight Riders. Anybody? 20.5. 20.5 Kings 11. Kings 11, 20.5 lakh rupees. 20.5 lakh rupees. Kings 11. 20.5. 21 lakhs. 21.5 Mumbai Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians, 21.5. 21.5 Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians, 21.5. 21.5. 21 lakh 50,000 रुपए. 22 lakh 90 Knight Riders. Knight Riders, 22. 22 lakh rupees. 22 lakh virtual rupees. Knight Riders. 22 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 22 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 22 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 22 lakh and a half Pimpri Indians. 22.5 Pimpri Indians. 22.5 Pimpri Indians. 23 lakh rupees. 23 lakh rupees Knight Riders again. 23 Knight Riders again. 23 lakhs. 23 lakhs Knight Riders again. 23 lakhs 1. 23 lakhs 2. 23.5 Pimpri Indians again coming up. 23, 24 lakh rupees to Knight Riders. 24 lakh for the Knight Riders. Any more bids? Any more bids? The last call. 23.5 RCB coming again. 24.5 Knight Riders again. 24.5 RCB. 24.5 RCB. Anybody else? The last call and no more bids. 25 lakh Knight Riders coming up in the picture again. 25 lakhs. 25 lakhs for the mentor. Really a great bid. 25 lakh. The last is still Knight Riders. Guys, I think before we go ahead, Amit Chawla के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां बनती है guys. Wherever you are, buddy, you deserve it. 25 lakh. 25 lakh Knight Riders. Final call. 25 lakhs 1. 25 lakhs 2. 25 lakhs 3. Sold. Amit Chawlani sold at the mentor. 25 lakh rupees to Knight Riders. Okay, so as we proceed further, काफी सारी है, so we need to rush a bit. The next player is player number 67. Player number 67. Somesh Gidwani, my goodness. So Chennai Super Kings, Pimpri Super Kings, 1 lakh rupees bid. 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh 20,000 Sunrisers, Rising Royals 1 lakh 40, Deccan 160, 180, Chennai again, 2 lakh Sunrisers, 240 Deccan, 260 Daredevils, 260 Daredevils, 280 Deccan again, 3 lakh rupees Sunrisers, 320 Super Giants, 320 Super Giants, 340 Rising again, 340, 360 Sunrisers are back, 380 Pimpri Indians, and 4 lakh rupees to Warriors. Warriors bid for the first, welcome Warriors. 4 lakh rupees, 4 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Lions, 4 lakh 60,000 Daredevils, 4 lakh 80,000 Rising Royals, 5 lakh rupees Sunrisers, Warriors 5 lakh 50,000, 5 lakh 50,000, 6 lakh rupees, 6 lakh rupees, 6.5 Indians, 7 lakh rupees to Super Giants, 7 lakh, 7.5 Sunrisers, 8 lakh rupees to Rising Royals, Rising Royals 8 lakhs, 8.5 lakh rupees to Super Giants, 9 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 9.5 to Sunrisers, 9.5 Sunrisers, 10 lakh rupees to Tuskers, 10 lakh rupees Tuskers, 10.5 Super Giants, 11 lakh to Super Kings, 11.5 to Sunrisers again, Sunrisers again, 11.5 to Pune Indians, Pimpri Indians, 11.5, 11.5, 12 lakh rupees to Super Kings, 12.5 Sunrisers, 13 Super Giants, 13 lakh Super Giants, 13.5 Pimpri Indians, RCB 14 lakhs, 14 lakhs, 14.5 Pimpri Indians, 15 Super Kings, 15.5 Super Giants, 16 lakhs, 16.5 RCB, 17 Pimpri Indians, 17.5 Super Kings, 18 Sunrisers, 18.5 Pimpri Indians, 19.5 Super Kings, 20 lakh to Super Giants, 20 lakhs Super Giants, 20.5 Sunrisers, 20.5 Sunrisers, 20.5 Sunrisers. Anybody else? Any more biddings? He is one of the finest bowlers. 20 lakh 50,000, 21 to Super Giants again, 21.5 Sunrisers, 21.5, come on, 21.5 Sunrisers, 21.5 Sunrisers. Final call, 21, 22 Super Giants are back again. 22 Super Giants are back again, Sunrisers. 22.5 Sunrisers. Get back to Sunrisers. Super Giants. Super Giants. 22.5 Super Giants. Are you out? Okay. 22.5. So the last call for Somesh Gidwani, right-handed batsman, right-arm bowler. 22 black 50,000 with Sunrisers. 23 with the Sunrisers, 23 lakhs. 23 lakhs with the Sunrisers. Anybody else? By the way, आपने 2250 किया था, फिर आप कर रहे हो, आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा पैसा है क्या? Don't do it. 22.5 was yours only, ma'am. 2250. Anybody else? मैं बता दूं, ये ना पहले 2-3 जो हो रहे हैं ना, बहुत जोश में हो रहा है. इसके साथ आपको 11 प्लेयर खरीदने हैं. प्लीज डोंट फॉरगेट दैट. आपको 11 प्लेयर खरीदने हैं. प्लीज डोंट फॉरगेट दैट. और यहाँ पे ऐसा भी नहीं है मान आया है मुझे भागे खिलाओ, ऐसे भी नहीं होने वाला है. सो गाइस, व्हेन यू बिड वाइजली. देयर आर सम टीम्स जिनको मालूम है एसपीएल में वो लोग ऑक्शन कर चुके हैं. आई एम सॉरी, आई एम नॉट, किसी के भी खिलाफ नहीं हूँ, कोई मेंटर है प्लेयर के थ्रू, बट एक सिर्फ आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है, प्लीज जस्ट डोंट गो ऑन बिडिंग बिकॉज यू आर बिडिंग 22.50, उसके पहले 25 हो चुका है. सो इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट, वाइजली डिसीजन लीजिए. अभी बहुत सारे आने बाकी हैं, इससे डबल में तो साला अकेला सिम्बा चला जाएगा. सो गाइस, फाइनली 22.51, 22.52, 22.53. The player is sold to Sunrisers, guys. Somesh Gidwani, sold. The next player is 118. Saw Arana. The next player is 118. Rahul Raja Advani. So, well, Rahul Raja Advani, the next mentor. Anybody who's going to start the bid with? Welcome, Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees. 1.20 Super Giants, 1.20 Super Giants, 1.20 Super Giants, 1.40 Tuskers, 1.40 Tuskers, 1.40 Tuskers, 160 RCV, 180 Super Giants, 180 Super Giants, 180 Super Giants, 2 lakh RCB, 220 Pimpri, 240 Super Giants again, 240 Super Giants again, 240, 260, 280, Pimpri Indians 280, 3 lakh rupees Super Giants again, 3 lakh rupees, 320 Tuskers, 320 Tuskers, 320 Tuskers, 320, 320 Tuskers, 340 Super Giants again, Super Giants again, Super Giants again to 340, 340 Super Giants again, 360 Pimpri Indians, 360 Pimpri Indians, 380 Super Giants again, 380, 4 lakh Pimpri Indians, 320 Tuskers, 420 Tuskers, 440 Super Giants again, 440 Super Giants again, 460 Pimpri Indians, 460 Pimpri Indians, 480 Super Giants, 480 Super Giants, 5 lakh rupees to RCB, 5.5, 5.5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 6 lakh rupees Super Kings, 6.5 RCB, 6.5, 6.5 lakh rupees to RCB, 6.5 lakh rupees RCB, 7 lakh rupees goes back to Pimpri Indians again, 7 lakh rupees, 7 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians again, 7 lakh rupees, 750 Super Giants, 750, 750 Super Giants, 750 Super Giants, 750 Super Giants, Tuskers, are we done? 750, 750 Super Giants, 8 lakh rupees, Royal Challengers again coming into the picture, 8 lakh rupees to 850 to Super Giants, 850 to Super Giants, 850 Super Giants 1, 850 Super Giants 2, 850, 9 lakh rupees to RCB again, RCB coming back again, 9 lakh rupees for RCB. Anybody else coming up joining again? RCB, 9.5 lakh rupees to Super Giants again, 9.5 lakh rupees to Super Giants again, 9.5 lakh rupees 1, 9 lakh half rupees 2, 10 lakh rupees to Royal Challengers again, 10 lakh rupees the Royal Challengers again coming up to the picture, 10 lakh rupees Royal Challengers, 10 lakh rupees 1, 10 lakh rupees 2, 10.5 lakh rupees Super Giants coming up again, 10.5 lakh rupees Super Giants, Super Giants 10.5 lakh rupees, 10.5 lakh rupees Super Giants 1, 10.5 lakh rupees, 11 lakh rupees, 11 lakh rupees Royal Challengers, 11 lakh rupees Royal Challengers, 11 lakh rupees Royal Challengers, 11 lakh 1, 11 lakh 2, 11 lakh 3, sold. Royal Challengers have purchased the mentor Rahul at the cost of 11 lakh rupees. मैं बता दूं एक प्लेयर है जो मेंटर लिस्ट में है, उसका नंबर भी अगर निकल गया तो लेट मी बी, ही इज नॉट गोना बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द मेंटर्स बट ही विल बी एज अ प्लेयर बिकॉज आज सुबह में या कल ही हैव बिकम अ डैडी सो ही कैन नॉट बी हियर. वी कांग्रेचुलेट हिम. सो गाइस, अगर कृपाल सिंह का नाम आता है तो यू कैन टेक हिम एज अ प्लेयर बट नॉट एज अ मेंटर. ओके, सो कांग्रेचुलेशंस राहुल, यू कैन बी अ पार्ट ऑफ द टीम. Congratulations. आगे बढ़ते हैं. The next player is 246. 246. Oh my God, Sunny Tilvani, all-rounder. The base price of the 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Who's going to be coming up first? 1 lakh rupees Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20,000. 1 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20,000, 1 lakh 40,000 Rising Royals, 140 Rising Royals, 160 Pimpri Indians, 180 Super Kings, 180 Super Kings, 180 Super Kings, 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 2 lakh rupees Pimpri, 220 Super Kings, 220, 240 Pimpri Indians, 260 Super Giants, 260 Super Giants, 260 Super Giants, 260 Super Giants, 280 Super Kings, Super Kings 280, 3 lakh rupees, Super Giants, 320 Pimpri Indians, 340 Warriors, 340 Warriors, 340 Warriors, 360, 380 Pimpri Indians again, 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 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants again, 420 Pimpri Indians again, Pimpri Indians again to 420, 420 Pimpri Indians again, 420 Pimpri Indians again, 421, 440 to RCB, 5 lakh rupees, 5.5, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians again, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri again, 650 Super Giants, 650 Super Giants, 7 lakh rupees Tuskers, 7 lakh Tuskers, 7.5 Super Kings, 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 8 lakh rupees Tuskers, 8 lakh rupees Tuskers, 8.5 Pimpri Indians, 9 lakh rupees to Super Kings again, 9.5 to Tuskers again, 9.5 Tuskers again, 10 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians again, 10 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians again, 10 lakh to Pimpri, 10.5 Tuskers again in the picture, 10.5 Tuskers, 10.5 Tuskers. Anybody else going to be joining again? 10.5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 11 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 11 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 11 lakh rupees Sunny Tilwani, 11.5 to Super Kings, 11.5 to Super Kings, 11.5 Super Kings, 11.5 1, 11.5 2, 11.5 3, sold to Super Kings, Sunny Tilwani, sold. Congratulations Sunny. Guys, we need to rush a bit because बहुत सारे players हैं अभी. An Indian who invented a single digit number, 0. 0. So let me see. My goodness. मेरे को लगता है अभी शुरू ही 5 लाख से करना पड़ेगा. Okay guys, you have to be quick now. I'm sure all the 14 teams are going. Okay, start Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees. Okay. No, I cannot do that. 1 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20, 1 lakh 40, 1 lakh 40, 1 lakh 60, 1 lakh 80, 2 lakh 20, 2 lakh 40, 2 lakh 60, 2 lakh 80, 3 lakh rupees, 320, 340, 360, 380 Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees Daredevils, 440 Deccan, 5 lakh rupees Super Kings, 5.5 Daredevils, 6 lakh Deccan, 6.5 Super Kings, 7 lakh रुपए Pimpri Indians, 7.5 lakh रुपए Daredevils, 7.5 Daredevils, Mr. Tilwani 8, Manjeet 8.5, Rising Royals 9, 9.5, 10, 10.5, 11, 11.5, 12, 12.5, 13, 13.5, 14, 14.5 Super Giants, 15 Royal, 15.5 Daredevils, 16, 16.5, 17, 17.5, 18, 18.5, 19 Deccan again, 19.5, 19.5 Super Kings, 19.5 Super Kings, RCB 20, RCB 20, 20.5 Super Kings, 21 is Knight Riders, 21.5, RCB 22, 22.5 Pimpri Indians, 23, 23.5, 24 Manjeet, 24 Manjeet, 24 Manjeet, 24.5 Pimpri Indians, 25 lakh Super Giants again, 25.5 Manjeet, 26 Pimpri Indians, 26 Pimpri Indians, 26 Pimpri Indians, 26 Pimpri Indians, 26 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 26.5, 26.5 Sunrise, okay, 27 the new bidder Kings 11, 27 Sunrisers, 27 and a half Sunrisers, 27 and a half Sunrisers, 27 and a half Sunrisers, 28 RCB, 28 RCB, Tuskers 28 and a half, 28 and a half, 29 for Kings 11, 30 to Tuskers, 30 and a half Royals, 30 and a half Royals, 30 and a half Royals, 31 Kings 11 coming in again, 31, 31 Kings 11 coming again, 31, 31 Kings 11 coming again, 31, आप ही हो भाई नीचे, 31 होने तो दे आगे, 31, 31.5 Super Giants, 31.5 Super Giants, 32 Kings 11, 32 Kings 11, 32 Kings 11, Tuskers 32.5, Tuskers 32.5, Tuskers 32.5, 33 Daredevils, 33 and a half Punjab again, 33 and a half Punjab again, Chennai coming in again, 34, 34 Chennai coming in again, 34, 34 Chennai coming in again, Punjab coming up 34.5, 34.5 Punjab, 34.5 Punjab, 34.5 Punjab, Daredevils, are you done? 34.5 Punjab, 34 point Punjab, Tuskers, are we done? 34.5 Punjab, Kings 11, 34.5 Punjab, 34.5 Punjab, anybody else? 34.51, 34.52, 34.53, sold! The Simba sold to Kings 11 Punjab. Guys, mentors, let's have a huge round of applause because they're going to play really a major role for all the team owners. Congratulations, Karan. Let's move on further. The next auctioneer under the hammer is number 129. Number 129 under the hammer. The pinch hitter, Mr. Ajay Kataria. Pinch hitter, Mr. Ajay Kataria. Let me see who's going to welcome him. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians welcome. 1 lakh rupees for Ajay. Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, 1,20,000 Super Giants, 1,20,000 Super Giants, 1,20,000 Super Giants, 1,40,000 Pimpri Indians, 1,40,000 Pimpri Indians, 1,60,000 Super Giants, 160 Super Giants, 160 Super Giants, 160 Super Giants, Super Giants 160, 180 Pimpri Indians, 2 lakh rupees Super Giants, 220 Pimpri Indians, 220 Pimpri Indians, 220, 240, 260 Pimpri Indians again, 280 Super Giants, 280 Super Giants, 280, 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians again, 320 Super Giants, 340 Pimpri again, 360 Super Giants, 380 Pimpri Indians, 380, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 420 Pimpri, 420 for Pimpri Indians, 440 Super Giants again, 440 Super Giants, 460 Pimpri Indians, 480 Super Giants, 480 the players with Super Giants, anybody else would like to bid for the pinch hitter? 5 lakh rupees, 5,50,000 for Tuskers, 5,50,000, 6 lakh rupees for Super Giants again, 6,50,000 rupees for Pimpri Indians, 6,50,000 for Pimpri Indians, 650, any more bets? 7 lakh rupees for Super Giants, 7 lakh rupees for Super Giants, 7 lakh rupees for Super Giants, Super Giants 760, Pimpri Indians, your call, 7 lakh rupees, the player is with Super Giants, 7 lakh rupees, 7 lakh half, 7 and a half, Pimpri Indians, 8 lakh rupees, Super Giants again, 8 lakh rupees, Super Giants again, 8 lakh Super Giants, 8 lakh rupees, Super Giants, Pimpri Indians, 8 lakh rupees, the players with Super Giants, 8 lakh rupees, 8 lakh 1, 8 lakh 2, 8 lakh 3, the player is sold to Super Giants, the pinch hitter, Mr. Ajay Kataria at 8 lakh rupees. So congratulations guys, all the mentors really deserve a huge round of applause there. Zordar taaliyan banti hai inke liye. Let's move on to the next player. The next player under the hammer will go number 220. The player number 220. Player number 220. Oh my God, the all-rounder, JP. The bidding is going to start with 1 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians coming out with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 1,20,000 Daredevils. 120 Daredevils. 140 Pimpri. 140 Pimpri. 160 Daredevils. 180 Pimpri. 180 Pimpri. 180 Pimpri. 2 lakh rupees CSK. 220 Super Giants. 220 Super Giants. 240 Deccan. 240 Deccan. 240 Deccan. 260 Pimpri Indians. 260 Pimpri Indians. 260 Pimpri Indians. 260. 260 Pimpri Indians. 260 Pimpri Indians. 260. 280 Super Kings. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians again. 300 Pimpri Indians again. Deccan 320. Deccan 320. 340 Pimpri again. 340 Pimpri again. Pimpri Indians 340. Rising coming up. Welcome Rising for 360. 360 Rising Royals. 380 Pimpri Indians. Super Giants 4 lakh rupees. 420 Rising Royals. 420 Rising Royals. 420 Rising Royals. 420. 440 Pimpri. 460 Super Giants. 460 Pimpri Giants. Pimpri 480. 480. 480 Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees Rising again. 550 Pimpri. 550 Pimpri Indians. 550 Pimpri Indians. 550 Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees Super Giants. 6.5 Pimpri Indians again. Tuskers 7 lakh rupees. Tuskers 7 lakh rupees. Tuskers. Tuskers 7 lakh rupees. 7.5 Pimpri Indians again. 7.5. 7.5. 8 lakh rupees Tuskers again. 8.5 Pimpri. 9 lakh rupees Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees Super Giants. 9.5 Pimpri Indians again. 9.5. 10 lakh rupees Tuskers. 10 lakh Tuskers. 10.5. 11 lakh rupees Super Giants. 11 lakh rupees Super Giants. 11.5 Pimpri Indians. 11.5. 12. Sir, I would request आपका चेयर थोड़ा ये बाजू ले लोगे, मेरे को आप सनराइजर्स में दिखाई दे रहे हो. 12 lakh rupees Tuskers. 12 lakh rupees Tuskers. 12.5 Pimpri Indians. 12.5 Pimpri Indians. 12.5 Pimpri Indians. 13 lakh rupees Tuskers. 13.5 Super Giants. 14 Pimpri Indians again. 14 lakhs for Pimpri Indian again. 14.5 Tuskers. 14.5 Tuskers. Player remains to 14.5 for the Tuskers. The new coming in Kings 11. 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs. The team coming in 15.5 Pimpri Indians. 16 lakhs Super Giants. 16.5 Tuskers. 16.5 Tuskers. 17 lakh rupees. 17.5 Punjab. 17.5 Punjab. 18 lakh Pimpri Indians. 18 lakh Pimpri Indians. 18 lakh Pimpri Indians. 18.5 Super Giants coming again in the picture. 18.5. 18.5. 18.5 1. 18.5 2. 18.5. 19 Tuskers coming in again. 19 Tuskers coming in again. 19 Tuskers coming in again. 19.5 Super Giants fighting back. 19.5 Super Giants fighting back. 19.5 Super Giants. 19.5 1. 19.5 2. 19.5 3. Sold. The player sold JP to Super Giants. Congratulations, Jitu. The next player coming up. Guys, you really deserve a huge round of applause for all the mentors, guys. Come on. The next mentor coming up, going under the hammer, is number 150. Player number 150, 150. 150, the next player who's going to go under the hammer is Vicky Chanchlani. इतने लोगों को सुझाया है ना इसने. Trust me in SPL. Okay, so the base price of the 1 lakh rupees. Who's going to open the bid? Kings 11 coming up with 1 lakh. 1 lakh 20 Super Giants. Warriors. 120 Super Warriors. 120 Warriors. 140. 160 Lions. Deccan 180. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 220 Kings 11. 220 Kings 11. 240. 260. 280. 2 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Kings 11. 320. 320, 340, 360, 380 Deccan, 4 lakh rupees, 420, 440, 460, 460 Kings 11, 5 lakh rupees, 5.5 Sunrisers. My God, 5.5, 6 Warriors, 7.5 Manjeet, 8 lakh rupees Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees Kings 11, 8.5 Pimpri Indians, 9 Manjeet again, 9.5 Kings 11, 9.5 Kings 11, 10 Pimpri Indians. Daredevils, welcome at the cost of 10 lakh rupees, 10.5 Rising Royals, 11 lakh rupees, 11.5 Manjeet again, 12 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians, 12 lakh rupees Pimpri, 12.5 for Kings 11, 13 for Pimpri Indians, 13.5, 14 Manjeet, 14 lakhs Manjeet, 14.5 again Kings 11, 15 lakh rupees to Rising Royals, 15.5 Manjeet, 16 lakh rupees to Kings 11, 16.5 Pimpri Indians, 17 lakhs to Karan, 17.5 Manjeet, 18 to Pimpri Indians, 19 Rising Royals, 19.5 Vishal, 20, Karan 20, Karan 20 lakh rupees, Tuskers 20.5, 21 Pimpri, 22 Karan, 22.5, 30, 23, 23.5, 23.5, 24, Pimpri Indians 24, 25, 25.5, 26, 26.5, 27, 27.5, 28, Pimpri Indians 28, 28.5, RCV, 28.5 RCV, 29 Pimpri Indians, 30, 30 to Royal Challengers, 30, 30 lakhs Royal Challengers, 30, 30 lakh Royal Challengers, 30 lakhs Royal Challengers, 30 lakhs Royal Challengers, 30.5 Pimpri Indians, 31 again Royal Challengers, 31 Royal Challengers, 31.5 Pimpri Indians, 31.5 Pimpri Indians, 31.5 Pimpri Indians, the young gun, Vicky, RCV 32, RCV 32, RCV 32, 32.5 Pimpri Indians again, 32.5 Pimpri Indians again, 32.5, 32.5 1, 32 RCV again coming into the picture, 33 RCV coming in the picture, 33 RCV, RCV coming up into the picture, 33 lakh rupees, 33.5 Pimpri Indians, 33.5 Pimpri Indians, 33.5 Pimpri Indians, 33.5 Pimpri Indians, 33.5 1, 33.5 2, 33.5 3, sold. The player sold at the cost of 33.50. The fast bowler, Pimpri Indians, congratulations. The next player gonna go under the hammer. The number is 261. 261. Oh my God, the all-rounder, the young gun, Ankush Urf Mula. So well, the auction began at the cost of 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Kings 11, 1 lakh rupees, Kings 11, 1 lakh rupees, Kings 11, 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh 20,000 Daredevils, 1 lakh 40 Deccan, 160 Super Kings, 180 Kings 11, 2 lakh rupees Deccan, 220 Karan, 240 Manjeet, 260, 280, 280, 3 lakh Warriors, 320 Kings 11, 340 Manjeet, 360 Deccan, 380, 4 lakh rupees Sunrisers, 420 Warriors, 460, 480, 5 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians, 550 to Karan again, 550, 6 lakh rupees Daredevil, 6.5 Royals, 7 lakh rupees Deccan, 7.5 Sunrisers, 8 lakh rupees Pimpri, 9 lakh rupees Kings 11, 9.5 Daredevils, 10 lakh rupees to Deccan, 10.5 RCV, 11 lakh rupees to Kings 11, 12 to Royals, 12.5 Deccan, Again 13 to Kings 11. 13 and a half to Daredevils. 14 lakhs to Deccan. 14 and a half Kings 11. 15. 15 and a half Sunrisers. 16 RCV. 16 and a half Kings 11. 17 to Daredevils. 17 and a half Tuskers. 18 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians. 19 and a half Karan. 20 Daredevils. 20 and a half Sunrisers. 20 and a half Sunrisers. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. 21 and a half. 22 and a half. 22 and a half. 23 and a half. 23 and a half. 24 and a half. 24 and a half Kings 11. 24 and a half Kings 11. 25 Royals. 25 and a half Kings 11. 25 and a half. 25 and a half Kings 11. 26 to RCV. 26 and a half Kings 11. Kings 11. 28 lakh rupees Daredevils. 28 lakh rupees Daredevils. 28 lakh, 20 lakh, 28 and a half. 29 Kings 11. 29 Kings 11. 29 and a half Daredevils. 29 and a half Daredevils. 30 to Royal Challengers. 30 to Royal Challengers. 30 Royal Challengers. 30 Royal Challengers. 30. Any more bids by Daredevils? 30. The player is with Royal RCV. 30.31. 32. Last but not the least, 33 sold. The player is sold to RCV. राम बनाई जोड़ी तोड़ दी इन्होंने आज. So well, as we proceed further, once again guys, जो mentors अब तक आ गए हैं, everybody really deserves a huge round of applause. जोरदार तालियां बनती है उनके लिए. The next player under the hammer goes number 70. Player under the hammer will go number 70. The player is the spinner Chahat Pamnani. The base prize with the 1 lakh rupees. Without looking at anything, Super Kings, welcome 1 lakh. Kings 11 120. Kings 11 120. Kings 11 120. 140 Super Kings. 140 Super Kings. 160 Kings 11. 180. 180. 180 with Super Kings. 180 with Super Kings. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Super Kings again. Super Kings 2 lakh rupees. Super Kings 2 lakh rupees. Super Kings 2 lakh rupees for Chahat Pamnani. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians coming again. 2 lakh 20,000. 2 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh 40,000 Night Riders. 2 lakh 40,000 Night Riders coming into the two. 2 lakh 40,000 Night Riders. 2 lakh 40,000 Night Riders. 2 lakh 40,001. 2 lakh 40,002. 2 lakh 40,003. The player sold to Night Riders. 2 lakh 40,000. The player sold to Night Riders. Congratulations. I would request Chahat to please be a part of the team. Thank you. $260,000. Sorry, the firm number is 260. 260. The player going under the hammer number 260. Mr. Kaval Khiani. It's starting with the Kings 11. The bidding price 1 lakh rupees. Kaval Khiani 1 lakh rupees. Player with the Kings 11. 1 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 20 Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 40,000 Kings 11. 140 Kings 11. 140 Kings 11. 160 Pimpri Indians again. 180. 180 Kings 11. 180 Kings 11. 180 Kings 11. 180 Kings 11. Kings 11 180. 181. 182. 2 lakh. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh 20 Super Kings. 2 lakh 20 Super Kings. 2 lakh 20 Super Kings. 2 lakh 20,000 Super Kings. 240. 240 Kings 11. 240 Kings 11. 240 Kings 11. 260. 260. 280. 280. 280. 3 lakh. 3 lakh Kings 11 again. 3 lakhs Kings 11 again. 320. 340. 320. 340. 340 Kings 11. 360. 360. 380. 4 lakhs Kings 11 again. 4 lakhs. 420. 420 for Super Kings. 420. 440. 460. 460. 460 Pimpri Indians. 480. 480. 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakhs, Kings 11. Kings 11, 5 lakh rupees. 550, 550, 550 Daredevils. 6 lakh rupees, Kings 11. 6 lakh rupees, Kings 11. 650, 650 Daredevils. 7 lakh rupees, Kings 11. 6.5, 7.5, sorry, 7.5 Tuskers. 7.5 Tuskers. 7.5 Tuskers. 8 lakh rupees, Super Kings. 8.5 Kings 11 again. Kings 11 again. 8.5 Kings 11 again. 8.5. 9 lakh rupees, Daredevils coming up again. 9.5 Super Kings, 9.5 Super Kings, 9.5 Super Kings, 9.5 Super Kings, Super Kings, okay, Kings 11, 10, Kings 11, 10, 10.5, Daredevils 10.5, 11 lakh rupees, Kings 11 again, 11 lakh rupees, Kings 11 again, 11 lakh rupees, Kings 11 again. Any more bids? Any more bids? 11 lakh rupees, the mentor, 11 lakh 1, 11 lakh 2, 11.5 Super Kings, 11.5 Super Kings, 11.5 Super Kings, 11.5 Super Kings coming up to the picture again. 11.5, 11.5 1, 11.5 2, 11.5 3, sold. Mr. Kaval it sold 11.52 Super Kings. Congratulations Kaval and the team. Thank you. Okay. I would request 154. Player number 154 gonna go under the hammer now. The young gun, Suneet Sonwani. The base price is gonna start with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Suneet. 1 lakh rupees. Kings 11. Welcome Kings 11 Punjab. Welcome Kings 11 Punjab. 1 lakh rupees. Kings 11 Punjab. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 20,000 Daredevils. 1 lakh 20,000 Daredevils. 1 lakh 40,000 Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh 60,000 Kings 11 again, 160 Kings 11, 180 Daredevils, 180 Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees to Warriors, 2 lakh rupees to Warriors, 220 Kings 11, 220 Kings 11, 240 Royals, 260 Sunrisers, 280 Daredevils, 3 lakh rupees Warriors, 3 lakh rupees Warriors, the players with the Warriors, 3 lakh 20,000 Kings 11, 3 lakh 20,000 Kings 11, 340 Daredevils, 340 Daredevils, 340, 360 Warriors, 380 Kings 11, 380 Kings 11, 380 Kings 11, 4 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 420, 420, 440, 440, 460 and then 480, 480 Daredevils, 5 lakh rupees Warriors, 5 lakh rupees Warriors, 550, 550 Daredevils, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 6.5 Kings 11, 6.5 Kings 11, 7 lakh rupees to Daredevils, 7 lakh rupees Daredevils, 7.5 Pimpri Indians, 8 lakh rupees Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees Kings 11, 8.5 Daredevils, 9 lakh rupees Tuskers, 9 lakh rupees Tuskers, 9.5, 10, 10.5 Manjeet, 10.5 Manjeet, 11 lakh rupees Daredevils again, 11.5 Pimpri Indians, 11.5 Pimpri Indians, 12 lakh rupees to Tuskers, 12 lakh rupees Tuskers, 12.5 Kings 11, 12, 13 lakh Pimpri, 13 Pimpri, 13.5 Tuskers, 14, 14.5 Punjab, 15, Pimpri 15, Pimpri Indians 15, 15.5 Daredevils, 16, 16.5 Pimpri Indians, 16.5 Pimpri Indians, 17, 17 Kings 11, 17.5 Daredevils, 17.5 Daredevils, 18, 18.5, 18.5 Kings 11, 18.5, 19, 19 Daredevils, 19 Daredevils, 19, 19.5 Pimpri Indians, 19.5 Pimpri Indians, 20, 20 Daredevils, 20 Daredevils, 20 lakh Daredevils. The player remains 20, 20.5 Pimpri Indians coming again, 20.5 Pimpri Indians, 21, 21 for Daredevils, 21 for Daredevils, 21.5 Pimpri Indians, 21.5 Pimpri Indians, 22 Daredevils, 22, 22. Okay, 22 Daredevils. The player remains with Daredevils. Any more bets? 22 1, 22 2, 22 3. The player sold to Daredevils. Congratulations, Sumit Sonwani. Yes. The next player going under the hammer, number 85. Number 85. Pinch hitter, Mr. Ritesh Bajaj. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. Deccan Chargers 120. Deccan Chargers 120. 140 Sunrisers, 140 Sunrisers, 160 Deccan, 180 Sunrisers, 180 Sunrisers, 180, 2 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, 2 lakh rupees Deccan, 2 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, 2 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, Sunrisers, 220 Sunrisers, 220 Sunrisers, 220 Sunrisers, 240 Deccan Chargers, 240 Deccan Chargers, 240 Deccan Chargers, 260 Sunrisers, 260, Sunrisers 260, 260 Sunrisers, 3 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, Deccan Chargers, 3 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees for Deccan Chargers, 3 lakh rupees for Deccan Chargers, 3 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians, 3 lakh 20,000 Pimpri Indians, 320 Pimpri Indians, 320 Pimpri Indians, 340 Deccan again, 340, 360, 360, 360 Pimpri Indians, 360 Pimpri Indians, 380 Deccan Chargers again, 380, 4 lakh rupees, 4 lakh rupees Pimpri, 4 lakh rupees Pimpri, 420 Tuskers coming in, welcome Tuskers, 440 Pimpri, 440 Pimpri Indians, 440 Pimpri Indians, 460 Deccan Chargers, 460, 480 Super Kings, 5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 5 lakh rupees, 550 Deccan Chargers, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 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 6.5 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, 6.5, 7 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 7 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 7.5 Deccan Chargers, 8 lakh rupees Pimpri, 8 lakh rupees Pimpri, 8 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 8.5 Deccan Chargers, 8.5 Deccan Chargers, 9 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 9 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 9 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 9.5 Daredevils, welcome Daredevils, 9.5 Daredevils, 9.5 Daredevils, 9.5 Daredevils, 10 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, 10 lakh rupees Deccan Chargers, Deccan Chargers, 10 lakh rupees, Deccan Chargers, Deccan Chargers, the pinch hitter, 10 lakh rupees, 10.5 lakh Daredevils, 10.5 lakh Daredevils, 10.5 Daredevils, 10.5 Daredevils, anybody else? I'm about to go 10.5, 11 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians coming again, 11 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 11.5 Deccan Chargers, 11.5 Deccan Chargers, 11.5 Deccan Chargers, 11.5 Deccan Chargers. I'm about to get the hammer. 11.5, 1, 11.5, 2, 11.5, 3. The players sold to Deccan Chargers. Congratulations, Ritesh and the team. Congratulations. The next under the hammer will go number 76. Number 76. Mr. Ritesh Aswani, the fit and fine player, with a base price of 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Mr. Ritesh. Ritesh the all-rounder. I would request, okay, Lions coming in first. Lions coming in 1 lakh rupees. Lions 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 20,000 Pimpri. 1 lakh 40,000 Kings 11, 140 Kings 11, 140, 160 Pimpri Indians, 160, 180 Royals, 2 lakh rupees Kings, 220 Pimpri Indians again, 220 Pimpri Indians, 240 Royals, 260 Kings 11, 260 Kings 11, 280 Royals, 3 lakh rupees Pimpri, 3 lakh rupees Pimpri, 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 320 for Royals, Rising Royals, 320, 340 Kings 11, 340 Kings 11, 340 Kings 11, 340 Kings 11, 360 Royals again, 380 Kings 11, 380 Kings 11, 380, 4 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 4 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 4 lakh rupees 50, 420 Kings 11 again, 420, 440 Rising, 460, 480, 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh for Pimpri Indians, 550 Kings 11, 550 Kings 11, 6 lakh rupees Royal, 6.5 Tuskers, 7 lakh rupees, 7.5 Kings 11 again, 7.5 Kings 11 again, 8 lakh rupees for Pimpri, 8 lakh rupees for Pimpri, 8 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians, 8.5 Kings 11, 8.5 Kings 11, 8.5 Kings 11, 8.5 Kings 11 1, 8.5 Kings level 2, 9 lakh rupees to Lions again, 9.5 Kings 11, 10 to Pimpri, 10.5 Rising Royals, 10.5 Rising Royals, Rising Royals 10.5, 10.5 Rising Royals, 10.5 Rising Lions 1, 11 lakh rupees, 11.5 Lions again, 11.5 Royals again, 11.5 Royals again, 12 to Pimpri Indians, 12 and a half to Kings 11 again. 12 and a half Kings 11, 12 and a half Kings 11, 12 and a half Kings 11 again. 13 to Lions again, 13, 13 and a half to Pimpri Indians, 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 13 and a half, 13 and a half to Pimpri Indians, 14, Lions coming up again with 14, 14 and a half, 14 and a half Kings 11, Kings 11 14, 14 and a half, 14 and a half, 15, sorry, Lions 15, Lions 15, Lions 15 lakh rupees, 15 lakh 1, 15 lakh 2, 15 lakh 3, sold. The player sold to Lions, Ritesh Aswani. Congratulations Ritesh, I would request you to please join your team, thank you. The next player under the hammer is 94, number 94, number 94. Okay, the next player coming up is Kapil Jokani, sorry. The base price 1 lakh rupees, Kapil. The first bid, the opening bid for Kapil, 1 lakh rupees. Rising Royals, welcome Rising Royals, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Rising Royals. Rising Royals, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 20,000 Lions. Lions, 1 lakh 20,000. 1 lakh 40,000 Royals. 140 Lions, 160 Warriors. 160 Warriors. 160 Warriors, 180 Rising Royals. 180 Rising Royals. 180. 2 lakh Kings 11. 2 lakh Kings 11, 220 Warriors. 220 Warriors. 220, 240 Royals. 240 Royals. 240 Royals. 240 Royals. 240 Royals, 260 Pimpri Indians, 260 Pimpri Indians, 260, 280, 3 lakh rupees Kings 11, 3 lakh rupees Kings 11, 320 Pimpri, 340 Rising Royals, 340 Rising Royals, 340 Rising Royals, 360, 380, Kings 11, 380, Kings 11, 380, 4 lakh rupees, 420 Warriors, 420 Warriors, 440 Kings 11, 440 Kings 11, 440, 460, 480, 480, 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees Kings 11, 5 lakh rupees Kings 11, 5 lakh rupees Kings 11, 550 Warriors, 550 Warriors, 6 lakh rupees Daredevil, 6.5 Royals, 6.5 Royals, 6.5 Royals, 6.5 Royals, 6.5 Royals, 7 Pimpri Indians, 7 Pimpri Indians, 7.5 Daredevils, 7.5 Daredevils, 7.5 Daredevils, 8 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 9 lakh rupees Kings 11, Kings 11 9 lakh rupees, 8.5, sorry, 8.5, Kings 11, 9 lakh rupees Warriors, Warriors 9 lakh, 9.5 Rising Royals, 10 lakh rupees Kings 11, 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 10 lakh rupees 1, 10 lakh rupees 2, 10.5 lakh rupees Warriors, welcome back Warriors, 11 lakh, 11.5 Kings 11, 11.5 Kings 11, 11.5 Kings 11, 11.5 Kings 11, 11.5 1, 12 lakh rupees, Warriors coming back 12 lakh, 12.5 Kings 11 again, Kings 11 again, Kings 11 coming up 12.5 again, 12.5 for Kings 11, Warriors 13 for the Warriors, 13.5 Kings 11, 13.5 Kings 11, 13.5 Kings 11, Warriors, 13.5 is for Kings 11, 13.5 for Kings 11, 13.5 1, 14 lakh for Warriors, 14 lakh for Warriors, 14 lakh rupees for Warriors, 14 lakh for Warriors, Kings 11, are we moving ahead, 14 lakh for Warriors, 14 lakh 1, 14 lakh 2, 14.5 for Kings 11, 14.5 lakh for Kings 11, 14.5 for Kings 11, 14.5 for Kings 11, 14.5 for Kings 11, last call, 14.5 1, 15 lakhs for Warriors, 15 lakhs for Warriors, 15 lakhs for Warriors, 15 lakh 1, 15 lakh 2, 15 lakh 3, sold. The player goes to Warriors. Congratulations. Please join your team. Player under the hammer, number 64. Player number 64. The young gun, just 19 years of age, Param, all-rounder. The bid price at 1 lakh. 1 lakh Rising Royals, welcome. 1 lakh rupees Rising Royals. 1 lakh rupees Rising Titans. Titans coming up to the picture, 120. 140 Karan, 160 Rajiv, 160, 180 Titans, 2 lakh rupees Sunrisers, 220 Karan, 220, 240, 240, 260, 280, 280 to 3 lakh rupees, 320, 340 Titans, 360 Rising Royals, 380 Rising, 4 lakh rupees Titans, 420 Daredevils, 440 Rising Royals, 460, 480, 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh Titans, 550, 6 lakh rupees Rising, 6 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 6 lakh rupees, 650 Titans, 7 Royals, 7.5, 8 lakh rupees, 8.5 Pimpri Indians, 8.5, 9 lakh rupees Titans, 9.5 Sunrisers, 10 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 11 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 11.5 Karan Aswani, Kings 11, 11.5 Karan, 12 lakh rupees Indians, Titans 12 lakh rupees, 12.5 Rising Royals, 12 lakh rupees, Rising Royals 12.5 Pimpri Indians, 13.5 Tuskers, 13.5 Tuskers, 13.5 Tuskers, 13.5 Tuskers, Tuskers 13.5, Tuskers 13.5, 14 Titans, Sunrisers 14.5, 15 Titans again, 15.5, 16 Tuskers, 16.5 Titans, 17 for Warriors, 17 for Warriors, 17 for Warriors, 17 for Warriors, 17.5 Pimpri Indians, 17.5, 17.5, 18 Tuskers, 18 lakh rupees for Tuskers, 18 lakh rupees for Tuskers, Tuskers 18 lakh, 18.5 for Lions, 18.5 for Lions, 19 lakhs, 19.5 Kings 11, 19.5 Kings 11, 19.5 Kings 11, 20 Pimpri Indians, 20 Pimpri Indians, 20.5 Tuskers, 20.5 Tuskers, 20.5 Tuskers, 20.5, 21 Pimpri Indians, 21 Pimpri Indians, 21 Pimpri Indians, 21 Pimpri Indians, guys, 21.5 Tuskers again to the picture, 21.5 Tuskers to the pictures again, 22 Pimpri Indians, 22.5, welcome Kings 11 back, 22.5, 23 Tuskers, 23 Tuskers for 24 Rising, 24 Rising Royals, 24 Rising Royals, 24.5 Tuskers, 24.5 Tuskers, Tuskers 24.5, Tuskers 24.5, Tuskers 24.5, 1, Tuskers 24.5, 25, Lions welcome back, 25.5 Kings 11, 25.5 Kings 11, 26 Lions again, 26 Lions again, 26 Lions again, 26.5, 26.5, anybody, 26.5, 26, 1, 26, 2, 26, 3, sold. The player sold to Lions. Congratulations, please be a part of the team, thank you. 179, the next player coming under the bid is 179 number. Hitesh Dadlani, all-rounder. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. The mentor. ₹1 lakh rupees, opening bid, 1 lakh rupees by Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees, Hitesh Dadlani. 1 lakh rupees, Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh rupees, Pimpri Indians, anybody guys? 1 lakh rupees. The opening bid, 1 lakh 20,000 Daredevils, 1 lakh 20,000 Daredevils, 1 lakh 40,000 Pimpri Indians, 140, 160 Daredevils, 160, 180 Pimpri, 180 Pimpri, 180 Pimpri, 180, 2 lakh rupees Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees for Daredevils. The player is with Daredevils, 2 lakh rupees. Tuskers, 220 Tuskers, 220 Tuskers, 220 Tuskers, 240 Pimpri Indians again, 260 Daredevils, 260 Daredevils, 260 Daredevils, 260 Daredevils, 280 Tuskers, 280 Tuskers. The player is with 280 Circus, 3 lakh rupees the Daredevils, 320 Pimpri Indians, 320 Pimpri Indians, 340 Daredevils, 340 Daredevils, 340 Daredevils, 340 Daredevils, 340 Daredevils, the 341, 342, 340, 360, 380 Pimpri Indians, 380 Pimpri Indians, 4 lakh, Tuskers 4 lakh rupees, Tuskers 4 lakh, 20,000 Daredevils, 420 Daredevils, 420 Daredevils guys. The mentor for your team, the one all-rounder with all the ethics he knows about the cricket. 4 lakh rupees, 4 lakh rupees, 4 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 4 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 420, sorry, 420 for Tuskers. 420, 420 for Tuskers. 420 for Tuskers. 440, 440 Daredevils. 440 Daredevils. 440 Daredevils. 440 Daredevils, guys. 440. 460 Tuskers. 460. 460 Tuskers. 480, 480 Daredevils. 480 Daredevils. 480. 480, guys. 480. The player with Daredevils. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 5 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. 5 lakh 50,000. 5 lakh 50,000 for Daredevils. 5 lakh 50,000 for Daredevils. 550 for Daredevils. 550 for Daredevils. The player remains with Daredevils. 550. 551. 552. 553. Sold. The player goes to Daredevils. Congratulations, Hitesh. Please join a team. The last mentor. The last player, number 2. The last mentor. Ajay Motwani अकेला बैठा है, उसका ही रहेगा पक्का ये यार. So I think I'm going to start the bid with Rising Royals. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees the bidding price. Anybody? As I said, Rising Royals, 1 lakh rupees. Rising Royals, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 20,000 Kings 11. 1 lakh 20,000 Kings 11. 1 lakh 140 Pimpri Indians. 140. 140. 140 Pimpri. 140 Pimpri. 140. 160. 160 Rising. 160 Rising. 160 Rising. 160 Rising Royals. 160, 180 Pimpri Indians. 180. 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 180 Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers. 2 lakh 220 Pimpri Indians again. 220 Pimpri. 240. Tuskers 240. Tuskers 240. 240 Tuskers. 260 Kings 11. 280 Tuskers. 280 Tuskers. 280 Tuskers. 280 Tuskers. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians 3 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians 3 lakh rupees. 320 Warriors. 320 Warriors. 340 Kings 11. 360 Tuskers. 380 Pimpri. 380 Pimpri. 4 lakh rupees Tuskers. 420 Pimpri. 420 Pimpri. 440 Tuskers. 460. 480 Pimpri again. 480 Pimpri again. 5 lakh rupees Tuskers. 5 lakh rupees Tuskers. 5 lakh rupees Tuskers. 550 Pimpri Indians. 550 Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians 550. 550. 6 lakh rupees Tuskers. 6 lakh rupees Tuskers. 650. 650 Pimpri. 650 Pimpri. 7 Tuskers. 7 lakh Tuskers. 750 Pimpri. 750. 8 lakh rupees Tuskers. 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 For Ajay Motwani, the player who have got the amazing abilities all over the field. 8 lakh rupees Tuskers. 8 lakh rupees Tuskers. 8 lakh Punjab. 8 lakh 50,000. 8 lakh 50,000 Punjab. 9 lakh rupees Pimpri again. 9 lakh rupees Pimpri. 950 Tuskers. 950 Tuskers. 950 Tuskers. 10 lakh rupees Rising Royals. 10 and a half Pimpri. 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 10 and a half 1. 10 and a half 2. 11 lakh. 11 lakh for Rising Royals. 11 lakh Rising. 11 and a half Kings 11. 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 11 and a half 1. 11 and a half 2. 12. 12 Rising Royals. 12 Rising Royals. 12 Rising Royals. 12 the player back to Rising Royals. Rising Royals. 12. 12 1. 12 2. 12 3. Sold. The player goes to Rising Royals. All the mentors are done. Let's have a huge round of applause for all the mentors. Music please DJ.
ना होशिया ना रोशिया ना तुझो कोई दोशिया शायद ही भी मोहब्बत जो ही एक जोशिया
Check. There's a one small announcement for Team Lions. Jitesh, if you want, you can be retained in 3 lakh rupees as the owner, and the Krish can come into the. So you will be retained as a player. Please, team, make it sure Jitesh Lakhwani will be as a owner, who will be retaining himself in 3 lakh, and Krish will be going under the bid. Thank you. Check. Okay. So, well, as we begin the auction for the players now. Okay, as there is a change. अब जो है 1 लाख से सीधा 1.5 लाख होगा, because players बहुत सारे हैं. We're gonna have 1,50,000 and we're gonna proceed further with that. So yes. The next player under the hammer, 265. Player number 265. अब जो होगा 1 लाख, 1 लाख से 1.5 से 2, 50,000 के हिसाब से ऑक्शन का जो अमाउंट है वो बढ़ेगा. So please bear with us. The next amount to be auctioned, 265. Kunal Mulchandani. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Kunal Mulchandani. 1 lakh rupees for Kunal Mulchandani, the all-rounder. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, 1,50,000, Kings 11, 1,50,000. Sorry, 1 lakh rupees for Kings 11. The first bidder, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 1 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 1 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. Sold. The Kunal Mulchandani sold to Kings 11. Guys, we have to rush as we have a very limited time. The next player coming up is 102. The player going under the hammer is 102. Player number 102. Ravi Jokiani, the all-rounder. Ravi Jokiani, the all-rounder. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to start with the vein. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Night Riders. Welcome in 1,50,000 rupees Super Giants. 150 Super Giants. 150 Super Giants. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2.5 Super Giants. 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 2.5 1. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 3.5 lakh rupees Night Riders. 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 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 4.5 Pimpri Indians. 4.5. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 4.5. 4.5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 4.5 for the Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 5 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 5.5. 6 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees to Pimpri Indians. The all-rounder. 6 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees 1. 6 lakh rupees 2. 6 lakh rupees 3. Sold. It's sold. We had 6 lakh. मैंने पहले ही बोला था. Don't wait for the third hammer, Amit. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. The player has been sold for Pimpri Indians for 6 lakh rupees. It was late. I'm very sorry, Amit. I'm very sorry. The player has been sold to Pimpri Indians for 6 lakh rupees. Thank you. The next player under the hammer is 198. 198. The player number 198. Rohit Tejwani, the all-rounder. Base price 1 lakh rupees for Rohit Tejwani. Welcome Kings 11, 1 lakh rupees. 1,50,000 Sunrisers, 2 lakh rupees Night Riders, 250 Warriors, 3 lakh rupees, 2.5 lakh rupees Titans, Sunrisers 3 lakh rupees, 3.5 RCV, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 4 lakh 50 Sunrisers, 450 Sunrisers, 450 Sunrisers, 5 lakh rupees, 550 Super Giants, 6 lakh rupees for Tuskers, 6 lakh rupees for Tuskers, 650 for Royal, 700 Daredevils, 7.5, 8 RCV, 8.5 Titans, 8.5 Titans, 9 for the Karan, 9 for Karan, 9.5 Deccan, 10 for Rising, 10.5, 11.5, 12 Super Kings, 12.5 Kings 11, 12.5, 13 for Riders, 13 for Super Giants, sorry, 13.5 for Kings 11, Tuskers 14, 14 Tuskers, 14 lakh Tuskers, 14 and a half Rising Royals, 15 for Karan, 15 for Karan, 15 for Kings 11, 15 for Kings 11, 15 and a half Super Kings, 15 and a half Super Kings, 15 and a half Super Kings, 16 for Kings 11, 16 for Kings 11, 16 for Kings 11, 16 for Kings 11, 16 for Kings 11. Any more bets? 16 for Kings 11, 16 and a half Super Giants, 16 and a half Super Giants, 17 Kings 11 again, 17 Kings 11 again, 17 Kings 11 again, 17 Kings 11 again, 17 Kings 11 again. Any more? 1. 17 and a half for Super Kings, 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 17 and a half for Super Kings. 1. Titans 18, Titans 18, 18 lakh for Titans, 18 lakh for Titans. Anybody else? 18 lakhs for Titan, 18 and a half Kings 11, 18 and a half Kings 11 coming into the picture again, 18 and a half, 18 and a half Kings 11, 18 and a half Kings 11, 18 and a half 1. 19 for Super Kings coming again, Super Kings 19, 19 lakhs for the all-rounder, Rohit Tejwani. Super Kings 19, 19 1, 19 2, 19 and a half Titans coming in again, 19 and a half Titans coming in again, 19 and a half, 19 and a half the players with Titan, Titan 19 and a half, 19 and a half 1, 19 and a half 2, 19 and a half 20, 20 Super Kings coming in again, 20, 20 Super Kings coming in again, 20 Super Kings coming again in 20. Don't wait for 3 guys, don't wait for 3. Super Kings coming again for 20, Super Kings again for 20, 21, 22, 20 and a half, 20 and a half, so Titans coming in again, 20 and a half Titans coming in again, 20 and a half, 20 and a half Titans coming in again, 20 and a half, 20 and a half 1, 20 and a half 2, 21, 21 coming in again, 21. Super Kings, Whistle Podu, 21, 21, the player with Super Kings, Super Kings, Titans, your call, Titans, 21, 21, 21 1, 21 2, 21 and a half Titans coming in again, 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 21 and a half 1, 21 and a half 2, 21 and a half 3. The player sold to Titans. Rohit Tejwani will be playing for Titans. 100. The next player is 100. Akash Shugeria, a young gun, 23 years age. He's available for all days and he's an all-rounder. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to open the bid for him. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for the all-rounder. 100. 100. 1 lakh rupees. 100. Anybody? Anybody? 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. So, the unsold. The player goes unsold. Let's move on to the next player. Let's move on. The next player is 209. 209. The 209. All-rounder Tushar Ahuja, 18 years, young gun, available for all days. Played for PDCA as well. So the opening bid, 1 lakh rupees. Opening bid will be for 1 lakh rupees. Opening bid will be for 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees Titans. One pitcher coming in, 1 lakh 20 Pimpri, 1 lakh 40, 1 lakh 150, 2 lakh 250. 250 Royal Challengers, 250. 3 lakh rupees Super Giants, 350 Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees Tuskers, 4 lakh rupees Tuskers, 450, 5 lakh rupees Karan, 5 lakh rupees Karan, 5 lakh rupees Kings 11, 5.5 Daredevils, 5.5 Daredevils. Titan 6 lakh rupees, Titan 6 lakh rupees, Titan 6 lakh rupees, Titan. Titan 6 lakh, 6.5 Tuskers, 7 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 7.5 Varun, 7.5 Varun, 7.5 RCV, 7.5 RCV, 7.5 RCV. Anybody? Anybody else? 7.5, 7.5 1, 7.5 2, 8, 8.5, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5, 10, 10. Player with RCV, 10, 10 lakh rupees. Player with RCV, player with RCV, 10, 10.5. Rising Royals, 10.5. Rising Royals, Rising Royals, 10.5. Rising Royals, 10.5. 11 RCV, 11.5. Kings 11, 11 and a half, Kings 11, 11 and a half, Kings 11, 11 and a half, Kings 11. Anybody else? 11 and a half, Kings 11, 11 and a half, Kings 11. Sorry, it's going to be 12, 12, 12. The Kings 11 for 12. 12 and a half, Rising Royals, 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 12 and a half, 1, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, 3. Players sold to Rising Royals. The player number 6. The all-rounder available for all days, Mr. Vikas Tejwani. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 150, 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Super Kings. 2 lakh rupees Super Kings. 250 for Tuskers. 250. 3 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 350 for Kings 11. 350. 4 lakh rupees for Super Kings. 4 and a half Tuskers. 4 and a half Tuskers. 4 and a half, 5, 5 and a half, 6, 6 lakh rupees RCV, 6 lakh rupees RCV, 6 lakh rupees for RCV, 6 lakh rupees, 650 for Tuskers, 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 651, 652, 7 lakhs, 7 and a half Kings 11, 7 and a half Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees Super Giants, 8 and a half Super Kings, 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 9 Kings 11, 9 lakhs Kings 11, 9 lakhs Kings 11, 9 lakhs Kings 11, 9 and a half Pimpri Indians, 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 9 and a half, 10 lakh rupees Kings 11, 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 Kings 11, 10 lakh rupees, 10 lakh 1, 10 lakh 2, 10 and a half Pimpri Indians, 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 10 and a half 1, 10 and a half 2, 10 and a half 3, sold, finally sold to his own team. 10 and a half player goes to Pimpri Indians. Okay, the next player coming under the auction is 279, player number 279. Player number 279. Sunny Tejwani, all-rounder. Available for all days. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. The pinch hitter. The all-rounder. The pinch hitter. 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh 50,000 for Kings 11. 2 lakh rupees for Royal. 250 for Kings 11. 250 for Kings 11. 3 lakh rupees for Super Giants, 3 lakh for Super Giants, 3 lakh for Super Giants, 350 for RCV, 350 for RCV, 350 for RCV, 350 for RCV, 4 lakh rupees, 4 lakh 50, 4 lakh 50 for Night Riders, 450 for Night Riders, 450 for Night Riders, 450 for Night Riders, 450 for Night Riders, 451 Night Riders, 452 Night Riders, 5 and a half, Karan 5 and a half, 6 and a half Karan, 6 and a half Karan, 7 Super Giants, 7 Super Giants, 7 Super Giants, 7 Super Giants, 7 and a half Karan, 8 lakh rupees for RCV, 8 and a half for Kings, 8 and a half for Kings, 8 and a half for Kings, 8 and a half, 9 lakh for Tuskers, 9 lakhs for Tuskers, 9 and a half for Kings 11, 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 9 and a half to Kings 11, 9 and a half, 9 and a half, Tuskers, 9 and a half for Kings 11, Tuskers, 9 and a half for Kings 11, Kings 11, 9 and a half, Kings 11, 9 and a half, 10 lakh Tuskers, 10 lakh, 10 and a half Kings 11, 10 and a half, 10 and a half Kings 11, 10 and a half Kings 11, 10 and a half Kings 11, 10 and a half 1, 10 and a half 2, 10 and a half 3, sold to Kings 11. Congratulations. 117, 117, 117, player number 117, Gulshan Gangwani, the base price 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to open this. Gulshan Gangwani, Gulshan Gangwani, the base price is 1 lakh rupees. Gulshan Gangwani, Gulshan Gangwani, the base price is 1 lakh rupees. Anybody wanted to bid for it? Gulshan Gangwani, 1 lakh rupees 1, 1 lakh rupees 2, 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Deccan Chargers, welcome Deccan Chargers, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Gulshan Gangwani, the all-rounder. 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh rupees with Deccan Chargers. 1 lakh rupees 1, 1 lakh rupees 2, 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh 50,000, 1 lakh 50,000 Tuskers, 1 lakh 50,000 for Tuskers, 1 lakh 50,000 for Tuskers, 1 lakh 50,000 Tuskers, 1 lakh 50,000. Anybody? 1 lakh 50,000 1, 1 lakh 50,000 2, 1 lakh 50,000 3. 1 lakh. Okay. 1 lakh. No. It's been second time, Siri bhai. So 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 250 for Tuskers. 250. 3 lakh rupees for Warriors. 3 lakh rupees for Warriors. 3 lakh rupees for Warriors. 350 Tuskers. 350 Tuskers. 350 Tuskers. 350 Tuskers. 350 Tuskers. 350 Tuskers 1. 350 Tuskers 2. 350 Circus 3. Sold. The sold for Tuskers. And once again, guys, don't wait for the third bell. It's a request. Don't wait for the third bell. We have 200 players to go under this process, so please don't wait for the third bell. Thank you. It's called to Tuskers. The next is 117. The next is 117. Sorry, this is 117. I'm sorry. 215. The next player is 215. 215. The next player is 215. Praveen Karla, batsman, 31 years of age. Base price 1 lakh rupees. Base price 1 lakh rupees. Praveen Karla. Let me see who's going to open the bid. Let me see who's going to open the bid. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. Unsold. Praveen Karla will be unsold. The next person under the hammer will be number 149. 149. The next player is Ram Poptani, the opening batsman. The finest player, Ram Poptani. 1 lakh rupees, Kings 11. Welcome Kings 11. 150 Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. Deccan 250. Deccan 250. 3 lakh rupees Royal. 4 lakh rupees Warriors, 450 Kings 11, 450 Kings 11, 5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 5.5, 6.5, 7 to RCV, 7 to RCV, 7.5 Pimpri, 8 lakh rupees Super Giants, 8 lakh rupees Super Giants, 8.5 Tuskers, 8.5 Tuskers, 9 lakh rupees, 9.5 RCV, 9.5 RCV, 9.5 RCV, 10 lakh rupees, 10.5 Super Giants, 10.5 Super Giants, 10.5 Super Giants, 11 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 11 lakh rupees Rising Royals, 11.5, 12 lakh rupees RCV, 12 lakh rupees RCV, 12 lakh rupees for RCV, RCV 12 lakh rupees, 12 lakh RCV, 12 lakhs RCV, Warriors 12.5, 12.5 Warriors, 12.5 Warriors, Warriors 13 lakh, 13 for Rising Royals, 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 13 and a 1, 13 2 Rising Royals, 13.5 Night Riders, 13.5 Night Riders, 13.5 Night Riders, 14 for Rising Royals, 14 for Rising Royals, 14 for Rising Royals, 14 for Rising Royals, 14 1, 14 2, 15, 15.5, 16, Night Riders 16, Night Riders 16, you just raised up, you raised up, 16, Night Riders 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 16, 16 1, 16.5 Super Kings, 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 16.5 1, 16.5 2, 16.5 3. Sold. The player sold to Super Kings. The next player coming up is 231. The next player coming up is 231. Player number 231. This player is unavailable. I'm so sorry. The next player coming up, starting the digit with a single digit number 1. The next player coming up is a single digit number 1. The player is Vishal Tejwani. He's already been taken by his team in the cost of 3 lakh rupees. 1. 3 lakh rupees he's been already taken by his team. The next number coming up is 172. 172. The next player coming up is 172. जय माया रामानी, द ऑलराउंडर. ZP पे खेल चुका है ये बंदा. The bidding is going to start by 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. The bidding is going to start at 1 lakh rupees. The bidding, okay. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome. Welcome Deccan Chargers. 1,50,000 rupees Kings 11. 150 Kings 11. 2 lakh rupees Deccan. 2.5 rising. 2.5 rising. Warriors 3 lakh rupees. 3.5 Super Giants. 3.5 Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees Warriors. 4.5 Kings 11. 4.5 Kings 11. 4.5 Kings 11. 5 lakh rupees Warriors. 5.5 Super Giants. 6 lakh rupees Deccan. 6 lakh rupees Deccan. 6 lakh rupees Deccan. 6.5. 6.5 Royal. 6.5 RCV. 7. 7.5. 8. 8. Kings 11. 8 lakh. 8.5. 9. 9.5. 9.5 Super Giants. 9.5 Super Giants. 9.5 Super Giants. 9.5 Super Giants. 9.5. 10. 10 Warriors. 10 lakh rupees for Warriors. 10 lakh rupees for Warriors. 10.5. 10.5 RCV. RCV. 10.5. 11 for Super Giants. 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 Anybody? 11.5. 11.5. 12. 12 for Warriors. 12 for Warriors. 12 lakh rupees for Warriors. 12 lakh rupees for Warriors. 12 lakh rupees for Warriors. 12 lakh for the Warriors. 12 lakh 1. 12.5. 12.5 for Deccan. 13 rupees for Super Giants. 13 lakh for Super Giants. 13 lakh for Super Giants. 13 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 13 lakhs for Super Giants. 13 lakh Super Giants. 13 lakh Super Giants. Anybody? Come on. 13 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 13 lakh 1. 13 lakh 2. 13.5 for Super Kings. 13.5. 14.5 for Super Kings. 14.5 Super Kings. 14.5 Super Kings. 14.5 Super Kings. 14.5. 14.5 for Super Kings. 14.5 1. 14.5 2. 15. 15 for Super Giants. 15. Super Giants 15. 15 lakh rupees for Super Giants. Super Giants 15 lakh rupees. Super Giants 15 lakh. 15 lakh 1. 15 lakh 2. 15 lakh 3. Sold. The player sold to Super Giants. Guys, हर एक प्लेयर जब बिक रहा है तो उनके लिए तालियां बनती है यार. मालूम है आप थक चुके हो, but they really deserve a huge round of applause. The next player coming up is 24. Number 24. Player number 24. Player number 24. A young gun, 16 years of age, Krish Jamtani. Krish Jamtani, the young gun, the base price at 1 lakh rupees. The base price 1 lakh rupees. ये बच्चा यहीं पे सीखा हुआ है, यही लॉन पे खेला हुआ है. So you can bet for him. 16, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Mr. Jamtani. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh rupees for the Jamtani. The newcomer, he might turn up something different for you, either for somebody else. 1, 2, 3. Unsold. This was again you have done it at the third bell, bhai. I'm sorry you're doing it at the third time. I'm sorry. Yes, we have to proceed further. The next player. 197. 197. The next player under the hammer is 197. 197. The player is Vijay Aswani. Vijay Aswani. Okay. 1 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. Okay. 1.5. 2 lakh rupees Lions. 2 lakh rupees Lions. 2.5 Tuskers. 3 lakh rupees Super Kings. 3.5 Super Giants. 3.5 Super Giants. Super Kings 4 lakh rupees. Super Kings 4 lakh rupees. 4.5 Super Giants. 5 lakh rupees Royal. 5.5 Tuskers. 5.5 Tuskers. 5.5 Tuskers. गलाओ सामने वाले के पैसे. 6 lakh rupees. 6 lakh rupees Kings 11. 6 lakh rupees Kings 11. 6.5 City Bhai. 6.5 Daredevils. 6.5 Daredevils. 7 lakh rupees Super Giants. 7.5 Kings 11. 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 8 lakh rupees Daredevils. 8 lakh rupees. 8.5 Super Giants. 8.5 Super Giants. 8.5 Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 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 Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh rupees. The player is with Daredevils. Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 1. 9 lakh 2. 9.5. 9.5 for Kings 11. 9.5 for Kings 11. 10 lakhs for Daredevils. 10 for Daredevils. 10 for Daredevils. 10 lakh for Daredevils. 10 lakh for Daredevils. 10.5 for Pimpri Indians. 10.5 for Pimpri Indians. 11 lakh rupees to Daredevils again. 11 lakh rupees for Daredevils again. 11 lakh rupees for Daredevils again. 11 for Daredevils again. 11.5. 11.5. Anybody? Yes, 11.5 for Pimpri Indians again. 12 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 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 Anybody? The auction of 12.5. 12.5 for Kings 11. 13. 13 for Daredevils again. 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 13-1. 13-2. 13-3. The player sold to Daredevils. The next player coming up is 16. Hello भैया, कोई player नहीं जा सकता अपने टीम में. कोई player नहीं जा सकता है उधर. The player number 16 under the hammer. Player number 16. Player number 16. Taran Ahuja. Taran Ahuja, young gun, 17 years old. 17 years old. Who's going to start the bidding? Who's going to start the bidding? The base price for 1 lakh rupees. The 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees the base price. 1 lakh rupees. Rising Royals. Welcome Rising Royals. Rising Royals 1 lakh rupees. Rising Royal 1 lakh rupees for Tarun. 1 lakh rupees rising. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. Sold. The player is sold for 1 lakh rupees to Rising Royals. The next player under the hammer is going to be number 49. Number 49. Nikhil Wadhwani, the batsman. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to start the bidding. Let me see who's going to start the bidding. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to start the bidding for Mr. Nikhil. Who's going to start the bidding? Come on. 1, 2, 3. The player is unsold. The player is unsold. The next player, 187. The next player is 187. The 187, the next player is Rishi Tejwani. Rishi Tejwani, right-handed batsman, right-arm bowler. Rishi Tejwani. Rishi Tejwani. Let me see who's going to start the bid. Let me see who's going to start the bid. 1 lakh rupees, 1 lakh 50,000, 1 lakh 50,000 for Kings 11. 1 lakh 50,000, 2 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 2.5 for RCV, 2.5, 3 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 3 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 3.5 for RCV, 3.5 for RCV, 3.5, 4 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 4 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 4 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 4.5 for Lions, 5 lakh rupees RCV again, 5 lakh rupees RCV again, 5 lakh rupees RCV again, 5 lakh rupees RCV again. 5.5 Night Riders, 5.5 Night Riders, 5.5 Night Riders. Lions, are you still in? 5.5, 5.5. Lions are out. 5.5 for Night Riders, 5.5 for Night Riders. RCV, are we still in? RCV, are we still in? 5.5, 5.5 for Night Riders. 6 lakh rupees for RCV, 6 lakh rupees for RCV, 6 lakh rupees for RCV. Night Riders, are we still in? 6 lakh 1. 6.5, 6.5, 6.5, 7 for Super Kings, 7 for Super Kings, 7 for Super Kings, 7.5 for RCV, 7.5 for RCV, 7.5 for RCV, 8 lakh for Night Riders, 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 8 and 1, 8.5, 8.5 for Super Kings, 8.5 for Super Kings, 8.51, 8.52, 8.53 sold. The player sold to Super Kings. The next player is 180. Player number 180. Yash Achutani, all-rounder, young gun, played for district and SPL as well. The base price is going to be 1 lakh. So let me see who's going to start the bid. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Kings 11. 1 lakh rupees. Kings 11. 1 lakh 50,000 Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2.5 RCV. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 3.5 Night Riders. 3.5 Night Riders. 4 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 4 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 4 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 5 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 6 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 6.5 for Super Giants. 6.5 for Super Giants, 6.5 for Super Giants, 7 for Pimpri Indians, 7.5, 8 for Kings 11, 8 for Kings 11, 8.5 for Night Riders, 9 for Pimpri Indians, 9.5 for Sunrisers, 10 lakhs for Royal Challengers, 10.5 to Pimpri Indians, 11 for Super Giants, 11.5 for Night Riders, 12 Tuskers, 12.5 Sunrisers, 13 for Titans, 13 for Titans, 13.5 Pimpri, 14 RCV, 14 lakh for RCV, 14 and a half Super Giants, 14 and a half Super Giants, 14 and a half Super Giants, Pimpri 15, Pimpri Indians 15, 15 and a half Royal Challengers, 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 16, Warriors 16, Warriors welcome 16, 16 lakh for Warriors, 16 lakhs for Warriors, 16 and a half RCV, 16 and a half RCV, 16 and a half, 17 Warriors, 17 Warriors, 17's coming in again, 17 and a half Tuskers, 17 and a half Tuskers, 17 and a half Tuskers, 18, Kings 11 18, Kings 11 18 lakh, 18 and a half Deccan Chargers, 18 and a half Deccan Chargers, 19 for Kings 11, 19 for Kings 11, 19 for Kings 11, 19 and a half, 20, 20 for Deccan Chargers, 20 for Deccan Chargers, 20 and a half, 20 and a half Tuskers, 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 20 and a half, 1, 21, 21, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, Kings 11 22, Kings 11 22, Kings 11 22, 22 and a half, 22 and a half Warriors, 23 for Tuskers, 23 for Tuskers, 23 for Tuskers, 23 for Tuskers, Tuskers 23, 23 1, 23 and a half Warriors, 23 and a half Warriors, 23 and a half Warriors, 24 Titans, welcome Titans, 24 Titans, 24 lakhs for Titans, 24 lakh Titans, Titans 24, Titans 24, Titans 24, Warriors 24 for Titan, 24 for Titan, Warriors it's your turn, 24 for Titans, 24, 24 for Titans, 24 1, 24 2, 24 3, sold. The player goes to Titans. Number 69. Number 69. The next player is Daksh Khemchandani. Young gun of 16 years of age. The base price starts with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to open the bid. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 150 for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees Warriors, 2 lakh rupees Warriors, 2 lakh rupees for Warriors, 2 lakh rupees for Warriors, 2 lakh for Warriors, 250 for Super Giants, 3 lakh rupees for Titans, 350 for Tuskers, 350 for Tuskers, 4 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 4 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 4 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 450 for Super Giants, 450 Super Giants, 5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 5 lakh rupees Tuskers, 5 and a half Warriors, 5 and a half Warriors, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri Lions, Pimpri Indians, 6 and a half Titans, 6 and a half Tuskers, 7 lakh rupees, Tuskers 7 lakh rupees, 7 and a half Pimpri Indians, 7 and a half Pimpri Indians, 8 lakh rupees, 8 lakh rupees Sunrisers, 8 and a half Pimpri Indians, Warriors 9 lakh rupees, 9 and a half Super Giants, 10 lakh rupees Night Riders, 10 lakh rupees Night Riders, 10 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 10 and a half for Kings 11, Kings 11, 10 and a half, 11 lakh rupees for Super Giants, 11 lakh Super Giants, 11 and a half Tuskers, 11 and a half Tuskers, 11 and a half thousand Tuskers, 12,000, 12 Sunrisers, 12 and a half, 13 Super Giants, 13 Super Giants, 13 and a half RCV, 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 14 for Sunrisers, 14 for Sunrisers, 14 and a half Warriors, 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 15 for Night Riders, 15 for Night Riders, 15 for Night Riders, 15 for Night Riders, 50 for Night Riders, 15 for Night Riders 1, 15 for Night Riders 2, 15 and a half Lions, 15 and a half Lions, 16 Tuskers, 16 for Tuskers, 16 Tuskers, 16 Tuskers, 16 and a half Lions, 16 and a half Lions, 16 and a half Lions, 17 Tuskers, 17 lakh rupees from Tuskers, 17 lakhs for Tuskers, 17 and a half, 17 and a half Lion, 17 and a half Lion, 17 and a half Lion, 17 and a half Lion 1, 17 and a half Warriors, coming up back in 18, Warriors 18, KKR 1850, KKR 1850, KKR 1850, 1850 KKR, 1850 KKR, 1851, 19 Warriors, 19 Warriors, 19 and a half Lions, 19 and a half Lions, 19 and a half Lions, 19 and a half Lions 1, 19 and a half Lions 2, 19 and a half Lions 3, sold. The player goes to Lions. The next single digit number 8. Oh my God. Kholo apne batwe. All rounder Mr. Suraj Daryani, the finest player. The bet begin इसका बेट शुरू करेंगे हम लोग 5 लाख रुपए से. I'm going to start him with 5 lakh rupees. So come on, the bid starts at 5 lakh. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees Kings 11. 7 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 8 lakh rupees Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees Titans. 9 lakh rupees Titans. 11 lakh rupees. 12 lakh rupees. 13 lakh rupees Warriors. 13 lakh rupees Warriors. 13 lakh rupees Warriors. 14 lakh Tuskers. 15 lakh rupees Pimpri. 16 Kings 11, 16 Kings 11, 16 Kings 11, 17 Super Giants, 17 Super Giants, 18 Pimpri Indians, 18 Pimpri Indians, 19 Sunrisers, 19 Sunrisers, 20 Pimpri Indians, 20 Pimpri Indians, 20 Pimpri Indians, 21 Warriors, 22 Night Riders, 22 Night Riders, 22, 23 Kings 11, 23 Kings 11, 23, 24 Sunrisers, 24 Sunrisers, 24 Sunrisers, 25 Warriors, 25 Warriors, 25 for Warriors, 25 lakh for Warriors, 25 lakh for Warriors, 26 Kings 11, 26 Kings 11, 27 Sunrisers, 27, 28 Kings 11 again, 28 Kings 11, 28 Kings 11, 28, 29 Warriors, 29 for Warriors, 29 lakh for Warriors, 29 with Warriors, 29 lakh rupees with Warriors, 20, 30 for Night Riders, 30 for Night Riders, 30 for Night Riders, 30 for Night Riders, 31 Warriors, 31 Warriors, 31 with Warriors, the player with Warriors, 31, 31 lakh rupees, the player with Warriors, 31, 31, 31, the player remains with Warriors, 31, 1, 31, 2, 31, 33, 33, 33, 32, sorry, 32, 32 with Sunrisers, 32 with Sunrisers, player 32, 33 with Warriors again, 33 with Warriors again, 33 with Warriors again, 33, 33, 33,001, 33, 2, 34, 34 with Sunrisers again, 34 for Sunrisers again, Sunrisers with 34, Sunrisers with 34, Sunrisers 35 with Warriors coming in again, fighting back Warriors, 35, 35, Warriors fighting again, 35, 35, Sunrisers it's your turn, 35, 35, Sunrisers it's your turn, 35, 1, 35, 2, भाई तेरा ये वापस 36 क्यों करूं 35 close the player goes to Warriors okay guys we're going to take a 2 minutes break and we're going to be back just 2 minutes because the calculation needs to be done just 2 minutes break
गरजी बाजिया कोई राजा को फकीर बाजी गरजी बाजिया अल्लाह जे छा मेरा जिया अल्लाह जे कैसा राजिया अल्लाह जे छा मेरा जिया अल्लाह जे कैसा राजिया कह के लख डई थोला लुकरे के कख डई कंगाल करे लख डई थोला लुकरे के कख डई कंगाल करे रोह असांजा की न ॾिसे शल पंहिंजी महर करे रोह असांजा की न ॾिसे शल पंहिंजी महर करे अलाए जे छा मेरा जिया अलाए जे कैसा राज़िया अलाए जे छा मेरा जिया अलाए जे कैसा राज़िया
Guys, we are beginning again in next 5 minutes, so please get us soon. Get back soon.
लाके गली तेरी केड़ी मारे ऊपर चला के कटी फटी जीन पाके ब्राउन रे बन लाके गली तेरी केड़ी मारे ऊपर चला के तू तो तकदी भी नहीं निगाह रखदी भी नहीं तू तो तकदी भी नहीं निगाह रखदी भी नहीं नवी कटी तेनू शो करदा ओ मुड़ के तां वेख सोहणिया मुंडा होर मैं परां करदा ओ मुड़ के तां वेख सोहणिया मुंडा होर मैं परां करदा नी हवा ची उड़ावे गड्डी नूं तेनू वेख के सलाम करदा ओ मुड़ के तां वेख सोहणिया मुंडा होर मैं परां लाके गली तेरी केड़ी मारे ऊपर चला के लाके गली तेरी केड़ी मारे ऊपर चला के मन दी नी मर जानी है मैं तो करे तेनू अपना रख लिया मेरी मम्मी ने तेरे वास्ते आज बल्ली नी रेड चूड़ा ला लिया मेरा डैडी पैसे वाला ड्रेस सोने दी सवाला नोट तेरे तो थरो करदा ओ मुड़ के तां वेख सोहणिया मुंडा होर मैं परां करदा ओ मुड़ के तां वेख सोहणिया मुंडा होर मैं परां करदा नी हवा ची उड़ावे गड्डी नूं तेनू वेख के सलाम करदा बाकी
अगले जन्म च की पता केड़ा पशु जानवर बन जाना।
ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਵਿਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਪਿਆਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਾਨਵਰ ਕਿਸੇ ਥਾਂ ਦੇ
वे तू लौंग वे मैं लाची तेरे पीछे आ गवाची वे तू लौंग वे मैं लाची तेरे पीछे आ गवाची तेरे इश्क ने मारी कुड़ी कच दी कवारी तेरे इश्क ने मारी कुड़ी कच दी कवारी मैं चंबे दे पहाड़ा वाली शाम वे मुंडिया संदली संदली नैना विच तेरा नाम वे मुंडिया संदली संदली नैना विच तेरा नाम वे मुंडिया संदली संदली नैना विच तेरा नाम वे मुंडिया हाँ मेरे सुन्ने सुन्ने पैर तू ता जाना रहना शहर बाता में पापी 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 ए पापी 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 ए पापी 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 ए पापी पापी मटकाऊं मैं कमरिया धीरे 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 सैया जी सामने बैठे जाम पीरे 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 मटकाऊं मैं कमरिया धीरे 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 सैया जी सामने बैठे जाम पीरे पीरे पीरे
विस के मैंने थोड़ी थोड़ी पे WEE दे दूं लव थेरेपी
मेरे नोटी सैया जी 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 क्यों पीते हो इतनी नी 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 मेरे नोटी सैया जी 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 क्यों पीते हो इतनी नी नी नी
क्योंकि तू है चिक नी
नजरें मिलते ही नजरों से नजरों को चुराए कैसी ये हया तेरी जो तू पलकों को झुकाए रब जो पोशीदा है उसको निहारे तू और जो गर्विदा है उसको टाले तू तेरी झलक शर्फी श्रीवल्ली नैना मदक बर्फी तेरी झलक शर्फी श्रीवल्ली बातें करे दो हल्फी तोल के कंडा कट्टी दा स्पीकरां ते बोल के सानू आंदा नहीं प्यार नाप तोल के कंडा कट्टी दा स्पीकरां ते बोल के मैं के जुत्ती थल्ले जिंदगी दे बोझ नू यार लुटदे ने मौजां दिल खोल के ला के तिन पैग
ओके एज वी प्रोसीड, जब तक सबकी किटीज रेडी हो रही है कि किसके पास कितने पैसे हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट all the owners of all the teams to please come forward. It's time for the celebration, for the cake cutting ceremony. I would request all the owners, please come forward. All the owners, please come forward, and Vijuan team to please come forward for getting the cake ready. Vijuan team. Well, I would request all the owners if you can please come for the cake cutting ceremony, especially owners. All the owners, I repeat, I would request all the owners to please come forward. जै टीम वरती हुई तव्हांखे विनती आहे कृपया केक कटण लाइ अॻियां अचो. I would request all the owners once again to please come forward for the cake cutting ceremony. I would request all the owners please, because we really don't have much time. बहुत सारे players. Check one. I would request all the team owners, please come forward for the cake cutting ceremony. All the team owners, please. कहते हैं ना भाई, ये है सिंधियों का त्योहार. So here we begin the celebration. On a count of 3, 2, music भैया, music. Here we go.
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਪ ਤੋਲ ਕੇ ਕੰਡਾ ਕੱਢੀ ਦਾ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿਆਰ ਨਾਪ ਤੋਲ ਕੇ ਕੰਡਾ ਕੱਢੀ ਦਾ ਸਪੀਕਰਾਂ ਤੇ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜੁੱਤੀ ਥੱਲੇ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਦੇ ਬੋਝ ਨੂੰ ਯਾਰ ਲੁੱਟਦੇ ਨੇ ਮੌਜਾਂ ਦਿਲ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ ਹਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਤਿੰਨ ਪੈਗ ਬੱਲੀਏ ਪੈਂਦੇ ਟੁਕੜੇ ਗੱਡੀ ਦੀ ਡਿੱਗੀ ਖੋਲ ਕੇ.
Check. Okay, so well, I would request all of you to please get back to your seats. You can see on the screen कि आपने कितने प्लेयर लिए हैं और आपके पास कितने पैसे बाकी है. You can see on the screen. You can see on the screen. Pimpri Indians have 4 players, as you can see. Once again, guys, I would request you, yes, यही screen रहने दो, उत्तम please यही screen रहने दो, thank you. थोड़ा minimize करेंगे जैसे सभी एक में दिखाई दे, उत्तम, सब एक में ही दिखाई दे, please if you can do that. Starting from the Tuskers, थोड़ा ऊपर जाओ भैया, Daredevils. Starting with the Daredevils, the kitty left is 56 lakh 50,000. Kings 11 is left with 51 lakhs. Lions, you have to be very careful. You're just left with 36 lakh 50,000. Rising Royals 71 lakh 50,000. Sunrisers 7750. Super Kings with 52 lakhs. Tuskers, क्या बात है भाई, कोई ले लो भाई. Tuskers are left with 96 lakh 50,000. Warriors are left with 47 lakhs, but they have taken one of the finest player of the tournament. Titans with 51.50. Super Giants 54.50. Royal Challengers 56. Pimpri Indians 47. Kolkata Knight Riders 72 lakh 60,000. Deccan Chargers 67 lakh 50,000. Guys, I have to rush now, so in case if you have to take the player, थोड़ी भी अगर मन में आशा हो तो 1 पे ही आपको करना पड़ेगा, because now I have to be very fast. I hope you're going to bear with us. Thank you. Here we go. We're going to begin first. I just have 2 minutes for all of you to please take your seats. Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Welcome, Sham sir. Okay, so we are about to begin the auction now. And after this break, the first number to go under the hammer is number 127. Number 127. Jitesh Mirani, pinch hitter. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to bid? 1 lakh rupees. Tuskers, welcome. Tuskers, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Tuskers 1. 1 lakh rupees. Tuskers 2. 1 lakh rupees. Tuskers. Okay, 1.5 lakh rupees for Titans. 1.5 lakh rupees for Titans. 1.5 lakh rupees Titans. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers 1. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers 2. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers 3. Sold. 2 lakh rupees. Player is sold to Tuskers. Moving further. 236. Player under the hammer will go number 236. And the player is Makija. Himanshu Makija, the batsman. He's available for all days. He had played for the gully cricket. The base price begins with 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to bid for Mr. Makija? 236. 236. 236. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees the bidding price. Let me see who's going to bid first. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. I think nobody likes gully players there. Sabjan gully se start kiye the, but nevertheless, let's proceed further. Player goes unsold. The next player under the hammer is 278. 278. Player number 278. Ashish Aswani. Ashish Aswani. Tuskers, welcome. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50,000 Pimpri. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2.5 Kings 11. 3 lakh rupees Tuskers. 3.5 Daredevils. 4 lakh rupees Pimpri. 4 lakh rupees Pimpri. Super Giants. Super Giants 4.5. Super Giants 4.5. 5 lakh rupees Tuskers. 5.5 Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians 5.5. Pimpri Indians 5.5. Kings 11. Kings 11 5.5. 5.5 for Tuskers. 5.5 for Tuskers. 6 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 6 lakh. 6 lakh for Pimpri Indians. 6.5. 6.5 Tuskers. 7 lakh Pimpri Indians. 7 lakh Pimpri Indians. 7 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 7 lakh. 7 lakh 1. 7 lakh 2. 8 lakhs. 7.5 lakhs. Sorry. 7.5 lakh Tuskers. 7.5 lakh Tuskers. 7.5 lakh Tuskers. 7.5 1. 7.5 2. 7.5 3. Sold. 7.5 Tuskers. Finally the second player in their entire team. Congratulations Tuskers. Third. The next player is 254. 254 under the hammer. Sohan Kataria, the 16-year young gun, the bowler. The base price begin at 1 lakh rupees. The base price begin, 1 lakh. 1 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Super Giants. Anybody, come on, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. Sold to Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees. Super Giants. The next player is 242. Under the hammer, 242. Number 242, Gulcharan Singh, Ajao. His availability is not available from 20 May to 23rd May. Rest of the day he is available. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. He is a pinch hitter. The pinch hitter. The base price for 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh. Okay, the Warriors coming into the picture. Welcome Warriors. 1 lakh rupees. Warriors coming up for the picture. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. Sold. The player goes to Warriors. 1 lakh rupees. The next player is 251. 251. Under the hammer, 251. The player is Mohit Mulchandani. 17 years old, young gun. Might be fast on the ground. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Any team, anybody would like to open? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. Unsold. Let's go further. 189. The next number is 189. 189. Karan Bajaj, pinch hitter. The club, he has played for one of the club. Kaun sa club hai bhai? We cannot get that. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Karan Bajaj. Anybody? Karan Bajaj. Let me see who's going to open the bid for him. Karan Bajaj. Anybody for Karan Bajaj? 1, 2, 3. Unsold. The player goes unsold. Karan Bajaj. 228. The next number coming up is 228. The next number coming up is 228. 228. Ayush Devani. The young gun, just 16 years old. Anybody would like to bid? 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. Unsold. The player goes unsold. The next number is 243. The next player is 243. Jayesh Kelani coming up, the next player. Jayesh Kelani. The bid price starts with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, welcome Royal Challengers. 1 lakh 50,000 Kings 11. 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 2 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 2.5 Kings 11. 2.5 Kings 11. 2.5 Kings 11. 3 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 3.5 Kings 11. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees RC. 4.5 lakh rupees Kings 11. 4.5 Kings 11. 4.5 Kings 11. 4.5 Kings 11. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees RCV. 5.5 Kings 11. 5.5 Kings 11. 6 lakh rupees RCV. 6.5. 6.5 Kings 11. 7 RCV. 7 lakh RCV. 7 lakh RCV. Anybody else? 7 lakh. 7 lakh RCV. 7 lakh. 7.5. 7.5 Kings 11. 7.5 Kings 11. 7.5 Kings 11. 8 lakh rupees. Royal Challengers 8 lakh rupees. Royal Challengers 8 lakh rupees. Royal Challengers 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees for Royal Challengers. 8 lakh 1. 8 lakh 2. 8 lakh 3. Sold. The player sold to Royal Challengers for 8 lakh rupees. Congratulations RCV. The next player coming up. Under the hammer, player number 234. Player number 234. Player number 234. Pushkar Tanna. 16-year-old. Anybody would like to bid for this young gun? Anybody? Anybody guys, come on. Anybody? 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. Unsold. The player is unsold. As we going further, the next number under the hammer is half century. 50. Player under the hammer is 50. Number 50. Number 50. Kunal Roni. Kunal Roni, all-rounder, age 28. Availability for all days, played for gully. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to bid? Anybody would like to bid? Anybody? 1 lakh rupees for Super Giants. Welcome Super Giants. Welcome Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees Super Giants. 1 lakh rupees 1. 1 lakh rupees 2. 1 lakh rupees 3. The player sold to Super Giants. The next player, the next number coming up is 20. Number 20. Number 20. The next player. He has played for district by Yatin Mangwani. Ab maza aayega. Ab maza aayega. So the bid begins at 1. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to open. Okay, Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50,000 Daredevils. 150 Daredevils. 150 Daredevils. 150 Daredevils. 150 Daredevils. 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs. 250 Tuskers. 250 Tuskers. 3 lakh rupees Super Giants. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees Kings 11. 4 lakh rupees Kings 11. 450. 450 6 lakh. 455 lakh, sorry, rising 5, 5.5 Sunrisers, 5.5 Sunrisers, 6 lakh rupees, 6.5 Super Giants, 7 lakh rupees, 7 lakh rupees RCV, 7.5 rising, 7.5 rising, 8 Super Giants, 8.5 RCV, 8.5 RCV, 9 lakh rupees Daredevils, 10 lakh rupees rising, 11 lakh rupees Super Giants, 11.5 Royal, 11.5 Royal, 12 lakh rupees, 12 lakh rupees, 12.5 Pimpri, 13 rupees, 13 and a half, 13 and a half, 14 and a half, 15 with Sunrisers, 15 with Sunrisers, 15 and a half Super Giants, 16 for RCV, 16 and a half Pimpri Indians, 17 for Sunrisers, 17 and a half City Y, 18 to Royals, 18 and a half Sunrisers, 18 and a half Sunrisers, 19 for RCV, 19 for RCV, 19 and a half Sunrisers, 19 and a half Sunrisers, 20 for Daredevils, 21, 20 and a half Super Kings, 20 and a half Super Kings, 20 and a half, 1, 21 for Daredevils, 21 for Daredevils, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22 Super Kings, 22 Super Kings, 22 and 1, 22 and a half Daredevils, 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 22 and a half, 1, 22 and a half 2, 23 for Super Kings, 23 for Super Kings, 23 for Super Kings, 23 for Super Kings, 23 1, 23 and a half Daredevils, 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 24 Super Kings, 24 Super Kings, 24 lakh rupees Super Kings, 24 lakh rupees Super Kings, 24 1, 24 2, 24 3, sold. The player sold to Super Kings. 24 lakhs. He's a young gun, played for the district. Hope you have the best team. अगले और 5 numbers के बाद we gonna show the kitty again. अगले और 5 numbers के बाद we gonna show the kitty again. Okay, the next under the bid would be number 272. Number 272. Jayesh Mayaramani, the all-rounder. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's gonna open. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Titans. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50,000 Sunrisers. 1 lakh 50 Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 250 Tuskers. 250. 3 lakh rupees Daredevils. 3 lakh rupees Daredevils. 3 lakh rupees. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees. 4.5 Super Giants. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees Daredevils. 5.5 RCV. 6 lakh rupees Super Giants, 6.5. Super Giants, 6.5. 7 for Night Riders. 7 for Night Riders, 7.5. 7.5, 8 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 9 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 10 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 10 and a half for Daredevils, 11 lakh rupees for Royal Challengers, 11 and a half, 11 and a half Kings 11, Kings 11, 11 and a half, 12 Night Riders, 12 Night Riders, 12 Night Riders, 12 and a half, 12 and a half for Rising Royals, 12 and a half for Rising Royals, 13 for Sunrisers, 13, 13 for Sunrisers, 13 for 13 and a half, 13 and a half, Deccan for 13 and a half, 14 for Sunrisers, 14 and a half Sunrisers, Super, 15 for Night Riders, 15 for Night Riders, 15 and a half Rising, 15 and a half, 16, 16 and a half Sunrisers, 17, 17 and a half, 17 and a half, 17 and a half Kings 11, 17 and a half Kings 11, 17 and a half 1, 18 Night Riders again, 18, 18 and a half Sunrisers, 18 and a half Sunrisers, 19 Tuskers, 19 and a half Royals, 19 and a half Royals, 19 and a half Royals, 19 and a half 1, 19 and a half, okay, 20 Tuskers, 20, 20 and a half Kings 11, 20 and a half Kings 11, 20 and a half, 21 for Tuskers, 21 for Tuskers, 21 for Tuskers, 21 for Tuskers, 21 and 21 1, 21 and a half, 21 and a half Kings 11 again, 21 and a half Kings 11 again, 21 and a half, 22, 22 Tuskers, 22 for Tuskers again, 22 for Tuskers again, 22 1, 22 2, 22 3, sold. The player sold to Tuskers. Congratulations, Jayesh Mayaramani. The next player is 225, 225. Sanjay Kevlani, bowler, 33 years old. Let me see who's going to start the bid. He had played the gully cricket. Let me see who's going to open for this. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? Unsold. The player goes unsold. The next number is number 61. Number 61. He is already in the team, so thank you. Okay, the next number is 218. 218. 218. Sunny Kataria, the all-rounder. Sunny Kataria. Sunny Kataria, the all-rounder. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. Sunny Kataria, guys. Anybody, those who have played SPL, all the mentors, you might be knowing him. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody, 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Anybody who's going to open, 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3, sold, unsold. The player is unsold, sorry. The player is unsold. The next number under the hammer is 140. 140. The next number is 140. Okay, Murli, all-rounder. He really plays well. He has played all the tournaments. So, okay, we're going to begin with the Night Riders. Welcome, Night Riders, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome, Night Riders, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody who's want to grow? Anybody, 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50,000 Kings 11, 2 lakh rupees Pimpri, 2 and a half Night Riders, 2 and a half Night Riders, 3 lakh rupees Daredevils, 3 and a half, 4 Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 4 lakh rupees, 4 and a half Rising, 5 lakh rupees Night Riders, 5 and a half Kings 11, 5 and a half Kings 11, 6 lakh, 6 and a half Super Giants, 6 and a half Super Giants, 6 and a half Super Giants, 7 and a half Night Riders, 7 and a half Night Riders, 8 Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees for Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees for Kings 11, 8 and a half Night Riders, 8 and a half Night Riders, 9 lakh rupees for Kings 11, 9 and a half for Night Riders, 9 and a half for Night Riders, 10 lakh rupees for Kings 11, 10 lakh rupees for Kings 11, 10 lakh rupees, 10 lakh 1, 10 lakh, 10 and a half, 11 lakh rupees, 11 lakh for Warriors, 11 lakh for Warriors, 11 and a half Super Giants, 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 12 lakh rupees, 12 and a half Night Riders, 12 and a half Night Riders, 12 and a half Night Riders, 13 Super Giants, 13 and a half Deccan, 13 and a half Deccan, 13 and a half Deccan, 13 and a half Deccan 1, 13 and a half Deccan 2, 14 lakhs for Night Riders, 14 and a half Deccan, 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 15 Night Riders, 15 and a half Deccan, 15 and a half Deccan, 15 and a half Deccan, 16 for Night Riders, Night Riders 16, Night Riders 16, over to you Mayur, Night Riders 16, Night Riders 16, over to you Mayur, 16 and a half, over to you Chahat, 16 and a half, 16 and a half, 16 and a half, 16 and a half, over to you, 16 and a half 1, 16 and a half 2, 16 and a half, okay, 17 for Night Riders, over to you Deccan, 17 for Night Riders, 17 and a half Deccan, 17 and a half Deccan, over to you, 17 and a half, okay, they out, anybody else, 17 1, 17-2, 17-3. Sold. The player is sold to Deccan Chargers. Under the hammer, the next number coming up is 19. 1919. 1919. The player is Ajay Aswani, the opening batsman, state champ and the zonal player. The bid starts with 1 lakh rupees. Come on, let me see who's going to open. Night Riders, welcome Night Riders for 1 lakh rupees. Night Riders. 1 lakh rupees for Night Riders. Anybody else? Anybody who else? 1 lakh, 1,50,000 Pimpri Indians. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh. Okay, 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. Daredevils, 250, 250, 250, 300, 300, 300, 300 for Pimpri. 300 for Pimpri. 300 rupees, 300, 300. 300 Pimpri. 350, 400 for Warriors. 450 for Pimpri. 450 for Pimpri. 450 for Pimpri again. 450 for Pimpri again. Anybody else? 450 for Pimpri again. Pimpri Indians 450. 5 lakh. 5 lakh for Night Riders. 500. 500 for Night Riders. 500. 500 Night Riders. 501. 550. Warriors fighting again. 550. 550 Warriors. 550 Warriors. 550. 551. 6 lakh. 6 lakh rupees. 600. 600 for Night Riders. 600 for Night Riders. 601. 602. 603. Sold. The player sold to Night Riders. The next player coming under the hammer is number 60. Player number 60. The player number 60. Piyush Nathwani. All-rounder. Played gully cricket. Anybody would like to open for him? Anybody would like to open the bid for him? Anybody? Anybody? 1. RCV. RCV. Dunya ki duhai, yes. 1. RCV. RCV. Anybody else, guys? Anybody else? 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. Okay, 1.5 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians. 1.5 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians. 1.5 lakh. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees RCV. 2 lakh rupees RCV. 2 lakh rupees RCV. Anybody else? Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees. Pimpri Indians. अरे तेरा ही है अभी तक भाई, तेरा ही है, रुक. दुनिया की दुआई एक तरफ भाई. Okay, 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees with RCV. 2 lakh rupees RCV. Pimpri Indians. 2.5. 2.5 Pimpri Indians. 2.5 Pimpri Indians. पहली बार देख रहा है साले का ले रहा, मेंटर बोलता है अरे बस हो गया वे. 2.5. 2.5 to Pimpri Indians. Anybody? 2.5 to Pimpri Indians. 2.5 1. 2.5 2. Okay, 3 lakh rupees. कितना भी कर लो साले का प्यार है कैसे जाएगा वे. 3 lakh rupees to RCV. 3 lakh rupees to RCV. 3 lakh rupees 1. 3 lakh rupees 2. 3 lakh rupees 3. Sold. The player sold to Jijaji. Okay, over to you guys. Congratulations. Let's move on to the next player. अरे वो नहीं कर रहा था, भाभी उधर से नहीं ले रहा है. Jokes apart, the next player coming up is 103. Under the hammer, the next player coming up is 103. 103. 103. Khush Revatani, guys, a fast bowler, 17 years old. The bidding price starts at 1 lakh. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, guys. The base price is 1 lakh rupees. Number is 103. 103. Anybody, come on, let me see who's going to begin for him. Let me see who's going to begin. Okay. Pimpri Indians, welcome. 150 for Night Riders. 150 Night Riders. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh 1. Okay, 2.5 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2.5 lakh rupees for Warriors. 3 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 3 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 3 lakh rupees. 350 for Warriors. 350 for Warriors. 400 for Pimpri Indians. 400 for Pimpri Indians. 400 for Pimpri Indians. 450 for Warriors. 450 for Warriors. 450 for Warriors. 450 for Warriors. Anybody would like to join in again? 5 lakh. 5 lakh for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees. 5.5. 5.5 Warriors. Warriors fighting back. 5.5. 5.5 for Warriors. Anybody else who would like to join in? Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians. 5.5. 5.5 for Warriors. Any your call. Your call. Pimpri Indians. 5.5. 5.5 1. 5.5 2. 5.5 3. The player sold to Warriors. The next player is 208. 208. Okay, the next player. Oh my goodness. Koi to lo. Let's begin with the base prize of 1 lakh rupees. I expect to begin with RCV. 1 lakh rupees. Okay, welcome Kings 11. Anybody else? 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3, 1 lakh 3. इसके लिए हमने आपको मेंटर दिया है, कृपया उनकी सुने. इसके लिए हम लोग ने मेंटर दिया है, कृपया उनकी सुने. Thank you. Let's proceed further. Let's proceed further. Number 83. Number 83. Sumit Kataria, the spinner, batsman. Spinner and batsman. 17 years old. Played at tough. आजकल tough पे बहुत खेल रहे हैं. Okay. Anybody? Sumit Kataria, the base prize is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Come on, it's going to begin with the Warriors. Welcome Warriors for 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees Warriors. Anybody? Anybody else who would like to join in? 1 lakh rupees for Warriors. 1 lakh rupees for Warriors. Anybody else? 1 lakh 50,000 Rising Royals coming in. Rising Royals coming in 150. 150 Rising Royals. 150 Rising Royals. Anybody? Warriors, over to you. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. Come on. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. Anybody? Anybody? 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh 1. Okay, 2.5 lakh rupees Rising coming again. Rising Royals, 2.5. Rising 2.5. Rising Royals, 2.5. Over to you, Warriors. Over to you. 2.5. 3. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. Rising Royals, 3.5. 3.5. 3.5. Warriors, over to you. 3.5 for Rising Royals. The players with Rising Royals. Over to you. Over to you, Warriors. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh with Warriors. 4 lakh with Warriors. 4 lakh with Warriors. Rising, over to you. Rising. Rising, over to you. Okay, 4.5. 4.5 for Rising. 4.5 Rising. Warriors. Warriors, over to you. 4.5. 4.5 for Rising Royals. 4.5 for Rising Royals. 4.5 1. 4.5 2. 4.5 3. Sold. The player sold to Rising Royals. Guys, let's have a huge round of applause for the person जिनके ground पे हम लोग को ये सब करने मिल रहा है. Let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ganesh Kudle in the house, guys. I would request Ganesh sir to please come up on the stage, and Siri bhai to please come up on the stage to give away a token of love. Thank you so much for getting us such a beautiful lawn out here and allowing us to play out here. Guys, let's have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ganesh Kudle, guys. Thank you. एक्चुअली कैसा है ना, गणेश सर के इस पे कुदले लिखा हुआ है, इनके कोई कोई पासपोर्ट पे कुदलानी भी लिखा हुआ है, बिकॉज ये आधे से ज़्यादा सिंधी है यार, सो अदरवाइज ही वुड हैव पेड द फॉर्म. थैंक यू गणेश सर, थैंक यू सो मच. लेट्स हैव अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज अगेन. थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू सो मच. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's proceed further, guys. The next number under the hammer is 238. 238. Number 238. Piyush Ramnani, the all-rounder. Piyush Ramnani, the all-rounder. The base prize of 1 lakh rupees. Let me see who's going to begin it. Let me see who's going to begin it. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Piyush, the all-rounder. Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. 150. 2 lakh rupees. 2.5 Super Giants. 3 lakh rupees Night Riders. 3.5 Royal. 3.5 Royal. 4 lakh rupees Night Riders. 4.5 Super Giants. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri. 5 lakh Pimpri. 550. 550 Royals. 6 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 6 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 6 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 6.5 for Kings 11. 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 7 for Super Giants. 7.5 for Night Riders. 7.5 for Night Riders. 8 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 8 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 8 lakh rupees. 8.5 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 9 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 9 lakh rupees for Night Riders. Night Riders 9 lakh rupees. Night Riders 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh 1. 9.5 for Kings 11. 9.5 for Kings 11. 9.5 for Kings 11. 10 for Tuskers. Welcome Tuskers. Tuskers 10 lakh rupees. Tuskers 10 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 10.5 for Kings 11. Kings 11 10.5. 11 for Tuskers. Night Riders 11.5. Night Riders 11.5. Night Riders 11 and a half. 11 and a half Night Riders. 11 and a half 1. 1200 for Tuskers. 1200 for Tuskers. Come on. 12 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 12 lakhs for Tuskers. 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 12 and a half Night Riders. 12 and a half Night Riders. Tuskers. 12 and a half Night Riders. Tuskers. 12 and a half Night Riders. 13 Tuskers. 13. 13 Tuskers. Night Riders. 13 Tuskers. Night Riders. 13 Tuskers. 13 for Tuskers. 13 and a half Night Riders. 13 and a half Night Riders. Tuskers, over to you. Tuskers. 13 and a half Night Riders. 14 Tuskers. 14 Tuskers. 14 Tuskers. 14 Tuskers. Night Riders, over to you. Night Riders, over to you. Over to you. 14 is Tuskers. Night Riders. 14 and a half. 14 and a half Night Riders. Tuskers, over to you. Tuskers, over to you. 14 and a half the players with Night Riders. 14 and 15 lakh rupees. 15 lakh rupees for Tuskers. Over to you. Over to you. Night Riders, over to you. 15-1. 15-2. 15 and a half. Kings 11 coming up. Welcome Kings 11. Welcome Kings 11. 15 and a half. 15 and a half Kings 11. 15 and a half Kings 11. Tuskers. Tuskers, over to you. 15 and a half Kings 11. 16. 16 Tuskers again. 16 Tuskers again. 16. 16 and a half Kings 11. 16 and a half Kings 11. 16 and a half Kings 11. Over to you Tuskers. 16 and a half Kings 11. 17 Tuskers. 17 Tuskers. 17 Tuskers. Over to you Kings 11. 17 Tuskers. Kings 11, it's your turn. 17 Tuskers. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. Tuskers, over to you. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. Over to you, Tuskers. 17. Okay, 18. 18 for Tuskers. 18 for Tuskers. 18 for Tuskers. 18 and a half Kings 11. 18 and a half Kings 11. 18 and a half Kings 11. Tuskers, over to you. Tuskers, over to you. 18 and a half. 19. Tuskers 19. Tuskers 19. Over to you, Kings 11. Over to you. 19. 19 the player is with Tuskers. 19. 19. 19. 19-1. 19 and a half. 19 and a half the players with Kings 11. 19 and a half players with Kings 11. 19 and a half. Tuskers, over to you. 19 and a half. 20. Tuskers goes for 20. Tuskers goes for 20. 20. 21. 22. 23. Sold. The player is sold to Tuskers. Okay. Well, so guys, the final announcement again, I can see many of the players have joined the teams. Please यार बाहर चले जाओगे तो अच्छा है, मतलब बैरिकेडिंग के बाहर चले जाओगे तो अच्छा है. You the Nelson 222. 222. The player is Aryan Jamtani, the bowler. The Aryan Jamtani, the bowler. Anybody who would like to start the bid? Anybody? Anybody, guys? 1. Anybody, guys? 2. Anybody? 3. The player is unsold. 219. The player 219. 219. The player number 219. The player is Yogesh Achra, the all-rounder. Again, a gully cricket, but he's available for all days and he's young gun, just 18 years old. Anybody, come on, let me see who would like to go for it. Anybody? Anybody else? 1 lakh. Welcome RCV. 1.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 1.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 1.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. Super Giants, 1.5 lakh rupees. 1.5 lakh rupees, 1. 2 lakh rupees RCV. 2 lakh and a 2.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 2.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 2.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 2.5 lakh. 3 lakh rupees RCV. 3.5 lakh rupees Super Giants. 3.5 Super Giants. 3.5 Super Giants. Over to you RCV. RCV. 3.5 for Super Giants. 3.5 for Super Giants. 3.51. 3.52. 3.53. Sold. The player is sold to Super Giants. The next player under the hammer will go is number 166. Player number 166. Deep Chandnani. यार फेस वैल्यू ही मिटा दिया तुमने तो इसकी यार. Deep Chandnani. Okay. जनतानी impressions का बंदा है. हाँ. Come on. Anybody? The base price is 1 lakh rupees. लिया रहेगा यार. Okay. Anybody? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Warriors, welcome Warriors for Deep Chandnani. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh rupees. 1. Lions. Lions, 1.5 lakh rupees. 1.5 lakh rupees. Lions, 1.5 lakh rupees. Over to you, Warriors. 1.5 lakh rupees from Lions. 1.5 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh rupees from Warriors. 2 lakh rupees from Warriors. Over to you, Lions. 2.5 lakh rupees. Lions, 2.5 lakh rupees. 2.5 lakh rupees. Lions, Warriors, over to you. Warriors, 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees, Warriors. Warriors, 3 lakh rupees. Over to you, Lions. Over to you, Lions. 3 lakh rupees by Warriors. 300 rupees, 301. 3.5 lakh rupees. 3.5 lakh rupees, Lions. 3.5 lakh rupees, Lions. Warriors, over to you. 3.5 lakh rupees. 3.5, 1. 3.5, 2. 3.5, 3. Sold. The player is sold to Lions. 224. The player number 224. Sahil Mangwani, the party animal. So the auction begins at 1 lakh rupees. The 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to start the bidding? Anybody would like to start the bidding? Anybody? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1, 2, 3. The player is unsold. The player is unsold. The next coming up is 177. 177. Auction under the hammer. 177. Mayank Hilwani, the leg spinner, just 16 years and played the ZP's ki matches kheli hui hai. So come on, let me see. I'm sure there are going to be some raises for this. Anybody, come on, let's start the bid at 1 lakh rupees. Anybody, come on, 1 lakh rupees. Let's start the bid at 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 2, 1 lakh rupees. 3. Oh, sorry. We're going to repeat it again. 1 lakh rupees, Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees, Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees, Super Kings. Anybody else who would like to join in? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 2, 1 lakh rupees. 3. So the player is sold to Super Kings. Under the hammer, 162. I'm definitely sure mentor जो आपके साथ बैठा है, he can at least tell you कि भैया इसमें कुछ तो झलक है. That's the reason new players को लेना भी ज़रूरी है. The next coming up is Gaurav Notwani, all-rounder. Gaurav Notwani, all-rounder. Anybody would like to start the bid for him? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. Unsold. The player goes unsold. The next is number 99. Number 99. The player is Hitin Jokani. All days gully cricket, the young gun. Anybody who would like to bid for him? Anybody? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Warriors. 1,50,000 Super Giants. 150 Super Giants. 150 Super Giants, Warrior, over to you. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2,50,000 Super Giants. 2,50,000 Super Giants. 2,50,000 for Super Giants. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 350 Super Giants. 350 for Super Giants. 350 for Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh for Warriors. 4 lakh rupees for Warriors. 4 lakh rupees for Warriors. Anybody? 4 lakh rupees for Warriors. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees. 1. 4 lakh rupees. Okay, 4 lakh 50 for Daredevils. 4 lakh 50 for Daredevils. 450 for Daredevils. 450 for Daredevils. 450. 450 for Daredevils. 1. 450. 5 lakh rupees. Warriors for 5 lakh rupees. Warriors 5 lakh rupees. Warriors 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees. 1. 5 lakh rupees. 2. 5 lakh rupees. 3. The player sold to Warriors. The next player is 204. The player 204. Sahil Natwani, the bowler. Anybody who would like to bid for the next gun? The upcoming. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Unsold. वरुण तू चला गया, अगर वो उठा लेता था ऊपर. Okay, jokes apart, 195. The next number is 195. 195. Monish Totlani. All days gully cricket. Pinch hitter. Anybody would like to take a call? Anybody would like to go for the 1? Anybody? 2? Anybody? 3. Unsold. The player goes unsold. Number 96. Karan Uttam Chandani. Karan Uttam Chandani, the base price is 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to take a first bid? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Warriors. 1,50,000 Night Riders. 150 Night Riders. 150 Night Riders. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2.5 Night Riders. 2.5 Night Riders. 2.5 Night Riders. 2.5 Night Riders. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 3.5 Warriors. 3.5 Warriors. 3.5 Warriors. 4 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 400 for Night Riders. 450. 450 Pimpri Indians. 500 for Rising Royals. 500 for Rising Royals. 500 for Rising Royals. 550 for Night Riders. 550 for Night Riders. 550 for Night Riders. 551. 552. 553. Sold. The player is sold to Night Riders. The next under the hammer is going to go 132. 132. Tarun Aswani. Tarun Aswani, the all-rounder, who had played the SPL as well. Come on, let me see. Anybody would like to bid him? The opening bid for 1 lakh rupees. The opening bid for 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Come on, anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player is unsold. The player remains unsold. The next under the bid is 267. 267. He's already, हाँ तुम मत उठाओ, मेरे को मालूम है already team में है. He's already in the team. The next number coming up under the hammer is Langda. I mean 7. Number 7, a single digit number 7. Monty Alvani. Monty Alvani. Anybody who would like to bid for Monty Alvani, guys? 1 lakh rupees the bidding price. Let's begin with 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Come on, guys. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. Unsold. The player goes unsold. The next player is 48. 48. Under the hammer, the next player goes is number 48. Gitesh Mulchandani. Gitesh Mulchandani. Anybody would like to bid? The opening bid is 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees is the opening bid. Okay, 1 lakh rupees for Night Riders. Welcome Night Riders. 150 for Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees. 250 Sunrisers. 250. 250. 3 lakh rupees Daredevils. 3 lakh rupees Daredevils. 3 lakh for Daredevils. 350 RCV. 350. 350 RCV. 4 lakh Night Riders. 4 lakh. 4 lakh 50 again RCV. 450. 5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 6 lakh rupees. 6 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 6.5 lakh rupees for Royal Challengers. 6.5 for Royal Challengers. 6.5. 6.5 for Royal Challengers. 7 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 7 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 7 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 7 lakh. 7 lakh. Anybody else? 7 lakh. 7.5 for Night Riders. 7.5 Night Riders. 8 lakh rupees for Rising Royals. 8 lakh rupees for Rising Royals. Rising Royals, 8 lakh rupees. Anybody else who would like to bid? 8 lakhs. 8 lakhs. The player is with Rising Royals. 8 lakh 1. 8 lakh. 8 lakh 50,000. 9 lakh rupees Tuskers. 9 lakh rupees. Tuskers, 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh rupees Tuskers. 9.5 Sunrisers. 9.5 Sunrisers. 9.5 Sunrisers. 9.5 Sunrisers. Anybody? 9.5 Sunrisers. 9.5 1. 9.5 2. 9.5 3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. The next player is 34. The player number 34. Vishal Dharmani, the pinch hitter. Anybody who would like to go for Vishal Dharmani? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player is unsold. The next player is 267. Number 267. Next player is 267. This is just done. $181. 181. Lakhan Sukheja, the pinch hitter. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. Mr. Lakhan Sukheja. Anybody would like to start the bid? 1 lakh rupees. Okay. Daredevils, 1 lakh rupees. 150 for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh for Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 250 for Tuskers. 3 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 3 lakh. 350. 354. 400 for Kings 11. 400. 450. 450 for Daredevils. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri. 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri. 5 lakh rupees Pimpri. 5 lakh. Anybody else? 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri. 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. 5 lakh 3. Sold. The player goes for 5 to Pimpri Indians. The next player coming up is number 72. 72. Saurabh Ramchandani, the pinch hitter. Saurabh Ramchandani. Anybody would like to start the bidding? That the base price of 1 lakh. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 159. The next is 159. 159. The next player is 159. Aditya Bajaj, the batsman. Aditya Bajaj, the batsman. Aditya Bajaj, the batsman. Anybody who would like to start the bid at 1 lakh? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player goes unsold. The player remains unsold. 147. Under the hammer, 147. Ronak Punjabi. It's time to take it higher. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. I'm going to pick it 1 lakh se seedha 2 lakh jayega abhi. So let me see. 1 lakh. Warriors, 1 lakh. 2 lakh rupees. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees. 9 lakh rupees. 10. 10 lakh rupees. 11. 11 Daredevils. 12. 13 Super Kings. 14 RCV. 15 Super. 16 Super Kings. 17 Daredevils. 18 for Super Giants. 19. 20 RCV. 20 RCV. 20 RCV. 21 Super Kings. 22 for Deccan. 22 for Deccan. 23 Super Kings. 23 Super Kings. 24 Kings 11. 25 Daredevils. 25 Daredevils. 25 Daredevils. 26 Kings 11. 26 Kings 11. 26 Kings 11. 26 Sunrisers 27. Sunrisers 27. 27 Sunrisers. 27 Sunrisers. 27 lakhs Sunrisers. 27. 28 Kings 11. 28 lakhs Kings 11. 28 1. 29 Sunrisers. 29 Sunrisers. 29 30 for Kings 11 again. 30 for Kings 11. 31 32 31 for Sunrisers again. 31 joining again Sunrisers. 31 lakh rupees. 31 lakh for Ronak Punjabi. Ronak Punjabi 31 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 31 1. 31 2. 31 3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. 31 lakhs Ronak Punjabi. 116 116 Kushal Chaudhary, the batsman, who had played for the zonals as well, the ZPs as well. So anybody, come on, who's going to start the bid at just 1 lakh virtual money? 1 lakh, anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. Unsold. The player remains unsold. Number 42. Number 42. Harshit Tilwani. Harshit Tilwani. So come on, let me see who's going to open the bid. Open the bid. Open the bid at 1 lakh. Open the bid at 1 lakh. Open the bid. They can charge us. Shall we begin? Open. You want to open for it? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. Sold. The player is sold to Deccan Chargers. 249. The player under the hammer is going to go 249. He's unavailable. He's unavailable. Thank you so much. The next player is 163 under the hammer. 163 under the hammer. Mahesh Kattaria. Mahesh Kattaria. Anybody who would like to bid for 1 lakh rupees? I'm sorry, this is going to change after that. 163 bola tha. It's Mahesh Harjani, fast bowler, age 37. Anybody who would like to take the call? 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 2. 1 lakh. Okay, 1 lakh. Welcome, Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Mahesh. 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. This player sold to Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees. Under the auction, it goes number 167. 167. He's all-rounder, Harsh Wadhwani. Harsh Wadhwani, he's all-rounder. Who's going to start the bid at the cost of 1? 1 lakh. Who's going to start? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Okay, 1 lakh rupees for Deccan Chargers, 1 lakh 50,000 for Warriors, 2 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians, 2.5 lakh rupees for Deccan, 2.5 lakh rupees for Deccan, 2.5 lakh Deccan, 3 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians, 3 lakh Pimpri Indians, 3.5 Deccan Chargers, 3.5 Deccan Chargers, 3.5 Deccan Chargers, 4 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians, 4.5 for Deccan, 4.5 for Deccan, 4.5 for Deccan, 4.5 for Deccan, 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians, 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians, 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. Okay, 5.5 Sunrisers, the new entry. Welcome Sunrisers, 550, 550 Sunrisers, the new entry, 550. Indians, over to you, 550, 550 Indians, over to you, 551, 552, 553. The players is sold to Sunrisers. Okay, it's time for me to take some rest because I'm going to show you the kitty. Kiske paas kitna paisa baki hai. You're going to see it on the screen. Please bear with us. Can we please show the kitty? भैया तब तक म्यूजिक छोड़ो, थोड़ा सा हल्का सा, ज़्यादा आवाज़ नहीं, एकदम थोड़ा सा. Okay, Uttam Punjabi, if you can please show me the screen जहाँ पे सबका ये कर सकें please. अच्छा, it's going to take 2 minutes. Okay, music continue. Here we go.
तेरी सेक्सी बॉडी का हॉटस्पॉट खरीद लिया है आज. तू मुझको बता दे इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग नेटवर्क का असली राज. क्या चलेगी साथ में बातें करेगी रात में, ना रुकना नहीं है बेबी. मेरे ट्रक बड़ी तेरी कार से, मेरे कोलो जरा आ, मुझको सीने से लगा. ऊपर नीचे हलचल मची है, अब आएगा मजा. हाँ, कॉल पे देती नहीं रात में तू चुम्मा. घुमा जितना तो घुमा, आज रात तेरे लूंगा चुम्मा. मचक के चलती तू लगती मुझको कड़क. सिग्नल तू दे मुझको, जल्दी निकालो अपनी मैं टरक. तेरी नजरें आंखों से दिला दे मुझको लेकर. आज मैं तेरा आलू और तू मेरी रश्मिका. अंडवा मावा, अंडवा मावा. के सहरा खली बली हो गया है दिल, दुनिया से मेरा खली बली हो गया है दिल, खली बली हो गया है दिल, दुनिया से मेरा खली बली हो गया है दिल। जब से पहना है मैंने ये इश्क के सहरा खली बली हो गया है दिल, दुनिया से मेरा खली बली हो गया है दिल।
Finally, the kitty begin with the Daredevils. They are still at the same pace, 56-50. Kings 11 50, almost half teen is done. Rising Royals 67 lakhs. Sunrisers ने अभी तक सिर्फ 4 ही players लिए हैं. You have to gun, and because you just have left with 31-50. Super Kings almost 7 players, 26 left. Tuskers 45, they have to take 6 players more. Warriors are left with 35, more 5 players to be taken. Titans are going with a very slow pace. I don't know, they've done the homework properly. They've just taken 3 players yet. Super Giants with the 7 players. Royal Challengers 5 players. Pimpri Indians 5 players. Knight Riders have taken just 4 yet. And Deccan Chargers have taken 5. So 6 players more to be taken by them. So we're going to begin next to the game. Okay guys, back to the business again. Under the hammer, the next player is going to go is number 164. 164. Player number 164. Girish Hotwani, the all-rounder. Girish Hotwani, anybody would like to bid for him? Girish Hotwani. Welcome Titans, 1 lakh rupees. The opening bid by Titans, 1 lakh rupees. 1,50,000 for Kings 11. 1,50,000 for Kings 11. 2 lakh rupees from Tuskers, 2 lakh. 2,50,000 Super Giants, 250 Super Giants, 250 Super Giants, 250, 250, 3 lakh rupees Kings 11, 3.5 Royal RCV, 4 lakh rupees Super Giants, 4.5 Tuskers, 4.5 Tuskers, 5.5 Super Giants, 6 lakh rupees Pimpri, 6 lakh rupees 650 RV, 650 RV, 7 lakh rupees Pimpri, 7.5 Knight Riders, 8 lakh rupees for Super Giants, 8.5 Warriors, 8.5, 9 Royal Challengers, 9.5, 10 Knight Riders, 10.5 Rising, 11 Daredevils, 11.5, 12.5 Knight Riders, 13 for Warriors, 13.5 for Rising, 13.5 Rising, 14 for Warriors, 14.5 for Super Kings, 15 for Super Giants, 15.5 Knight Riders, 16 for Rising, 16.5 Super Kings, 17 Royals, 17.5 Warriors, 18 Super Giants, 18.5 Knight Riders, 19 for Royals, Royal Challengers, 19 Royal Challengers, 19 for Royal Challengers, 19.5 for Super Kings, 19.5 for Super Kings, 19.5 for Super Kings, 19.5 1, 19.5 20 for Warriors, 20.5 for Kings 11, 20.5 for Kings 11, 20.5 for Kings 11, 20.5 1, 20.5, 21 for Warriors, 21 for Warriors, 21 for Warriors, Warriors 21, anybody, 21.5, 21.5, anybody, 21 is with Warriors, 21.1, 21.5, Kings 11, 21.5, Kings 11, 21.5, 22 Warriors again, 22 Warriors again, 22 Warriors again, 22.1, 22.2, 22.5 with Kings 11 again, 22.5 Kings 11 again, 23 Warriors are not going to leave, 23 Warriors, 23.1, 23.2, 23. 23.5, 23.5 Kings 11, 23.5, 23.5, 24, 24 Warriors not letting it down. Warriors not letting it down. Warriors for 24, 24 for Warriors. Anybody else going to join in? 24-1, 24-2, 24-3. The player is sold to Warriors. The next player is 190. Under the hammer, the next player which will go is 190. 190. Chirag Jaurani, the left-handed batsman, SPL, the all-rounder. Anybody who will start the bid at 1 lakh. Anybody would like to start the bid. 1 lakh. 1 lakh. They can charge us welcome for the first. 1 lakh. 1,50,000. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh. 2 lakh and a half. 2.5. 3. 2.5. 3. 3 for Daredevils. 3.5. RC. 3.5. 4 lakh Night Riders. 4. 4.5. 4.5 Daredevils. 4.5 Daredevils. 5. 5. 5.5. 5.5 Super Giants. 5.5 Super Giants. 5.5. 6. 6 Pimpri Indians. 6. 6.5. 6.5. 7 Night Riders. 7. 7.5 Super Giants. 7.5 Super Giants. 7.5 Super Giants. 8. 8. 8 for Pimpri Indians. 8 for Pimpri Indians. 8.5 Deccan. 8.5 Deccan. 8.5 lakhs Deccan. 8.5 lakh rupees Deccan. 8.5 lakh rupees Deccan. Anybody else would like to join in? 8.5 in a Deccan. 8.5 Deccan 1. 8.5 Deccan 2. 9. 9.5. Kings 11 9.5. Kings 11 9.5. 9.5. 10. 10 Sunrisers. 10 Sunrisers. 10 for Sunrisers. 10 for Sunrisers. 10.5. 10.5 Rising Royals. 10.5 Rising Royals. Rising Royals 10.5. Anybody would else like to join in? 10.5 Rising Royals. 10.5 Rising Royals. 10.5 1. 10.5 12. 12. 12 lakh for Kings 11 again. Kings 11 coming up. 11. Sorry. 11. 11. 11 for Kings 11. 11 for Kings 11. 11 for Kings 11. Anybody else who would like to join in? 11 1. 11.5 Rising Royals. Rising Royals 12. 12 for Kings 11 again. 12 for Kings 11 again. 12 for Kings 11 again. 12.5 Rising Royals. 12.5. 13. 13 for Kings 11. 13. 13 for Kings 11. 13. 13 for Kings 11. 13 for Kings 11 1. 13 for Kings 11 2. 13.5. 13.5 Rising. 13.5 Rising Royals. 13.5 Rising Royals. 13.5. 13.5 Rising Royals 1. 13.5 Rising Royals 2. 13.5 Rising Royals 3. The player is sold to Rising Royals. 156. The next player goes is 156. Rahul Pehlajani, all-rounder. Played for college tournaments. The young gun of 23. Anybody would like to take a bid? Anybody? 1 lakh. Anybody? 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains. One player is unsold. But again, and there is no other bid, so I can give it to you. There is no other player. The player goes to Super Giants at the opening bid of 1 lakh rupees. The player goes to. Okay, 1 lakh. 1 lakh 50. I got the bid again. 150. I got the bid behind again. 150. I get the bid again. I wouldn't have opened 150. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees to you. 2.5 lakh rupees to Warriors. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 3 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 3 lakh rupees to Super Giants. Warriors over to you. 3.5. 3.5. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees to Super Giants. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees for Super Giants. Warriors over to you. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh 1. 4 lakh 2. 4 lakh 3. The pair sold to Super Giants at 4 lakh rupees. बहुत ही अमेजिंग प्लेयर है. The two fat ladies. The next number under the bid is 88. 8 and 8, 88. Ashish Keswani. Ashish Keswani. Ashish Keswani. Anybody would like to start the bid at 1 lakh rupees? Anybody would like to start? Anybody would like to start? 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to start? 1 lakh 1. Anybody like to start? 1 lakh 2. Anybody? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh. Night Riders. Nighters starting the bidding. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 50,000 Warriors. 1 lakh 50,000 Warriors. 1 lakh 50,000 for Warriors. 1 lakh 50,000. 2 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 2 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 2 lakh rupees for Night Riders. Warriors over to you. 2 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2 lakh 3. The player is sold to Night Riders. Check. Okay, guys. Now The game is getting very on a different level. It's a request. Sirf mentors बैठो and all the players please leave the tables and please be at the back. Because the things are going other way around, so I request all the players to please move. I would request all the players to please move. Please. All the players, only the mentors are going to be seated. Only the mentors, please. Only the mentors, I would request rest all. Rest all, please move on, guys. It's a humble request. If you're not moving out in the next 2 minutes, you will be disqualified, please. Thank you. Thank you. Guys, no hard feelings, क्योंकि कुछ चीजें अलग हो रही है, so it's a request. Thank you. Suraj, last warning. Suraj. Gulshan Gangwani, please be out. Guys, in case अगर कोई दूसरा player दिख गया, trust me, you're going to be out of this league. Thank you. Please. Guys, no hard feelings. Try to understand, please. The next player under the hammer is 170. 170. 170. The next player under the hammer. 170. Rishi Injanani. Batsman, 19 years old. Anybody would like to take a bid on 1 lakh rupees? The opening price of 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Anybody? Come on. Anybody? 1? Anybody? 2? Anybody? 3? The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next player under the bid is 212. 212. Number 212. Dheeraj Khubchandani. The aged player with a lots of experience. The aged player with a lots of experience who always played most of the time on the days. Deccan Chargers, welcome Deccan Chargers. Welcome Deccan Chargers. The opening bid of 1 lakh rupees. Deccan Chargers. Anybody would like to take a bid? Anybody? Anybody, guys? Deccan Chargers with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is sold to Deccan Chargers. The best player sold on a very lower cost. The player 247. Number 247. 247. Prakash Asudani. Again from the same team they play. Prakash Asudani. Who would like to start the bid at 1 lakh? Who would like to start? 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 150. 150. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 250. 253. 3.5. 3.5 Night Riders. 3.5. 4. 4.5. 4.5. 4.5. 5. 5. 5.5. 6. 6. 6. 6.5. 6.5. 7. 7. 7.5. 7.5. 8 Night Riders. 8. 8.5 Royal Challengers. 8.5. 8.5 Royal Challengers. 9 Super Giants. 9. 9 lakh for Super Giants. 9 lakh. 9.5. 9.5 Royal. 10 Night Riders. 10 for Night Riders. 10. 10 lakh Night Riders. 10 lakh for Night Riders. 10.5 Deccan Chargers. 10.5 Deccan Chargers. Deccan Chargers 10.5. Anybody? Deccan Chargers 10.5. Last call. 10.5. 10.5 1. 10.5 Royals 11. 11. 11.5. 11.5 12. 12 Royal Challengers 12. Royal Challengers on 12. Royal Challengers on 12. Anybody? 12.5 Super Giants. 13. 13 Deccan. 13 for Deccan. 13 for Deccan. Anybody else who would like to join? 13. 13. 13 for 1. 13 for 2. 13. 13.5 Kings 11. 13.5 Kings 11. 13.5 Kings 11. Anybody? 13.5 Kings 11. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise? 13.5. 13.5. 14. 14 for Deccan Chargers. 14 for Deccan Chargers. Deccan Chargers 14. Anybody else who would like to raise? 14 for Deccan Chargers. 14.1. 14.2. 14.3. Sold. The player sold to Deccan Chargers. The next player is Bawan, 52. The player under the hammer, 52. Mahesh Chandiramani. I expect this to begin with Lions. Mahesh Chandiramani. If anybody would like to bid. Okay. 1 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000 Super Giants. 1 lakh 50,000 Super Giants. 1 lakh 50,000 Super Giants. 2 lakh rupees Royal Challengers. 2 lakh. 2 lakh and a half. 2 lakh and a half. 3. 3 for Night Riders. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 3 lakh rupees. 350. 350 for Rising Royals. 4 lakh. 4 lakh for Super Giants. 4 lakh for Super Giants. 4 lakh. Super Giants 4 lakh. Super Giants 4 lakh. 450 RCV. 450 RCV. 450. 450 5 lakh rupees Royals. 5 lakh rupees Royals. 5 lakh rupees Royals. 5 lakh rupees for Royals. 5 lakh. Anybody else? Anybody else? 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. Okay. 550. 550 for Kings 11. 550 for Kings 11. 550 for Kings 11. Royals over to you. 550 for Kings 11. 550. 6 lakh, 6 for Royal, 6 lakh rupees for Royal, 6 for Royal, 6.5 by Kings 11, 6.5 Kings Lion, Royals, over to you. 6.5 by Kings 11. Tuskers, 7 lakh rupees, Tuskers coming at the new bidding, 7 lakh, 7.5 Kings 11, 7.5 Kings 11, 7.5 Kings 11. Tuskers and Royals, 7.5 for Kings 11, the player is with Kings 11, 7.5, 7.5 1, 7.5 2, 7.5 3, the player is sold to Kings 11. The next player under the hammer will go is number 120, 120. Number 120. Guinea Punjabi. Anybody who would like to start the bid? Anybody would like to open the bid for Guinea Punjabi? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? Unsold. The player remains unsold. The next player is 113. The next player is 113. Mayur Basantani, the spinner. Anybody who would like to go for this gully cricket boy? Anybody, come on. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player goes unsold. The next is 89. Under the hammer, the next player coming up is 89. The player number is 89. Deepak Chandranani. Here we go. I'm going to begin. I expect this from the 2 teams at least. 2 teams, come on. Anybody? Knight Riders or Super Kings? Either. Super Kings, yes. Super Kings coming up first. Opening bid of the 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, Super Kings. Super Kings, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? Deepak Chandranani, a person who runs very fast. He's a very good football player and the cricket player as well. 1, 2, okay, 1.5 lakh rupees. 1.5 lakh rupees for Royal Challengers. 1.5 lakh rupees 1. 1.5 lakh rupees 2. 2 lakh rupees. 2.5 lakh rupees for Kings. 2.5 lakh rupees for Kings. 2.5 for King. 2.5 lakh for King. 2.5 1. 2.5 2. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees. 3.5 lakh rupees. 3.5 lakh rupees Kings 11. 3.5 lakh rupees Kings 11. 3.5 1. 3.5 2. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees. 4.5. 4.5 for Kings 11. 4.5 for Kings 11. 4.5 for Kings 11. 4.5 for Kings 11. ये आरसीबी का 4 था, उसका 4.5 है. 4.5. 4.5 1. 4.5 2. 4.5 3. The player is sold to Kings 11. The next number is 15. The next number is 15. 15. Okay, Prakash Sivani. The 49 years old. Anybody would like to take an experience in the team? 1. Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. 226. 226. The player under the hammer coming next is 226. Hitesh Batwa. I expect this to begin with Daredevils at least. The opening bid of 1 lakh rupees. Opening bid with 1 lakh rupees for Mr. Batwa. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 125. 125. 125. 125. Yash Ramnani, the pinch hitter. The pinch hitter available for all days, a young gun. Anybody would like to take the pinch hitter to be a part of your lower order? Okay, Warriors welcome, 1 lakh rupees. Warriors 1 lakh. RCB 1.5. RCB 1.5. RCB 1.5. Warriors over to you. 2 lakhs. Warriors 2 lakhs. Warriors 2 lakh. RCB over to you. RCB over to you. 2 lakhs Warriors. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2 lakh 3. The player sold to Warriors. The next player coming up is 206. 206 under the hammer. Suraj Chanchalani. Come on, let me see. At least Kings 11 to start with. Anybody, come on. The bidding price of 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 1 lakh rupees for Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees for Super Kings. The entry, 1.5. 1.5 RCB. 1.5 RCB. Anybody? 1.5. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2.5 rupees Knight Riders. 2.5 Knight Riders. 3 lakh rupees for RCB. 3 lakh rupees for RCB. Good opening batsman, you can get 13. Good opening batsman, 2.5. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Super Kings. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Super Kings. Anybody else? 3 lakh 1. Okay, 3 lakh 50,000. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh and then 4.5, then 5. Tuskers for 5. Tuskers for 5 lakh rupees. Tuskers for 5 lakh rupees. Anybody? He's a good opening batsman. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh 1. 5.5 lakh rupees for Rising. 5.5 Rising. 6 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. Then 6.5 for Rising. 6.5 for Rising Royals. 6.5 for Rising Royals. 6.5 for Rising Royals. 6.5 for 1. Okay, 7. 7, then 7.5. 7.5 Titans. 7.5 Titans. 7.5 Titans. Anybody? The opening batsman. 7.5. 7.5. The player remains with Titans. 7.5. 7.5 1. 7.5 2. Welcome Sunrisers. 8. 8 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. The opening batsman 8 lakh rupees. Titans betting it again. 8.5. Titan betting it again. 8.5. 8.5 lakh. 8.5. 8.5 lakh 1. 8.5 lakh 2. 8.5 lakh 3. The 8.5 lakh 3. The player is sold to Titans. I'm sorry, Lions. The both came in at the same time. I'm so sorry. The next player coming up is 92. Number 92. The all-rounder, just 28. Photo pe mat jana. Don't go on the picture. The bidding starts at 1 lakh rupees. All-rounder, trust me, बहुत ही amazing player है. Very amazing player. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. Anybody who, okay, 1 lakh rupees. Warriors coming into the picture. 1 lakh rupees. Warriors. 1.5 Daredevils. 1.5 Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakhs rupees for the Warriors. We're going to count only when you raise that bar, not your hand. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh for Warriors. 2 lakh for Warriors. 2 lakh for Warriors. 2 lakh. Anybody. 2 lakh. 2 lakh 50,000 for Tuskers. 260. 300. 300 for Super Giants. 300 for Super Giants. 300. 300 for Super Giants. 300 for Super Giants. 300. 350. 350 for Warriors. 350 for Warriors. 400. 400 for Royals. 400 for Royals. 450 for Super Giants. 450 for Super Giants. 450. 450. 500. 550. Titans 550. Titans 550. 550 Titans. 600. 600 for Rising. 600 for Rising. 600 for Rising. 600. 600. 601. 602. 603. The player sold to Rising Royals. Rising Royals. The next player under the hammer is 214. Number 214. Umesh Harsinghani, the 34 years old, the pinch hitter. 34 years old. Experience matters. Anybody would like to bid? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. Number 62. Number 62. Number 62. Number 62 under the hammer. Number 62. The player is unavailable. The next is 237. 237. The next player. Okay. Kavya Keswani. Don't go to the faces, guys. Kavya Keswani. Anybody? Come on. Anybody would like to start the bid? Naveen Cherala Sandhya. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next goes to the number 41. Number 41. Number 41. Deepak Ladkani. The Deepak Ladkani, and let me see who's going to bid for it. The opening bid of 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. Number 47. Number 47. Number 47. Gaurav Ravlani. Again, anybody who's going to open the bid? 1. Anybody going to open the bid? 2. Open the bid? 3. Unsold. Well, जिन लोग भी unsold जा रहे हैं भाई, next time अच्छा वाला फोटो दो. अच्छा वाला फोटो दो, ज़्यादा better है. 193. 193. 193. Oh my God. Tarun with double A, Dharman. Anybody who would like to start? Anybody? Anybody who would like to bid? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Okay. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. Anybody else? 1. 1 lakh. 2. Okay, 1,50,000. 1,50,000 for Warriors. 1,50,000 for Warriors. 1,50,000 for Warriors. Anybody? Anybody for Tarun? Tarun for AA. 150 Warriors 1. 150 Warriors 2. 150. Okay, 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees 1. 2 lakh rupees 2. 2 lakh rupees 3. The player Tarun with AA is sold to Tuskers. The next player is 283. 283. Naveen Dharmani, the all-rounder. Naveen Dharmani, the all-rounder. The bid begins at 1 lakh rupees. The base price of 1 lakh rupees. Anybody would like to take a call? Rise the bid. Start the bid 1. Start the bid 2. Start the bid 3. The player remains unsold. The next player is 259. 259. Yash Dharmani, pinch hitter. Yash Dharmani, the pinch hitter. If anybody would like to rise, anybody would like to raise 1, anybody 2. Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Warriors. Warriors is going to be the first bidder. First bidder for Yash. 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is sold. The player is sold to Warriors. The next player is 274. 274. Harish Nawani, being the mentor for SPL and now as a player with a lot of experience. In short, in a Hindi we say Tartadya player. Okay, anybody. The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. Anybody, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody. Anybody would like to raise 1 lakh. 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. The next player is 173. The next player is 173. Kunal Sirwani, the spinner and the pinch hitter. He had played the SPL and the ZPE as well. Anybody who would like to raise? Okay. Welcome Daredevils. Welcome Daredevils at 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh. Okay, 1 lakh 50,000 RCV. 150 RCV. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh 50,000 Tuskers. 3 lakh rupees RCV. 3 lakh rupees RCV. 3 lakh. 3 lakh for RCV. 3 lakh RCV. 3 lakh. 3 lakh 1. 3 lakh 2. Okay, 350. 350. 350. 4 lakh. 4 lakh for Kings 11. 4 lakh for Kings 11. 4 lakh for Kings 11. 4 lakh 1. 4 lakh 2. 4 lakh 3. The player is sold to Kings 11. The next player under the hammer is 139. The player number 139. Jitesh Tilok Chandani. Jitesh, anybody who would like to go for the spinner and the pinch hitter, who might make you win some games at times? The bid starts at 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. Number 75. Number 75. Neeraj Kriplani. Neeraj Kriplani. He is not available only on 9th and 10th of May. He has played the SPL. The young gun. Anybody would like to start the bid at 1 lakh? 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Anybody? 1 lakh 1. Anybody? 1 lakh 2. Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Super Kings. 1 lakh rupees. Start the bid with 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. Anybody? 1 lakh 3. The player is sold to Super Kings. The player is sold to Super Kings at 1 lakh rupees. इधर भी वही हिसाब है दुनिया की दुहाई. Okay, the next player goes under the hammer is number 28. Number 28. The man himself, no need of introduction. Okay. Well, anybody, come on. The bids begin. The bid begins. Okay. Warriors, it's coming up first. Warriors, 1 lakh rupees. City Aswani, 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Warriors again. 2 lakh. 2.5. 2.5 Daredevils. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 3 lakh rupees Warriors. 3.5 Night Riders. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh. 4.5 Rising Royals. 4.5 Rising Royals. 5 lakh rupees. 5.5 Warriors. 5.5 Warriors. 6 lakh rupees Night Riders. 6.5. 6.5 Deccan. 7. 7 Rising. 7. 7.5 Super Giants. 7.5 Super Giants. 7.5. 8. 8.5. 8.5 Night Riders. 9. 9 for Rising Royals. 9 for Rising Royals. 9. 9 lakh for Rising Royals. 9 lakhs for Rising Royals. 9 lakhs. 9 lakhs for Rising Royals. 9 and a half, 9 and a half, 10. 10 for Super Giants, 10 for Super Giants, 10 for Super Giants, 10 and a half Rising, 10 and a half Rising Royals. 11 for Super Kings, 11 for Super Kings, 11 for Super Kings, 11 and a half, 12 for Pimpri Indians, 12 for Pimpri Indians. 12 for Pimpri Indians, anybody? 12 and a half for Super Giants, 13 for Super Kings, 13 and a half Super Giants, 13 and a half Super Giants, 13 and a half Super Giants, 14 for Super Kings again, 14 for Super Kings, 14 and a half Tuskers, welcome Tuskers, 14 and a half Tuskers, 14 and a half, 15 for Manjeet, 15 and a half for Super Giants, 15 and a half, 16 for Manjeet, 16 for Manjeet, 16 and a half Tuskers, 16 and a half Tuskers, 17 for Manjeet, 17 for Manjeet, 17 and a half, 18 and a half Manjeet, 18 and a half Manjeet, 19 and a half, 20 for Manjeet, 20 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 21 and a half, 22, 23, 23, it remains with Super Giants, 23 and a half Super Kings, 24 Tuskers, 24 Tuskers, 24 and a half Pimpri Indians, 24 and a half Pimpri Indians, 25 for Tuskers, 25 for Tuskers, 25 for Tuskers, 25 1, 25 2, 25 and a half Pimpri Indians, 26 for Tuskers, 26 for Tuskers, 26 for Tuskers, 26.1, 26.2, 26.3, sold. The player is sold to Tuskers. 266. Okay. I think after next two, I would request Avinash if you can be ready after 2 rounds. We're going to show the kitty again. After 2. ओके हर एक के पास जो ऐप दी हुई है आप उसमें देख सकते हो कि किसके पास कितने बैलेंस है. एवरीबडी हैव गिवन दैट ऐप. प्लीज आप उसमें देख लो, टाइम वेस्ट नहीं होगा. द नेक्स्ट प्लेयर इज 266 लोकेश लाला. I'm sure this is going to begin with Daredevils. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Lokesh Lala for the Daredevils. 1 lakh. Amazing bowler. Amazing fitness. Lokesh Lala. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Daredevils. 1 lakh. 1 lakh 50,000. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2 and a half. 2 and a half for Daredevils. 2 and a half. 3 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 3 lakh rupees for Kings 11. 3 and a half Daredevils. 3 and a half. 4 lakh rupees RCV. 4 and a half Kings 11. 4 and a half Kings 11. 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh for Daredevils, 5 lakh for Daredevils, 5 lakh, 5 and a half for Kings 11, 6 lakh rupees for RCV, 6 lakh rupees for RCV, 6 and a half for Kings 11, 6 and a half for Kings 11, 7 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 7 lakh, 7 and a half for Kings 11, 7 and a half for Kings 11, 8 lakh rupees, 8 lakh for Daredevils, 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 8 lakh 1, 8 and a half Kings 11, 8 and a half Kings 11, 8 and a half Kings 11, 8 and a half 1, 8 and a half 2, 8 and a half 3. The player 8 and a half, and I'm sorry, the player has been sold to Kings 11, 8 and a half. Number 13, no hard feelings guys, it was just both at the same time. Number 13, player under the hammer is going to go number 13. Mahesh Kataria. Anybody would like to start the bid at 1 lakh? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 205, 205. 205. Rahul Punjabi, the all-rounder. Rahul Punjabi, the 21-year-old young gun. Anybody would like to have a bid of 1 lakh rupees? The opening bid is 1 lakh, 1, number 2, and 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next is 104. 104. Vinay Mangwani, the medium pacer. Anybody would like to raise a bid? 1 lakh. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 244. Number 244. Number 244. Goldie Pahuja. Goldie Pahuja. The veg unavailable. Okay. Busy selling veg Ankush. 157. 157. Vijay Melvani. The experience matters. Anybody would like to raise? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 245. 245. 245. Ajay Nehlani. Ajay Nehlani. 36 years, played gully cricket all-rounder. Ajay Nehlani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Anybody who can raise the bar? 2. 3. The player remains unsold. Number 188. Number 188. Kamlesh Ramnani. The Kamlesh Ramnani, if anybody would like to. Kamlesh Ramnani. 1. 2. 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next player is 160. 160. 160. 160. 160. The next player. The next player 160. 160. 160. 160. All-rounder Manish Gareja. We have the live performance here. 160. Manish Gareja. Anybody? Anybody? 1 lakh rupees the base price. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 229. 229. 229. Prakash Ramnani. Anybody? Anybody would like the experience in the team? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next coming up is number 27. Sattavis. Number 27. Number 27. Number 27, Amit Ahuja. Amit Ahuja, if anybody. Anybody? 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 1. Anybody? Okay. Amit Ahuja. Warriors coming into the picture. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000. 2 lakh Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2 lakh. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2.5 lakh rupees. 2.5 lakh for Daredevils. 2.5 lakh for Daredevils. 2.5 lakh rupees. Daredevils. 2.5 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 2.5. 1. 2.5. 2. 2.5. 3. The player goes to Daredevils. Daredevils. 79. The next player is 79. Number 79. Anup Tolani, the pinch hitter who goes for the cricket every day. I'm going to begin with Super Giant. Super Giants, you're going to begin. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees, anybody? Anybody who would like to raise? 1 lakh rupees. Yes, we could begin with the Super Giant. Yes. Super Giants, anybody? बहुत सस्ते में जा रहा है player. 1 lakh. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player goes to Super Giant. 77. Number 77. Dhruv Kushalani, all-rounder, all days, ZPs and the schools he had played all-rounder. Anybody would like to start the bid at the cost of 1 lakh rupees? Anybody? 1 lakh? Anybody? 1? Anybody? 2? Anybody? 3? Sold. The player remains unsold. The next player is 37. Under the hammer, the next player is 37 number. Kunal Motwani. Kunal Motwani, the bowler. Okay, so who's going to start? Okay, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Royal Challengers. 1 lakh rupees. For the bowler, Kunal Motwani. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? Anybody else who would like to raise? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000. 2 lakh. 2.5 lakh rupees for rising. 2 lakh half thousand rupees for rising Royals. 2.5 lakh. 2.5 lakh for rising. 3 lakh rupees for RCV. 3 lakh for RCV. 3.5. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees for Lions. 4 lakh rupees for Lions. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 5. 5 for Lions. 5.5 rising Royals. 5.5. 6 lakh rupees for Royals. RCV. RCV for 6 lakhs. RCV for 6 lakh. Anybody? 6 lakh. 6.5 for Lions. 6.5 for Lions. 6.5 for Lions. Anybody else? 6.5, 1. 6.5, 7. 7 lakh rupees for RCV. 7 lakh for RCV. 7.5 for Lions. 7.5 for Lions. 8. 8 for RCV. 8 for RCV. 8.5 for Lions. 8.5 Lions. 9. 9 for RCV. 9. 9 for RCV. 9. 9 for RCV. Lions, over to you. 9 for RCV. 9 1. 9.5. 9.5 for Lions. 9.5 for Lions. 9.5 for Lions. 1. 9 point Lions for 2. 9 for Lions. 3. The player is sold to Lions. So the next player is 182. Under the hammer, the next player will go is 182. Hanish Devnani. All days gully cricket, age 17, quite young enough to play. Anybody one? Okay. Night Riders, welcome for 1 lakh rupees. Night Riders, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else who would like to join in? 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. Sold to Night Riders, sold to Night Riders. Number 97, number 97, 97, number 97. Mayur Mulchandani, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to start the bid at 1 lakh? Anybody would like to start? Anybody would like to start the bid at 1? Anybody? 2. Welcome Daredevils, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Daredevils, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is sold. I'm sorry. He was up, I wasn't there. 1.5. I'm sorry. 1.5 he was there. Sunrise was there. I'm also sorry. 1.5 for Sunrisers. 1.5 for Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees for Daredevils. Sunrisers, over to you. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5 lakh rupees. 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5. 2.5 lakh rupees. 2.5. 3 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 3 lakh. 3 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 3. 3.1. 3. 3.2. 3.5. 3.5 for Sunrisers. 3.5 for Sunrisers. 3.5 for Sunrisers. 3.5 for Sunrisers. 3.5.1. 3.5.2. 3.5.3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. 201. Under the player, the next player is 201. Naveen Tina, the batsman. Anybody would like to raise a bar for him? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. '86. Player number 86. Player number 86. Vinay Wadhwani. Vinay Wadhwani. All days played the spinner. ZP. Anybody would like to go 1? Anybody would like to raise 2? 3. The player remains unsold. Player number 35. Player number 35. Player number 35. Jitu Kukreja. I'm sure it's going to begin with Night Riders if they want. Night Riders. Anybody? Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next is 95. 95. Under the hammer is 95. Vishal Kundnani, the pinch hitter. Vishal Kundnani, if anybody would like to raise the bar. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. Number 43. Number 43. Pankaj Ramnani, the all-rounder. Played the SPL. He's available for all the days. Anybody to start the bid at 1 lakh? 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Royal. 150 for Night Riders. 2 lakh rupees for Royals again. 2 lakh. 2 lakh 50,000 for Night Riders. 250. 3 lakh rupees for RCV. 350. 350 Night Riders. 350 Night Riders. 4 lakh rupees RCV. 4 lakh rupees RCV. 4 lakh rupees for RCV. 4 lakh 1. 4 lakh 2. 4 lakh 50,000 for Kings 11. 5 lakh for Night Riders and 550 for RCV again. 550 for RCB again. Sunrisers 6 lakh rupees. Sunrisers 6 lakh rupees. Lions 6.5. 6.5. 6.5. 7. 7 for Night Riders. 7.5 for RCB. 7. 7.5 Lions.
7.5 Lions, 7.5 8, 8.5 9 RCB again, 9 RCB again, 9.5, 9.5 Night Riders, 9.5 Night Riders, 9.5 Night Riders, 10, 10 for Kings 11, 10.5 Pimpri Indians, 11 for Royal Challengers, 11.5 for Kings 11, 11.5, 12, 12.5, 12.5, 13 to RCB again, 13 to RCB again, 13.5 Kings 11, 13.5 Kings 11, 14 for Night Riders, 14.5 for RCB, RCB 14, 14.5 to Kings 11, 15, 15 for RCB, 15, 15, 15.5 for Night Riders, 15.5 for Night Riders, 15.5 for Night Riders, 15.5 1, 16, 16 to RCB, 16.5 Kings 11, Kings 11 16.5, Kings 11 16.5, Kings 11 16.5, 16.5, 17 Night Riders, 17.5 RCB, 19, 19 for Kings 11, 19 for Kings 11, 19. Sorry, 18, 18 for Kings 11, 18, 18 for Kings 11. Anybody else would like to raise 18, 18.5, 18.5 RCB, 18.5, 18.5.1, 19, 19 for Kings 11, 19, 19 for Kings 11, 19. Anybody else would like to raise 19 for Kings 11, 19 for 1, 19 for 2, 19 for 3. The player sold to Kings 11 Punjab. 221. The next player under the hammer is 221. Piyush Lund. कृपया फोटो पे ना जाएं. The number, anybody would like to raise the bar at 1 lakh rupees? Anybody? Anybody for the new young gun? 1, young gun 2, young gun 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. 101. 101, the next player. 101, Bharat Sewani. Bharat Sewani, anybody would like to take a call on 1, on a 2, on a 3. The player remains unsold. 213. The next player coming up is 213. 213, the next player coming in. 213. Hitesh Sachwani. Hitesh Sachwani. Hitesh Sachwani, if anybody would like to go for it. Hitesh Sachwani. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 203. 203. The player 203. Manish Nachnani, the duplicate of Virat Kohli. Yeah, anybody, come on, anybody would like to raise 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh, 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 63, number 63. Number 63. Tarun Mansukhani, the guns are going to be high now. Tarun Mansukhani. The bid price starts with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. All rounder, 1 lakh rupees. Welcome RCB, 1 lakh, 150. 2 lakh rupees Night Riders, 2 lakh for Night Riders, 2 lakhs, 2 lakhs Night Riders, 2 lakhs for Night Riders, 2 lakhs, 2 lakh 50,000 Daredevils, 250, 250 Daredevils, 250, 250 Daredevils 1, 3 lakhs, 3 lakh for RCB. RCB 3 lakhs, RCB 3 lakhs, 3.5 Daredevils, 3.5 Daredevils, 3.5, 4 lakh rupees for Rising Royals, 4 lakh 50 for Super Giants, 450 Super Giants, 450, 5 lakh rupees RCB, 5.5 Super Kings, 5.5 Super Kings, 6 for Daredevils, 6 for Daredevils, 6.5 Super Giants, 6.5, 7 lakh for Night Riders, 7.5 for RCB, RCB 7.5, 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 8 lakhs for Daredevils. 8 lakh for Daredevils, 8.5 Night Riders, 9 lakh rupees for Super Kings, 9.5 for RCB, RCB 9.5, 10 lakh rupees for Super Kings, 10 lakh rupees for Super Kings, 10 lakh for Super Kings, 10 lakh for Super Kings, 10.5 for RCB, 10.5 for RCB, 11 for Night Riders, 11.5 for Super Kings, 11.5 for Super Kings, 11.5 for Super Kings, 11.5 1, 11.5 2, 12 for RCB, 12 for RCB, 12 lakhs for RCB, 12 lakhs for RCB, 12 lakhs, 12.5 for Night Riders, 12.5 for Night Riders, 12.5 Night Riders 1, 12.5 Night Riders 2, 12.5 Night Riders 13 lakh for RCB, 13 lakh for RCB, 13 lakh 1 RCB, 13 lakh 2, 13 lakh 3. The player remains goes to RCV 13. Congratulations. The next player is 25, number 25, under the hammer. Number 25. Sagar Dharmani. Sagar Dharmani. Anybody? Injured, not available. Okay, this player is not available. We are so sorry. 39. The next player is 39. Next player is 39. The all-rounder Pawan Jaisinghani. Pawan Jaisinghani. Anybody would like to need? Anybody? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. Player number 256. Player number 256. Player number 256. Sahil Bharat Bhakchan. Anybody? Anybody? Anybody would like to raise? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next player is number 184. Number 184. Kishan Ramchandran. Kishan Ramchandran. Anybody would like to take? Would like to raise? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. Number 80. Number 80. Number 80. Vansh Tejwani, the pinch hitter. Vansh Tejwani, the pinch hitter. Anybody? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody? Okay, 1. 1 lakh rupees. 1,50,000 Tuskers. 1,50,000 Tuskers. 1,50,000 Tuskers. 1,50,000 Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 250. 250 for Tuskers. 250. 250 for Tuskers. 250. 250 for Tuskers. 251. 252. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 3 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh rupees 1. 3 lakh rupees 2. 3 lakh rupees 3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. The next player, 281. Number 281. One stage 1 is sold to Sunrisers. Gaurav Badlani. Gaurav Badlani. 281. Anybody would like to raise for Gaurav Badlani? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. Okay, number 1. Anybody else? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains the sold to Kings 11. Kings 11. 230. Number 230. 230. Roshan S. Ramchandani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Anybody? Lions. Lions coming up 1. Number 2. 150. 153. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 250 Night Riders. 250. 3 lakh rupees Tuskers. 3.5. 4 lakh Daredevils. 4 lakh Daredevils. 4. 4 lakh Daredevils. 4 lakh. 4 lakh Daredevils. Indians 450. 5 lakh rupees for RCV. 5 lakh rupees for RCV. 5 lakh. 5 lakh. 550. 550 for Night Riders. 550 more Night Riders. 550. 6 lakh. 6 lakh. 6.5 lakh rupees for Lions. 6.5. 7 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 7.5 for Royal Challengers. 7.5. 7.5. 8. 8 for Daredevils. 8. 8 for Daredevils. 8 lakhs for Daredevils. 8.5 Night Riders. 8.5 Night Riders. 8.5. 8.5 Night Riders. 8.5. Anybody? Anybody else? 8.5 for Night Riders. Anybody 1? 8. Okay. 9. 9 for Super Kings. 9. 9 for Super Kings. 9 for Super Kings. 9.5. 9.5 for Night Riders. 9.5. 9.5. 9.5 for Night Riders. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? 3. The player is sold to Night Riders for 9.5. Congratulations, Kings 11 Punjab, the first team to make all 11 players done and dusted. Let's have a huge round of applause for Kings 11. The next player is 82, the number 82. Kishore Pablani. Height come fight zyada, guys. Come on. Anybody? Anybody, guys? Very experienced player. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. Number 280. 280. Ravi Daryani. All-rounder. Anybody would like to bid for him? Anybody? 1 lakh rupees. The bidding price begins with 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 121. Player number 121. Dinkesh Tilwani. Dinkesh Tilwani. Deccan Chargers. Should I expect from you? Dinkesh. Okay, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh for the Deccan Chargers to begin with. 1.5. 1.5. 1.5. 2. 2.5. Night Riders 2.5. Night Riders 2.5. Night Riders 2.5. 2.5. 3. 3 for Rising Royals. 3. 3.5 for Super Giants. 3.5 for Super Giants. 3.5 for Super Giants. 3.5 for Super Giants. 4. 4 and then 4.5 for Deccan. 4.5 for Deccan. 4.5 for Deccan. भाई को कैसा नहीं लेगा? 4.5 for Deccan. 4.5 for Deccan. Anybody? Anybody else? 4.5 for Deccan. Anybody? 4.5 1. 4.5 2. 4.5 3. The player goes to the Hone family, Deccan Chargers. The next player is 30. Number 30. 30. Nikhil Mangwani, the all-rounder. Nikhil Mangwani, the all-rounder. Anybody would like to start the bid? Anybody would like to do the opening? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. Player 174. Player under the auction 174. Avinash Dardai, the medium pacer. Anybody would like to give a chance to the new face? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. 68. Number 68. Number 68. Mohit Mangtani, the pinch hitter. Mohit Mangtani, the pinch hitter. We begin with the Titans. Begin with the Titans. Welcome Titans. Titans. Mangtani, the Mohit Mangtani. Anybody else would like to take? Okay, 1,50,000. 1,50,000 Pimpri Indians, 1,50,000. 1,50,000, 2 lakh rupees for Titans. 2 lakh, 2,50,000. 2,50,000. 3 lakh rupees for RCV. 3 lakh rupees for RCV. 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs for RCV. 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs for RCV. Anybody? 3.5. 3.5 for Titans. 3.5. 3.5 for Titans. 3.5 for Titans. 3.5 for Titans. 3.5 1. 3.5 2. 3.5 3. The player is sold to Titans. Player number 90. Player number 90. Player number 90. Dinesh Rijwani, experienced player who had played many tournaments. Anybody who would like to have some experience in the team? Anybody? Welcome Warriors. Warriors to start the bidding with. 1 lakh rupees. Warriors for 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? Anybody else would like to try in? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 1,50,000 for Super Kings. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh 1. 2,50,000. 2,50,000 Super Kings. 2,50,000 Super Kings. 2,50,000 Super Kings 1. 2,50,000 Super Kings 2. 2,50,000 top. Number 3. And it goes to Super Kings. The player goes to Super Kings. 134. Player number 134. Avinash Tejwani. Let me see how many raises now. Anybody? Anybody guys? Anybody guys 1? Anybody guys 2? 3. Number 3 is the player goes unsold. Number 131. The player 131. 131. Bhavesh Bansali. Young gun, batsman, age 18. Anybody would like to? Anybody? Anybody guys? Okay. Rising Royals. Welcome. Rising Royals. 1 lakh rupees to bid with. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? 1.5. 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs. 2.5. 3. 3.5. 4. 4 lakh rupees. 4.5. 4.5 Warriors. 5 for Sunrisers. 5 lakh for Sunrisers. 5.5 Daredevils. 6 lakh rupees. 6 lakh rupees Rising. 6.5 for Lions. 6.5. 6.5 for Lions. 7 lakh rupees for Royal. 7.5. 7.5 Pimpri Indians. 7.5. 7.5 Pimpri Indians. 7.5 Pimpri Indians. 7. 8 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 8 lakhs. 8 lakhs for Sunrisers. 8.5. 8.5 Pimpri Indians. 8.5 for Pimpri Indians. 8.5. 8.5 for Pimpri Indians. 8.5 1. 8.5 2. 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh for Super Kings. 9 lakh for Super Kings. 9 lakh for Super Kings. 9 lakhs. 9 lakh for Super Kings. 9.5 Lions. 9.5 Lions. 9.5 1. 9.5 2. 9.5 3. The player is sold to Lions. Number 126. Number 126. Manish Kataria. Manish Kataria. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise? 1, 2. Okay. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Warriors. Welcome Warriors for Manish Kataria. Anybody? 1. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 Super Giants. 1,50,000 Super Giants. 1,50,000 for Super Giants. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees Warriors. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakhs. 2 lakh rupees for Warriors. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh for Warriors. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2 lakh 3. The player goes to Warriors. The next player, number 262. Number 262. Nal, the jack of all. Nal, the jack of all. Okay, we're going to start this bidding from 3 lakh rupees.
Check. Okay, balance for Daredevils is 54 lakhs. Right? 54 lakhs. Rising Royals 47,500 or 4750. Tuskers 17 lakhs. Tuskers. Titans 3950. Super Giants 44 lakhs. Knight Riders 4860. Deccan Charger 30 lakhs. Deccan Chargers 30 lakhs. Lions 14 lakhs. Lions 14 lakhs. Pimpri Indians 42 lakhs. Sunrisers 25 lakhs. Okay. Super Kings 22,500. I mean 2250. Royal Challengers 10 lakhs. Pune Warriors 650. Kings 11 is done.
पुणे वाले कितना प्ले हो गए?
10. एक ही बाकी है. Okay.
Hello guys, we need a big applause for Mr. भोजवानी. जोर से तालियां बजाओ यार. 6 घंटे से कंटिन्यू लगा पड़ा है बड़ा बंदा एकदम जोर से.
Thank you so much Manjeet. Thank you. Okay guys, it's a request again. फिर से आप सभी से request है यार, किसी और की मत मारो अगर तुम्हारे पास वो नहीं है तो प्लीज गाइस. It's a humble request. तव्हां सभिनि खे विनती आहे, पंहिंजो पाण खे सूर त ॿिए खे बि सूर न ॾियो, महिरबानी कयो. Thank you. The next player coming up under the auction is 186. 186. Naresh Anandani. Anybody guys? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 190. 196. Player number 196. 196. Kundunani. Ishan Kundunani. Anybody would like to raise the bar for Ishan Kundunani? Welcome Knight Riders. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Knight Riders. Anybody else? 1. 1,50,000 Super Kings, 1,50,000. 1,50,000 for Super Kings, 150. 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh, 250 for Tuskers, 250 for Tuskers, 250. 250 for Tuskers, 3 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 3 lakh rupees for Night Riders, 3 lakh rupees. 3 lakh for Night Riders. 3 lakh for Night Riders, 1. 3 lakh for Night Riders, 2. 350, 350, 350, 350. 350, 350, 350 for RCB, 350 for RCB, 350, 350 for RCB, 351, 352, 353, 353. It was later. It was later. I'm sorry. The player goes to Royal Challengers. 258. The player 258. Player is unavailable. Thank you. 161. 161. Ajay Kriplani. Ajay Kriplani. Should I expect the bid? 1. Okay. Welcome. 1 lakh rupees. He's a good keeper. Good keeper. 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh. 1 lakh rupees for Warriors. 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 for Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000 1. 1,50,000 2. 1,50,000 3. The player is sold to Pimpri Indians. The next player is 38. Player under the hammer is going to be 38. Ram Jokhani. Ram Jokhani, the spinner, 19 years. Anybody would like to take a call? 1, 2. Welcome Daredevils. 1. Daredevils. Anybody? 1. 1,50,000 Super Kings. 150 Super Kings. 150. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 250. 250 for Lions. 250. 250 for Lions. 250. Chennai. Chennai. 253. 3. 3.5. Check. 3.5 Daredevils. 3.5. 3.5 Daredevils. 4 Rising Royals. 4. 4 Rising Royals. 4. 4.5. 4.5 Super Kings. 4.5 Super Kings. 5 lakh Daredevils. 5 lakh Daredevils. 5.5 Super Kings. 5.5 Super Kings. 5.5 Super Kings. 5.5 Super Kings. 6 Daredevils. 6 Daredevils. 6 Daredevils. 6 lakh 1 Daredevils. 6 lakhs 2. 6.5 Super Kings. 6.5 Super Kings. 6.5 Super Kings. 6.5. Devils 7 lakhs. Devils 7 lakhs. Devils for 7 lakhs. 7.5 Super Kings. 7.5. 7.5. 7.51. 8 lakh rupees Daredevils. 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh. 8 lakh and a half. 8 lakh and a half Super Kings. 8 lakh and a half. 9 lakhs. 9 lakh for Daredevils. 9 lakhs. 9 and a half Super Kings. 9 and a half. 9 and a half Super Kings. Super Kings 9 and a half. 9 and a half 1. 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs for Daredevils. 10 lakhs. 10 and a half. 10 and a half Super Kings. 10 and a half Super Kings. 10 and a half 1. 10 and a half 2. 10 and a half 3. The player is sold to Super Kings. Number 74. Number 74. Number 74. Sushil Kukreja. Check. Sushil Kukreja, guys. The next player, Sushil Kukreja. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Anybody? Sushil Kukreja. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. 136. Player number 136. 136. Lakhan Bajaj. Lakhan Bajaj played the gully cricket, available for all days. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. The player remains unsold. The next is 110. 110. 110. Gulshan Kumar Lokwani. Gulshan Kumar Lokwani. Gullu. Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 183. 183. Roshan Keswani. Roshan Keswani, the batsman. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 217. 217. 217. 217. Manish Sachdev, 34 years of age, batsman, gully cricket. Welcome Night Riders, 1 lakh rupees. Night Riders. Anybody else? Anybody else? 1. Anybody else? Okay, 1,50,000 rising. 1,50,000 for Rising Royals. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 for Rising Royals. Anybody else? 1,50,000 1. 1,50,000 2. 1,50,000 3. The player is sold to Rising Royals. Rising Royals being sold. Manish to Rising Royals. Thank you. The next is 32. Number 32. Rajiv Motwani. Rajiv Motwani. Rajiv Motwani, I expect the bid from Rising Royals. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Warriors. 1 lakh rupees. Warriors. Anybody else would like to bid? 1 lakh. 1,50,000 for Super Kings. 1,50,000. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees Super Giants. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees Super Giants. 2 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 2 lakh 1. 2,50,000. 2,50,000 for Mr. Motwani. 2,50,000. Anybody would like to raise? 250. 250. 251. 252. 253. Thank you. Thank you so much. It goes to Rising Royals. घर की बात घर पे रह गई. The next player goes to 138. Number 138. Dev Pahuja, pinch hitter. Anybody going to start the bid for 1 lakh rupees, the base price? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. 119. 119. Pawan Israni. Anybody would like to take a call? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Warriors. 150 Warriors. 150 Warriors. Anybody? 150. 150 for Warriors. Anybody? 150 for Warriors. 151. Tuskers. Thank you, Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 2 lakh. 2 lakh with Tuskers. 2 lakh for Tuskers. 1. 2 lakh for Tuskers. 2. 2,50,000 for Warriors. 250 for Warriors. 250. 250 for Warriors. 250. 300. 300 for Super Giants. 300. 300 for Super Giants. 300. 301. Super Giants 300. 300 for Super Giants 2. 300. Okay. The number is 3.5. 3.5 to Warriors again. 3.5 to Warriors again. 3.5 to Warriors. 3.51. 3.52, 3.53. The player is sold to Warriors. Number 93. Number 93. Sunny Dhannani. Sunny Dhannani. Anybody would like to go for the first bid? Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. The player remains unsold. 53. Number 53. Pawan Parchani, all-rounder, SMS Championship Trophy. Anybody else would like to raise the bar for him? For the base price of 1 lakh rupees? 1 lakh 1? Okay, welcome Lions, 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees with Lions. 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh. 1,50,000 for Rising Royals. 1,50,000 for Rising Royals. Lions, over to you. 1,50,000 for Rising Royals. 2 lakh rupees for Lions. 2 lakh rupees for Lions. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees 1. 2 lakh rupees 2. 2 lakh rupees 3. The player is sold to Lions. Number 51. Number 51. Dhruv Malik, the leg spinner. Spark Sports Club. Available for all days. Anybody to raise the bar? Anybody? Anybody? 1 lakh? Anybody? It's going to begin with a Super Giants, 1 lakh. 1 lakh for Super Giants. Anybody else? 1. Pimpri Indians joining in. 150. 150. 151. 152. 2 lakh rupees for Super Giants. 2 lakh. 2 lakh for Super Giants. 2 lakh. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2, 2 lakh 3 for the Super Giants. The player is sold for Super Giants. 1 lakh 6,000. Sorry, 106. 106. Player number 106. Sunny Sukheja, the pinch hitter. Sunny Sukheja, the pinch hitter. Anybody, come on to raise the bar. Anybody, the base price of 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Tuskers, welcome Tuskers, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else, 1 lakh 1. 1.5 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 1.5 lakh rupees, Daredevils, 1.5. 2 lakh rupees Tuskers, 2 lakh rupees Tuskers, 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers, 2 lakh rupees, 2 lakh 1, 2 lakh 2, 2 lakh 3. The player is sold to Tuskers. 145. 145. Player number 145. Harish Ralwani. Come on, get up the people, those who have the money. 145. Come on, let me see who's going to raise the bar first for 145. Knight Riders, 1 lakh, 1.5. Chennai Super Kings, 2 lakh rupees Royal. 2 lakh Royal, 2.5 Super Kings. 3 lakh rupees RC again. 2.5. 3 lakh rupees for RCV. 3.5 for Super Kings. 4 lakh rupees for Royal. 4 lakh rupees for Royal. 4 lakh. 4 lakh for Royal. 4.5, 5 for Royal again, 5.5, 5.5 for Royals again, 5.5 for Royals again, 6 lakh for Super Kings, 6 lakh for Super Kings, 6 lakh for Super Kings 1, 6 lakh for Super King 2, 6 lakh for Super King 3. The player goes for Super Kings. 269. Number 269. Gautam Kukreja, the pinch hitter. Gautam Kukreja, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to go? 1. Anybody would like to go? 2. Welcome, Daredevils. Welcome. 1 lakh. Anybody else? 1. Anybody else? 2. 2 lakh. 1 lakh 50,000. Dakin. 150 for Dakin. 150. 150 for Dakin. 150 for Dakin. Anybody? 150 for Dakin. 150 for 1. 150 for 2. 150 for 1 to 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakhs for Daredevils. 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs for Daredevils. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2.5 lakh rupees for Dakin. 2.5 lakh rupees for Dakin. 2.5 lakh rupees for Dakin. 2.5.1. 2.5.2. 2.5.3. The player goes to Deccan Chargers. 54. The next number is 54. Akash Melwani. Badao. Time to raise the bar for him. Come on. The power hitter. Anybody to begin the bar with for the base price of 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 263. Number 263. Player is unavailable. $124. $124. Player number 124. Praveen Jodhwani. Praveen Jodhwani. Anybody would like to take a first bar highs? Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. The player remains unsold. $144. Meet Lalchandani, the fast bowler. Meet Lalchandani, who's going to begin the bar at 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh. Anybody? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 227. 227. Krishna Jagwani. Krishna Jagwani. Anybody? A 17-year-old young guy. 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Number 36. Number 36. Anil Chaitani, the pinch hitter. Anil Chaitani, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Raise the bar 2. Raise the bar 3. The player remains unsold. 199. 199. Romal Chawla. Romal Chawla. If anybody would like to raise the bar. 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Number 45. Number 45. Dheeraj Dodwani. Oh, sorry, not Dheeraj Nathani. Dheeraj Nathani. Anybody to raise the bar? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Number 22. Number 22. Aniket Ramchandani. Okay, he's already sold for the owners. Okay. 179. Sorry, 176. 176. 176. The life of person standing beside Shell. Opening with 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees. RCV for 1 lakh rupees. Anybody? 1 lakh, 1 lakh 50, 1 lakh 50, 2 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 2.5 for RCV, 2.5 for RCV, 3 lakh rupees, 3.5 for Sunrisers, 3.5 for Sunrisers, 4 for RCV, 4.5 for Daredevils, 4.5, 4.5 for Daredevils, 4.5, 4.5 for Daredevils, 4.5, 5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 5 lakh rupees, 5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers, 5 lakh rupees 1. 5.5 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 6 lakh rupees, 6 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 6.5, 6.5 for Sunrisers, 6.5 Sunrisers, 7 for Daredevils, 7 for Daredevils, 7 lakhs, Daredevils 7 lakhs, 7.5 for Sunrisers, 7.5, 7.5, 7.5, 8 lakh rupees, 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils, 8.5 for Sunrisers, 8.5, 8.5 for Sunrisers, 8.5, 8.5 1, 8.5 2. 9 lakh rupees, 9 lakh for Daredevils again. Back to Daredevils, 9. 9. Pimpri 9.5. Pimpri 9.5. Pimpri 9.5. 9.5 Pimpri. 9.5 Pimpri. 9.5 Pimpri, 10 Sunrisers. 10 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 10 lakh. 10 lakh for Sunrisers. 10 lakh. 10 lakh 1. 10 lakh 2. 10 lakh. 10 lakh for Sunrisers. 10.5 for Pimpri Indians. 10.5 for Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians 10.5. 10.5 Pimpri Indians, 11 for Sunrisers, 11 for Sunrisers, 11 for Sunrisers, 11 for Sunrisers, 1, 11.5 Pimpri Indians, 11.5, 1, 11.5, 2, 12 for Sunrisers, 12 for Sunrisers, 12 for Sunrisers, 12 lakh for Sunrisers, 12.1, 12.2, 12.5 for Pimpri Indians, 12.5.1, 13 for Sunrisers, 13 for Sunrisers, 13 for Sunrisers, 13 for 1, 13 for 2, 13 for 3. The player sold to Sunrisers. $210. Ravindra Daryanani, bowler. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Anybody? Okay. Daredevils. Welcome Daredevils. Anybody else? 1 lakh 1. Okay. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees for RCB. 2 lakhs for RCB. 2 lakhs. 2.50. 2.50 for Daredevils. 250. 3 lakhs. 3 lakhs for RCB. 3.5 Daredevils. 3.5. 4 for RCB. 4 for RCB. 4 lakh rupees, 4.5 lakh rupees Daredevils, 4.5, 5 lakh rupees for RCB. 5 lakh rupees for RCB. I would request all the players to be out of here. All the players to be please out because the management by management nahi mana kiya hai yaar. Please try to understand guys. 5 lakh rupees out here RCB. 5 lakh rupees for RCB. 5.5 for Daredevils. 5.5, 5.5 1, 5.5 2, 5.5 3. 5.5 3. The player is being sold. The player 3 and what was the same level. At the same time, the player has been sold to Daredevils. Don't wait for 3. The player has been sold to Daredevils. The player has been sold for Daredevils. Number 14. Number 14. 1414. Vinesh Kataria. Vinesh Kataria. I'm sure they're going to bid with Titans. 1 lakh rupees. Titans for 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? Anybody would like to raise 1 lakh, 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is sold to Titans. 257. 257. The player number 257. 257. Player number 257. 257. Vishal Pahuja. Vishal Pahuja. Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? Vishal Pahuja. 1. Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player remains unsold. 128. 128. 128. Amit Wadhwani. I think he's already the player. He's already the player. 122. Number 122. 122. Ritesh Urf Ricky, the batsman. Ritesh Urf Ricky, the batsman. Anybody would like to take a call? Anybody would like to raise a bar? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Welcome Sunrisers. Sunrisers to begin the bid. Sunrisers. Anybody else? Anybody else? 2. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay. So we have 1.5 for Daredevils. 1.5 for Daredevils. Anybody? 1.5 Daredevils. Sunrisers, over to you. 1.5. 1.5 for Daredevils. Anybody? 1.5. 1.5 1. 1.5 2. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees back to Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2 lakh 3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. 211. 211. Suresh Ratnani. Experience matters. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Welcome Night Riders. Anybody else? 1 lakh. Anybody else? 2. Night Riders 2. Night Riders 3. The player is sold to Night Riders. 202. 202. The player is unavailable. We're going to get the next one. 44. Number 44. Jay Bajaj, the fast bowler. Anybody who would have seen him for the SPL would like to start the bidding? Anybody? Come on. 1. Anybody? Anybody? 2. Welcome Daredevils. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player is sold to Daredevils. The next number is 98. 98. Sagar Dudani. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. 3. The player remains unsold. Okay, so the last was Sagar Dudani is being sold at 1 lakh to Pimpri Indians. Pimpri Indians has been sold. Sagar Dudani is sold to Pimpri Indians for 1 lakh. Number 4. Number 4. Akash Rijwani, wicket-keeper batsman. He plays at Dilip Vengsarkar. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 268. 268. Jitu Khyani. Jitu Khyani. Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player is unsold. Number 3. Single digit number 3. Basant Shadapuri, all-rounder. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Welcome Royal Challengers. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 for Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000 Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees. Okay, 150. It was a system mistake. 2 lakh for Tuskers. 2 lakh rupees for Tuskers. Tuskers 2 lakh rupees. Tuskers 2 lakh rupees. Anybody? Tuskers 2 lakh rupees. Anybody? 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5 for Sunrisers. 3 lakh rupees for Tuskers. 3 lakh. 3 lakh for Tuskers. 350 Sunrisers. 350. 350 Sunrisers. 350. 350 Sunrisers 1. 350 Sunrisers 2. Okay. 350. गाइज ये आप फोटो के हिसाब से मत जाना बिकॉज ये फोटो जो है वो किसी और का है. दिस इज द रियल फोटो. दिस इज द रियल फोटो. 350 for Tuskers. We had the last call. 350. Tuskers 4 was Sunrisers. 350. 350 for Sunrisers. 4 for Tuskers now. 4 for Tuskers now. Anybody? Come on. 4 for Tuskers. 4 for Tuskers. 4 lakh 1. 4 lakh 2. 4 lakh 50,000 Sunrisers. 4 lakh 50 Sunrisers. 5 lakh. 5 lakh for Tuskers. 5 lakh. 5 lakh for Tuskers. 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. 5 lakh 3. The player is sold to Tuskers. 241. 241. Uttam Punjabi. 241. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Anybody 3? The player is unsold. 59. Number 59. Deepak Aswani is already a player. $153. $153. Kamal Ratlani. I'm expecting the bid by Rising Royals. Anybody? Anybody 1? Anybody 2? Welcome Rising Royals. Anybody else 1? Anybody else 2? 3. The player is sold to Rising Royals. 56. Number 56. Number 56. Shrikant Ladkani. Top order batsman. I expect with some team. Anybody? 1. Anybody 2? 3. The player remains unsold. 216. 216. 216. Karan Ratnani, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to start the bid at 1? Welcome Knight Riders. Anybody else? 1, 2, 3. The player goes to Knight Riders. Congratulations Knight Riders. Number 11. Number 11. Pratham Wadhwani. He's available for all days. The nice player. The bid starts at 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player remains unsold. 91. 91. Yash Thadani, the pinch hitter. Yash Thadani, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to go for 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 114. 114. Rahul Ladkani, the good bowler. Experienced bowler. Anybody would like to start with? Anybody 1? Welcome Deccan Chargers. Welcome. 1. Anybody else 2? Anybody else 3? The player is sold to Deccan Chargers. 71. The player number is 71. Rishabh Advani. Rishabh Advani. Anybody? Let me see who's going to begin with the bid. Anybody 1? Anybody 2? 3. The player remains unsold. 171. 171. Karthik Kriplani. Anybody? Karthik Kriplani. Who's going to start the bid? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 169. 169. Rahul Ladkani. Rahul Ladkani. Welcome, Lions. Lions. Anybody else would like to? 1,50,000 for Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000. 1,50,000 Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Lions. 2 lakh rupees Lions. 2 lakh rupees Lions. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees 1. 2 lakh rupees 2. 2 lakh rupees 3. The player goes to Lions. 282. The next player is 282. Rishi Ubrani. Anybody would like to rise above for him? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 248. Number 248. Kunal Sevani. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 285. The next player, 285. Kirpal Singh, it's time to raise your bar, people. Come on. 1 lakh rupees the base price. Let me see who's going to begin. Kirpal Singh beginning with Royals. Welcome, Royals, RCV. 1 lakh rupees, RCV. 1 lakh rupees, RCV. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1,50,000 Daredevils. 150. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees RCV. 2 lakh rupees RCV. 2 lakhs. 2 lakhs for RCV. 2 lakh. 2 lakh for RCV. 2.5 for Daredevils. 2.5. 3. 3 lakh rupees RCV. 3 lakh rupees RCV. 3.1. 3.5 lakh rupees for Lions. 4 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 4 lakh rupees Daredevils. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 RCV. 4.5 1. 4.5 2. 5 lakh rupees for Lions. 5 lakh rupees for Lions. 5 lakh rupees for Lions. Lions for 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees for 5 lakh rupees for Lions. 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. 5 lakh 3. The player sold to Lions. 250. 250. Dinesh Mehtani. Dinesh Mehtani available for all days. The batsman. Anybody is going to start the bid for 1 lakh rupees. 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 271. 271. Varun Albani. Varun Albani. He might be good in the fielding. Anybody? Come on. 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. Anybody? Okay. So the player goes to Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. The player goes to Pimpri Indians. Okay, it एक मिनट दोनों ने जो किया है इसके बाहर किया है, so I'll start it again. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Pimpri Indians. 1,50,000 for Sunrisers. 150 for Sunrisers. 2 lakh. 2 lakh. 2.5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2.5 lakh for Sunrisers. 3 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 3 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 3.5 for Sunrisers. 3.5. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 4 lakh rupees. 4 for Pimpri Indians. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees 50. 5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 5 lakh. 5.5 lakh rupees for Pimpri Indians. 5.5.1. 5.5.2. 5.5.3. The player is sold to Pimpri Indians. 232. 232. 232. Pankaj Khatwani. Pankaj Khatwani. 1, 2, 3. Player remains unsold. Number 185. Number 185. Number 185. Mohit Gulabani. Mohit Gulabani. Anybody? Come on. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. Number 18. Number 18. Number 18. Khushdilip Ahuja, the spinner. Anybody? The schoolboy. Anybody? Come on. 1. Anybody goes 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 123. 123. 123. Kultar Singh, the all-rounder, the good bowler who can help you to get the wickets in the early overs. Anybody to begin with? Anybody? Anybody? One. Welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh rupees Sunrisers. Anybody else? Anybody else? 1 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. 1. 1 lakh rupees. 2. 1 lakh rupees. Okay, 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000 for Pimpri. Pimpri Indians, 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000 Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2 lakh. 2 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 2 lakh 1. 2 lakh 2. 2 lakh 3. The player is rolled to Sunrisers. 175. 175. Kunal Uttam Chandani. Kunal Uttam Chandani. Availability all days. The gully player. Start with 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 29. Number 29. 29. Number 29. Kirti Khemani. Kirti Khemani. If anybody. 1. Anybody. 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Number 5. Number 5. Ram Dhannani. Ram Dhannani. Experience matters. 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Number 12. Number 12. Bunty Jaising, batsman. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Okay, welcome Tuskers. Welcome Tuskers. 1, 2, 3. The player is sold to Tuskers. 165. 165. 165. Raise the bar. धीरज डोडवानी आया है जब लगभग लोगों के पैसे खत्म हो चुके हैं. The good all-rounder who can be the match winner all the time for you, most of the time in fact. So the raises चाहत खुद कूट के खड़ा हो गया. Night Riders to begin with. 1 lakh 50,000. 2 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 2 lakhs. 2.5 for Royal Challengers. 2.5 Royal Challengers. 3 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 3.5 for RC. 4 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 4.5 for Daredevils. 4.5. 5 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 5 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 5.5 Daredevils. 5.5 Daredevils. 6 lakh rupees for Night Riders. 6 lakh. 6.5. 6.5 for Daredevils. 7 for Night Riders. 7. 7 for Night Riders. 7.5 for Daredevils. 7.5 for Daredevils. 8 lakhs. 8 lakh for Night Riders. 8.5. 8.5 Daredevils. 8.5 Daredevils. 9. 9.5 Super Giants. 9.5. 10 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 10.5 Night Riders. 10.5 Night Riders. 11 lakh rupees Daredevils. 11 lakh rupees. 11.5. 11.5. 12. Welcome Deccan Chargers. 12. 12.5. 12.5 Daredevils. 13. 13 Night Riders. 13 lakhs. 13.5. 14 Daredevils. 14. 14.5. 14.5 Deccan. 14. 15 for Night Riders. 15.5 Daredevils. 16 Deccan Chargers. 16. 16.5. 16.5 Night Riders. 16.5. 17 Daredevils. 17. 17 for Daredevils. 17.5. 18. 18 for Super Giants. 18. 18 for Super Giants. 18.5 Deccan. 19 for Night Riders. 19. 19.5 Super Giants. 20. 20.5. 20.5. 21. 21. 21 Night Riders. 21.5 Deccan. 21.5 Deccan. 21.5 Deccan. 22. 22 for Night Riders. 22.5 for Daredevils. 23 for Deccan. 23 for Deccan. 23.5. 24 for Night Riders. 24. 24.5 Daredevils. 24.5 Daredevils. 25 Night Riders. 25 Night Riders. 25. 25.5 for Daredevils. 25.5. 26 for Super Giants. 26. 27. 27 for Night Riders. 27.5. 27.5 Daredevils. 27.5 Daredevils. 27.5. 28 for Night Riders. 28.5. 28.5 for Super Giants. I think we should check the kitty because I think 28, 28, 29, 29 and a half, 29 and a half, 29 and a half Super Giants, 29 and a half Super Giants, 30, 30, 30 and a half for Night Riders, 30 and a half for Night Riders, 30 and a half for 31, 31 for Daredevils, 31, 32, 32 and a half, 32 and a half Super Giants, 32, 32 and a half Super Giants, 32, 33, 33 for Daredevils, 33, 33 for Daredevils, 33, 33 and a half for Night Riders, 33 and a half for Night Riders, 33 and a half, 33 and a half, 34, 34 for Super Giants, 34, 34 for Super Giants, 34 for Super Giants, 34 for 1, 34 and a half for Daredevils, 34 and a half, 35, 35 for Super Giants, 35 and a half Night Riders, 35 and a half Night Riders, 36 for Daredevils, 36 for Daredevils, 36, 36 and a half Super Giants, 37 for Night Riders, 37 for Night Riders, 37, 37 for Night Riders, 38, 38 for Daredevils, 38, 38.5 for Super Giants, 39 Night Riders, 38 Night Riders, 38, 38 for Night Riders, 38, 38, 38 and a half Super Giants, 38 and a half Super Giants, 38 and a half, 39 Night Riders, 39 Night Riders, 39, 39 and a half Daredevils, 39 and a half, 39 and a half Daredevils, 40 Super Giants, 40 and a half Night Riders, 40 and a half, 40 and a half Night Riders, 40 and a half Night Riders, 1, 41, 41 to Super Giants again, 41, 41 and a half Night Riders, 41 and a half Night Riders, 41 and a half Night Riders, 41 and a half, 41 and a half Night Riders, 42 for Super Giants, 42 Super Giants, 42 and a half Night Riders, 42 and a half Night Riders, 42 and a half Night Riders. It was 42 over there. Okay, Night Riders' bid is over. So 42 it remains with Super Giants. So 42 for Super Giants. Your bid is over. भाई आपके पैसे खत्म हो गए. We are not rushing. 42 is for Super Giants. You have quoted for 42.5. We are waiting for that. We are waiting for that. The technical team, please look after this. सेठ इधर मना कर रहा है, बोल रहा है कि उनके पास 42 lakhs है for Night Riders. Sir, 42 lakhs is for Super Giants, 42.5 is for Night Riders. So you're now 43. Super Giants coming again on 43. Guys, wait, technical team आ रही है. So 42.5 is Night Riders. 42.5. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise? Night Riders, you cannot bid 42. आपके पास 41.50 ही balance है. Technical team, एक मिनट. Technical team will be on the stage. Technical team, please. Technical team, please. Guys, ये जो भी हो, but I think this player really deserves a huge round of applause, guys. The highest bid for ACC Season 1. Dheeraj. बसंत शरदपुरी, अगर किसी को याद है, बसंत टस्कर्स ने लिया है, वो बसंत को टस्कर्स ने लिया है. So 42.50 42.50 for Night Riders. 42.50 Night Riders. Any more bids? Any more bids? The last call. 42.50 is for Night Riders 1. 42.50 Night Riders 2. 42.50 Night Riders goes up. Dheeraj Jodwani, the most highest player sold to Night Riders. 42.50 Night Riders. 42.50 Night Riders. भाई एक बार जोरदार तालियां बनती है यार. The only player yet been sold so high. I would request all the players at least to have a standing ovation. भाई इतना महंगा कोई नहीं गया यार. All the players at least यार. क्या बात है यार. मतलब he is taking almost 47% of the entire budget. Chalo, nevertheless, let's proceed further. 87. Suraj Ramchandani, finest bowler. Experienced bowler, finest bowler. The bid begins at 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1 lakh. Anybody? 1 lakh. Okay, welcome Pimpri Indians. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50 Deccan. 150 Deccan. 150 Deccan. 2 lakh rupees Pimpri Indians. 2 lakh. 2 lakh Pimpri Indians. 250 Deccan. 250 Deccan. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri. 3 lakh rupees Pimpri. 3.5 lakh rupees Daredevils. 3.5 Daredevils. 3.5 Daredevils. 3.5 Daredevils. 4 Deccan. 4 lakh rupees Deccan. 4 lakh rupees Deccan. 450. 450 for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh rupees for the Daredevils. 5 lakh for Daredevils. 5 lakh. 5 lakh for Daredevils. 5 lakh 1. 5 lakh 2. Okay. 550. 6 lakh rupees. 6 lakh for Deccan. 6 lakhs. 650. 650 for Pimpri Indians. 650. 650. 7 lakh for Deccan Chargers. 7.5 for Pimpri. 7.5. 7.5 1. 8 lakh rupees. 8 lakh rupees for Deccan. 8 lakh. 8 lakh. 8.5. 8.5. 8.5. 9 lakh rupees. 9 lakh rupees for Deccan. 9 lakh. 9 lakh rupees for Deccan. 9 lakh 1. 9 lakh 2. 9 lakh 3. The player sold to Deccan Chargers. Number 143. Number 143. Pawan Kotwani. Anybody would like to bid? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. 112. 112. Nikhil Wadhwani, the fast bowler, the district player. Anybody would like to charge? Take a call. 1 lakh rupees. Welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh 50,000 Pimpri. 1 lakh 50,000. 1 lakh 50,000 1. 2 lakh rupees Sunrisers. 250. 250 Pimpri. 250. 250 Pimpri. 3 lakh. 3 lakh Sunrisers. 3 lakh. 3 lakh Sunrisers. 3 lakh. 3 lakh 1. 3 lakh 2. 350. 4 lakh rupees. 350. 4 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 4 lakhs. 450. 450 for Royal Challengers. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees for Sunrisers. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees 1. 5 lakh rupees 2. 5 lakh rupees 3. The player sold to Sunrisers for 5 lakhs. 286. Om Tanwani. Om Tanwani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Raise the bar 2. Raise the bar 3. The player remains unsold. 194. Number 194. Avinash Israni. Avinash Israni. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Anybody? 3. The player remains unsold. Number 57. Number 57. Mahek Jodwani. Mahek Jodwani. If anybody? 1. Mahek Jodwani. Anybody? 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 235. Number 235. Amit Tejwani. 235. The player is Amit Tejwani. Anybody? Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Raise the bar. 2. Raise the bar. 3. The player remains unsold. 146. 146. 146. Suraj Keswani, the batsman. Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. The next number is 108. 108. Jatin Chaudhary, excellent fielder. Excellent fielder. 108. Anybody? Number 1? Anybody? 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 255. 255. Swapnil Khanchandani, all-rounder. Swapnil Khanchandani, everybody. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 275. 275. Rahul Tejwani, the pinch hitter. Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Okay. Welcome Daredevils. Welcome Daredevils. 1. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player goes to Daredevils. 253. 253. Player number 253. Bharat Kriplani, the all-rounder. Bharat Kriplani, the all-rounder. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Welcome, welcome RCV. 1,50,000 Pimpri. 1,50,000 Pimpri. 1,50,000 Pimpri. 1. 1,50,000. 2 lakh rupees Daredevils. 2 lakh. 250 Pimpri Indians. 2. 2.5 lakh Daredevils. 2.5. 2.5. 3 lakh rupees to RCV. 3.5. 3.5 Pimpri Lions. Pimpri Indians. 3.5. 4 lakh rupees. 4 lakh rupees for Royal. 4. 4.5 Daredevils. 4.5. 4.5 Daredevils. 4.5. 4.5. 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs 1. 5.5. 5.5 lakh Daredevils. 6 lakhs. 6 lakhs Pimpri. 6 lakhs Pimpri. 1. 6 lakhs Pimpri. 2. 6 lakhs Pimpri. 3. The players goes to Pimpri Indians. 191. The player is 191. Number 191. Gobin Nathwani. Anybody if needs an experienced player? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 200. Number 200. Number 200. Jatin Sevani. Jatin Sevani, the little one of 18 years old. 1. Okay, welcome. Welcome Royal Challengers. Welcome Daredevils. 150. 150 for Daredevils. 2 lakhs. 2.5. 2.5 Daredevils. 3. 3 lakh. 350. 350 for Titans. 350 for Titans. 350 for Titans. 4. 4 lakh Pimpri. 4.5. 4.5 Royals. 4.5 Royals. 5 lakh rupees. 5 lakh rupees. 5.5. 5.5. 6 Daredevils. 6. 6.5 Pimpri Indians. 6.5 Pimpri Indians. 7. 7 for Daredevils. 7. 7.5 Pimpri Indians. 7.5. 8 lakh rupees for Daredevils. 8. 8.5 Pimpri Indians. 8.5 Pimpri Indians. 9 Daredevils. 9. 9.5 Pimpri Indians. 9.5. 10 for Daredevils. 10. 10.5. 10.5 Pimpri. 10.5 Pimpri. 11 for Daredevils. 11. 11. 11 for Daredevils. 11. 11 1. 11.5. Welcome Super Giants. 11.5. 11.5 Super Giants. 11.5. 11.5 Super Giants. 12. 12 Daredevils. 12. 12 for Daredevils. 12.5. 12.5 Super Giants. 13. 13 for Daredevils. 13. 13 for Daredevils. 13. 13 for Daredevils. 13.5 Super Giants. 13.5. 13.5 Super Giants. 14. 14 Daredevils. 14. 14 Daredevils. 1. 14 Daredevils. 2. 14 Daredevils. 3. The player is sold to Daredevils. Player 276. Ajit Rora. Ajit Rora. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 2 277. Player number 277. Amit Aswani. Amit Aswani. Amit Aswani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Amit Aswani. Welcome Daredevils. 1 lakh. The beginning prize. 1 lakh. Daredevils. Daredevils. 1. Okay, welcome. 1 lakh. 1 lakh 50. 2 lakh. 2 lakh. 2 lakh 50. 2 lakh 50 Daredevils. 3 lakh. 3 lakh. 350. 350 Royals. 350 Royals. 4 lakh Pimpri. 4 lakh for Pimpri. 450. 450 Royals. 450 Royals. 450. 450 Royals. 5 lakh for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakhs for Pimpri Indians. 5 lakh. 550. 550 for Daredevils. 550. 600 Pimpri. 600 Pimpri. 650. 650. 700 Tuskers. 700. 750 Pimpri. 750. 800 Daredevils. 800. 800 Daredevils. 800. 850 Tuskers. 900 Pimpri. 900 Pimpri. 900 Pimpri 1. 900 Pimpri 2. 900 Pimpri 3. The player is sold to Pimpri Indians. 133. 133. Mohit Wadhwani, the wicket keeper. Anybody? 1, 2. Okay, welcome Sunrisers. Welcome Sunrisers. Sunrisers, 1 lakh rupees. Anybody else? 1. Anybody else? 2, 3. The player is sold to Sunrisers. The Nelson, 111. Karan Shroff, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to rise? 1 lakh. 1 lakh. 1. Welcome Pimpri Indians. Welcome. 1 lakh. 1 lakh Pimpri Indians. Anybody else? 1 lakh. Anybody else? 1 lakh. 1 lakh 1. 1 lakh 2. 1 lakh 3. The player is sold to Pimpri Indians. 151. Player 151. Sumit Aswani. Sumit Aswani. Anybody? 1. Welcome Tuskers. 1. Anybody else? 2, 3. The player goes to Tuskers. 141. Player 141. 141. Gautam Ramnani, the pinch hitter. Gautam Ramnani, if anybody would like to raise the bar. 1. Raise the bar. 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 135. Number 135. Deepak Harjani, the pinch hitter. Deepak Harjani, the pinch hitter. Anybody? Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Okay, so this is the last, and I'm going to take 1 minute break after this. 1 minute ka break hoga. Number 233. 233. Pratik Bhojwani, the bowler. Pratik Bhojwani, the bowler, if anybody would like to go. 1, 2. Okay, welcome Rising. The 1 lakh rupees for Rising. Anybody would else like to join? 1 lakh rupees. 1 lakh for Titans. Sorry, not Rising, Titans. 1 lakh rupees for Titans. Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player sold to Titans. I'm going to take a 1 minute break and I'll be back. Thank you.
कदे मिलदा सी ओ कदे मिलदा सी ओ रे जानी ओ रे प्यारा ओ रे ओ सोना कदे मिलदा सी मुझे फोन करी तू गोराई हाँ 1000 बोकेश गोराई मुझे फोन करी तू गोराई 1000 बोकेश गोराई हाँ जानिया माझी तू रानिया रसल मकी जानिया वो बार तो अच्छा तो बार तो दिसा तू मुझे जानी माझी तू मन ओ कदे मिलदा सी ओ कदे मिलदा सी ओ रे जानी ओ रे प्यारा ओ रे ओ सोना कदे मिलदा सी मुझे यार बाकी दुनिया बेकार मैं तो करा चाह यार मैं के देते भी हाँ यार भी तू आई दिलदार भी तू आई मुझे जानी आई मुझे ता जानिया माझी तू रानिया डसल मैं की जानी मैं बार तो अच्छा तू बार तो दिसा तू मुझे जानी माझी तू माझी रानी जिन्हें सखर उन्हें मखन जिन्हें झटपट मुझे वारपट जिन्हें लड़कणो उन्हें माकणो जिन्हें हैदराबादी उन्हें नरमदी ओ कदे मिलदा सी सिप्पी हाँ कदे मिलदा सी कदे मिलदा सी ओ कदे मिलदा सी ओ कदे मिलदा सी ओ रे जानी ओ रे प्यारा ओ रे ओ सोना somewhat super check one check I would request somebody from the committee, the managing committee. Okay, he's there. Okay guys, let's resume. The next player is number 21. Number 21. Mr. Dinesh Mulchandani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 178. 178. Bunty Panwani, the fast bowler. Anybody to begin the? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 252. The next player is 252.
Nikhil Javrani. Nikhil Javrani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Welcome, Daredevils. 1 lakh rupees for Daredevils. Anybody else would like to join in? 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is sold to Daredevils. 192. Player number 192. Bhavesh Ravlani. Bhavesh Ravlani, the available for all days. Welcome, Royal Challengers. 1 lakh rupees for Royal Challengers to just raise the bar. Anybody else? 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. The player is being sold for Royal Challengers. 137. 137. Vidit Wadhwani, the pinch hitter. Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? 1. Raise the bar for him. 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 264. 264. Manish Jagwani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Welcome, Knight Riders. Anybody else? Royal Challengers 150. 2 lakhs Knight Riders. 250 RCV. 3 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 350 Royal Challengers. 4 lakh rupees Knight Riders. 450 Royal Challengers. 450. 450 Royal Challengers 1. 450 Royal Challengers 2. 450 Royal Challengers 3. Sold. The player is sold to Royal Challengers. ये होता है अच्छा मेंटर लेने के बाद जो वो मस्ती करता है. Special, the next comer is 142. 142. Deepak Chandnani. Anybody would like to raise the bar for him? 1. Raise the bar for him. 2. Raise the bar for him. 3. The player remains unsold. 239. Number 239. Bunty Meghnani. Come on, raise the guns. I expect it from at least one team at the base price of 1 lakh. Welcome, Knight Riders. Knight Riders. 1 lakh rupees for Knight Riders. Anybody else? 1 lakh rupees for Knight Riders. 1. 1 lakh rupees for Knight Riders. 2. 3. The player is sold to Knight Riders. The good player has been sold just in 1 lakh rupees. Congratulations, Knight Riders. 223. 223. Kundanani, Himanshu Kundanani. Anybody else would like to raise the bar? Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Okay, the player is being sold to Titans. The player is being sold to Titans. 1 lakh rupees. The player is being sold to Titans. 9. Number 9. Number 9. Kiran Pehlani. Anybody? 1, 2, 3. The player is unsold. 273. Number 273. Naresh Nasha. Anybody? 1 lakh? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2, 3. The player remains unsold. Yes. 152. The next number 152. Rajdev Sharan. Rajdev Sharan. Anybody would like to raise the bar? 1. Raise the bar. 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 207. 207. Sahil Nankani. The young gun. 1. The young gun. 2. 3. The player remains unsold. 109. 109. Rishi Tejwani Jr. Rishi Tejwani Jr. Anybody? Anybody? 1. Anybody? 2. Okay, welcome Titans. Welcome Titans. 1, 2, 3. The player is sold to Titans. Number 40. Number 40. He is sold for himself, Mr. Varun Varyani. The next player. 31. Number 31. Mr. Hero Motwani. Even he is being sold for. Number 10. Number 10. Mayur Tilwani. Thank you. Sold for himself. Number 84. Number 84. Raj Ravi Harjani. Anybody would like to raise the bar? Anybody? 1, 2, 3. Number 33. Number 33. रोहित मोटवानी. जितने पैसे हैं खत्म करो भाई अभी. Number 33. Number 33. The opening bid of 1 lakh. Welcome Rising Royals. Okay, 150. 2 lakh rupees. 2 lakhs 4 for Super Giants. 4.5. 4.5. 5. 5 for Super Giants. 5.5 Rising. 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 42. 42, 1, 2 Rising Royals. Guys, the second high has a huge round. 2, 3. The player remains unsold. 107. Owners, we request you to please stay back. Thank you.
एक मिनट सभिन के अनाउंसमेंट मिल दी सिर्फ एक मिनट ॾियो सभई दिल्ली डेयर डेविल्स के एक प्लेयर जी ज़रूरत आहे उहे पंहिंजा नालो ॾेई छॾनि जेको उन्हनि खे खपे कि वो ऑक्शन में अचे टाइटन्स के एक प्लेयर खपे टाइटन्स ऐं डेयर डेविल्स के एक प्लेयर खपे ॿई पंहिंजा रिकमेंडेशन ॾेई छॾियो प्लीज़ डेयर डेविल्स ऐं टाइटन्स के एक प्लेयर खपे ॿई प्लीज़ पंहिंजो पंहिंजो हिकु प्लेयर ॿुधाए छॾनि जेको उन्हनि खे ऑक्शन में विझणो आहे टाइटन्स के महेश कटारिया ऑक्शन में विझणो आहे छा डेयर डेविल्स के उन लाइ बिड करणी आहे न त महेश कटारिया ₹1,00,000 बेस प्राइस में टाइटन्स में सोल्ड थी वियो अथव ठीकु आहे डेयर डेविल्स जो हिकु प्लेयर प्रथम वाधवानी डेयर डेविल्स में ₹1,00,000 में प्रथम वाधवानी सोल्ड हिन सां ई असां सभिनी टीमुनि जे ऑक्शन्स जो कंक्लूजन कंदासीं सभिनी टीमुनि वटि पंहिंजा 11 प्लेयर अची विया आहिनि अगरि कंहिंखे कुझु बि क्वेश्चन या डिस्क्रिपेंसी आहे प्लीज़ हाणे क्लियर करो मां एक अन्ना अनाउंसमेंट कंदम प्लीज पे अटेंशन एवरीबडी एक अन्ना अनाउंसमेंट आहे एक प्लेयर जेको सुपर किंग्स में अनअवेलेबल आहे ऐं वो सोल्ड थी वियो हुयो इट्स अ अनाउंसमेंट अगेन सभिनी टीम ओनर्स जेका भी मेन जेका ओनर्स आहिनि उहे हिकु दफ़ो अॻियां अची वञनि हिते साम्हूं सभई टीम ओनर्स प्लीज कम इन फ्रंट ऑफ द स्टेज सभई टीम ओनर्स प्लीज सभई ओनर्स प्लीज
अनसोल्ड प्लेयर में खड़ो न तो माने अगर ता नथा केडो मांजे टीम में ता चओ तो मुजी जगह खाली छो मां त वो अनसोल्ड प्लेयर में खड़ी सकना आयो न ता हां जी हिनन जो प्लेयर एक एक्स्ट्रा खणी छे खबर ही पई 12 प्लेयर हां 12 प्लेयर टीम ओनर आ ना यो
एवरी ओनर प्लीज अगर केर ओनर इतने ना है तो प्लीज अच्छी है ने इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट जेका भी ओनर्स ना आहिनि प्लीज हितां थोरो परे थी वञनि प्लीज everyone who is not a owner.
अवेलेबल सब है यार, फोन गए सब मालूम है। एक प्लेयर बढ़ा दीजिए सब, ये सब एनालिटिक्स चल रहा है। समझ जाओ, वो स्थान डिसाइड करो, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग बताओ। हां, ऑर्गेनाइजिंग डिसाइड करके मैं कभी टीवी पे देखा भाई, वहाँ गाड़ी